Hello. Good morning, everyone, online and offline. Welcome to Modular Summit 3, Day 2. Here on the Canvas stage, today is a strictly no infrastructure day and no DeFi day, so the only things that we'll be hearing about are really exciting use cases off the blockchain for things like music, art, gaming, and social, which I think are probably things we need to hear more about. And the first speaker for today is Laura, who will be talking to us about the difficult relationship between the music industry and Web3. Welcome.
Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for having me here today. Today I'm going to be, hopefully, giving everyone a framework on how they can understand the music industry, where the power is, where the money is, and if you're trying to build something that speaks to music, hopefully giving you an avenue to do so effectively. So the first thing to understand about the music industry is that it's an extremely complicated web of rights, royalties, and pretty old infrastructure. In fact, the way that rights management and royalties are managed today was first created in 1851, back when people that were writing sheet music felt that they deserved some of the money that was being made at the conferences, or not the conferences, the concerts that were performing them. So before we dive into what to build, how to build, where the money is, etc., let's do a quick music industry 101. I think as music consumers, we like to think that there's maybe one wall between you and the artist. Maybe that's Spotify, maybe that's a streaming platform or a live streaming platform, maybe it's just a live show. The music industry actually has these various barriers between you and the artists. I didn't even include in here things like social media and how artists reach their fans. Right now I'm focusing on how recorded or performed music reaches a fan. So on the left-hand side, we have publishers and labels. Those are the people that, along with the artists, own said music. The recording, the actual songs, the writing, the compositions. Those three entities own the metadata of the music. Then you have distributors who are responsible for collecting that metadata and sending it to different platforms, like streaming platforms. And you have your collecting agencies. So the public right, or the performing rights organizations and the mechanical rights organizations. And finally, you get that layer that's between you and all of that bureaucracy, which are the streaming services, live shows, media, like TV, games, music, and then radio, in case some of you still listen to that. So when you're building a company in music, most people are sort of building on that first layer of interaction with the users. They're looking to build a new streaming platform, a new fan base platform, a new type of ticketing platform. If you want to do that, you need your metadata from publishers and labels. You need to know who is owed. You need to get the music itself. There's a lot of data that you need to get things off the ground. And if you want to do that, all of that is going to be licensed through distributors. This is a really important piece of the puzzle. Let's say if you wanted to start a streaming platform or a fan-based platform or a ticketing platform, there's so much licensing and expensive licensing that goes into just being able to potentially one day use any of that information, any of that data, and you're going to be talking to distributors to get it, and then you're going to owe the PROs and the MROs. A lot of people don't even know that there are three types of royalties out there. There's the mechanical royalties, there's the publishing royalties, and then there's the sync royalties. Sync royalties having to do with anything that is other media speaking to music, so film, television, gaming. All of those sort of middle entity middlemen, they're collecting on behalf of the publishers and labels, not even necessarily the musicians themselves. So after the labels and the publishers have taken their cut, whatever us as the consumer have paid, at that point, maybe the artists, the songwriters are seeing their small cut. And that's just in the United States of America. Every single country is different. They have different laws, they have different agencies, different governing powers. It's a nightmare. So as you can imagine, with such a complicated industry and system, there are a lot of challenges and struggles that the artist at the very end of the food chain is experiencing. Things like payment delays, right? Money is switching hands many, many times before it actually sees a creator. It's an opaque system. So something that I think is important to note is a lot of these rights are written by people into forms, maybe once. If there's a typo on the form, or if they forgot to mention one of the producers, one of the mixers, they're not going to see their royalties, and they'll never be able to check if they were well documented or properly documented in that entire sort of hand-changing flow of how the money moves through the music industry. And then you have the issue of how an artist can actually reclaim their relationship with the fans. Right now, it's very much in the hands of social media, and I think we've all sort of heard many times how challenging it is to reach your many thousands of followings or even build a following organically. And then the last one that I wanted to put in here is the sort of impending threat of artificial intelligence for musicians, right? It's a very powerful tool for music creation, but it has to be trained on something. So there are some huge concerns around copyright infringement, about AI voices replacing human voices, and then at the end of the day, there's also the issue of AI voices or musicians taking a piece of the pie of like that final royalty pool, which is already quite small for the artists themselves. Now, speaking more to you guys, the builder struggle is that sort of expensive barrier to entry for licensing, the legal, it's gated, right? Like the majors don't necessarily want every application in the world to have access to their super prized IP because then they can't control it. So that's the first problem, the first dilemma. Then it's an operational nightmare, right? In just the United States alone, there are hundreds and thousands of agencies, publishers, et cetera, that you're beholden to, and then if you wanted to go international, right? That's just a good luck. And then of course the tech is rapidly outpacing, sort of similarly in crypto, what the infrastructure currently legally can support. But that presents an opportunity for people that are building in the space. Collective breath. Music 101 over. Where is the money in music? So over on that side, I sort of outlined where I believe you have sort of the greenest pastures on what can be done in music, because everything in red is extremely tied up in that machine that I outlined earlier. So fan clubs, merchandise, AI model training, all of that is a big question mark in the music industry currently. All of these, anything to do with streaming, film, advertising, physical sales of music, all of that has been spoken for, extremely complicated, back office nightmare stuff. In my perspective, there are two main tasks for builders when it pertains to music. You have your hero's task, which is actually taking that complicated web and digitizing it. If we just put rights collection and management on chain, you will already have cut out like thousands of middlemen, created a system that is transparent for artists to see and understand what they're owed, and creating like a much more efficient industry altogether. But that is a very complicated task, because a lot of agencies, corporations, et cetera, benefit from the fact that we have this mess of an industry. So here I just set up a few examples of what that hero's task could be. I won't talk through all of them because time is short, but you can take a photo or screenshot and look through these later. The sort of second direction that one could go in is the disruptor's task. So building products that actually break the mold of how the music industry has existed up until date and exists today. If you build in this way, you're actually demanding better infrastructure exist. And I think this is something that people building in crypto, also smaller companies or people like startup ideas, right? Like this is a really good place to start, because the more we do projects like this, the more bigger players in the industry have to listen and have to start moving things in a more modernized direction. So these types of ideas, right, are rethinking the platforms. So if we're thinking of decentralized social media, if we're thinking of decentralized streaming, it's creating platforms that put more power in the hands of the artist, that put more power in the hands of the fan. I think we're all really passionate about that. Breaking the rules with indies. So this is another section that's really powerful, is artists that aren't signed to labels own their rights, own their music. It's a lot harder to compel to them, or like to appeal to the masses if you're working with independent musicians. But if you can work with them and show that whatever you're building with them is effective and lucrative and fast, eventually signed musicians are gonna want that product, or they're gonna want that, that access. And their labels and publishers at the end of the day work for them, and we'll have to listen. And then the last piece that I love here is just getting creative with that sort of revenue section that I outlined earlier, which is AI, fan clubs, NFTs, and all of these like gray zones that haven't really been accounted for yet as far as traditional royalties are concerned. All of these different projects, all these different types of platforms, at the end of the day, their job is to empower the creator. The more we do that, that gets us closer to sort of saving the music industry. Something to note is that the music industry itself has been trying to put music on chain, music rights on chain, since the Bitcoin white paper was launched. Like everyone saw it in the industry, but no one has been able to do it. Back then it would have been super expensive, really inaccessible. Like how do we even wrap our heads around how that would have been done back then? Today, especially thinking through what we're talking about in this conference, I think we actually stand a chance at being able to realize that vision that we had 12 years ago. This right here is just a little example of what my brain dreamed of could be a really effective use case of like a modular blockchain for music and rights management. At the bottom here, at the top, you have your decentralized access and usage. So all these different ways that players want to use music, why don't you just make a permissions layer where as long as you have paid X or show that you have X rights or whatever, you have the access that you need for whatever project, at whatever scale you want. And at the end of the day, right, the labels are still getting exactly what they want. This isn't hard to do today. It just hasn't been attempted. That would remove that barrier of entry for the startup trying to work with IP. Then you have, this is like a really important one too, the automated and instant royalty payments and rights management. Imagine a Merkle tree, right, where money goes in, rights managed, every artist, every publisher, every whatever, every label has their wallet, everything's coming automatically. You're not waiting that 6 to 9 months to get your money's worth. A fact that I think everyone in this room should know is that $1.5 billion a year is unclaimed royalties just sitting in the MLC. Every 3 years, so $5.5 billion every 3 years, that money can be swallowed by the rights organizations and never has to be distributed to artists. $5.5 billion sitting in an interest accruing pool in crypto could do a lot for creators if that interest was redistributed to artists and not to rights organizations themselves. And having that be transparent, you would no longer have that issue of artists not even knowing what they're owed or if they've missed out on royalties. So that piece is really important, and hopefully someday someone does it. Then you have this sort of fluffy layer of metadata. You have your rights ownership metadata, your descriptive metadata, like what the song is, so the album cover, etc., and recommendation metadata that I think can be a space where the users can be rewarded. So let's say they're listening to a song, take a minute, write down how you're feeling. That goes into a public data bank that then someone building a new streaming platform could come in, reward those users, right, for giving that rich data and create more tailored experiences for the fan, right? That's just one example. And the last one is decentralized and encrypted file storage. Right now, the music is stored in hundreds of distributors, AWS accounts, but we have the opportunity to, again, empower artists, empower the fans, distributing sort of that file storage and rewarding them for that. Ultimately, protecting the music itself. So that's the hero's task, what I outlined. And if that isn't for you, then again, just build projects that in their DNA, in the way that they function, are demanding a stronger, better, more modernized infrastructure for creatives. At the end of the day, I think that's the first step of many, and hopefully will inspire the creation of finally putting music rights on chain. And that's it. Okay.
Great. Thank you so much, Laura. I was doing music professionally for many years, and it was a shit show. So hopefully someone can fix it for the sake of all of us. Next up, we have a panel on creator tooling in the modular infrastructure, which is many words to say what exactly can we do and what have we been doing in the last few years to be able to provide new tools for creators, artists, musicians, etc., to be more creative in using the blockchain not just as a distribution medium, but also as a creator canvas. So I'd like to welcome Jana, Shane, and Bernie on stage, who are all here. Amazing. Welcome. There's many a chair up here, so we can spread out as we wish. There? Am I supposed to use 2 mics? No, I'll just leave that here. Good morning. Hello.
Good morning.
How are you doing? Maybe we can start with a quick round of introductions and what you guys are working on, starting with Jana.
Good morning. My name is Jana. I work at the Rari Foundation. So we work on behalf of Rari DAO, which is comprised of Rari token holders that get to vote on the future of Rarible protocol, which is essentially the back end of Rarible NFT marketplace, but it's also a protocol that powers community marketplaces, branding marketplaces, wallet integrations, data analytics, and other use cases. And then we also recently launched our own chain, which is NL-free on top of Arbitrum 1. It's called Rari Chain, and it embeds royalties on a node level. So that's essentially the organization that I represent today, and my role is head of strategy. So I have a really fun position because I get to think of ideas and then make them happen.
Hey folks, I'm Shane. I'm the founder of Stargaze. Stargaze is a sovereign blockchain for NFTs and more. It has an NFT launchpad and a marketplace and a bunch of other apps on it. It is the home of Bad Kids, if you guys have heard of that, and recently also Celestia Slots was also minted on it.
Hey guys, I'm Bernie, also known as Headmaster Bernie. I'm the creator of Pixel Wizards, which is a collection on Stargaze. Done really well so far, and yeah, I really try to bring back fun to the NFTs themselves by making interactive animated SVGs, which have been really fun so far. And I used a lot of creator tooling and always brings ideas towards either the Stargaze team or to some other places. And yeah, it's been fun so far.
Great. So both Shane and Jana, you guys are using blockchain, like the chain itself as a foundational sort of primitive for tooling rather than a dApp on a layer 2, and I'm seeing increasingly more projects moving towards having their own block space as the sort of underlying vehicle for creativity. And I'm curious to hear, I would bet you'd have different perspectives on this. So I'm curious to hear why you think the chain is the right level of abstraction rather than a dApp on another layer, for example.
Well, for us, it was a bit of a reaction to what market was going through about a year ago. So last summer, you saw OpenSea slashing royalties, and there was just like this whole movement that was already, happening for a while, right? Like you had the buller marketplace, which is all about, trading, not necessarily about the creator. And I think it's like, mainly because the market was so bad, right? And then, NFT marketplaces were trying to like incentivize trading, and then cutting the royalties was a way to make it cheaper to transact. But, unfortunately, it was the creator, not, the marketplace or anybody else that was, then suffering this cut. And that just like didn't sit right with us. And we're not Rarible, we're a separate entity, right? But the community is very similar. And where Rarible has started from was always, being on the side of the creator and allowing royalties and enforcing royalties. So it felt like the right kind of extension, because the mission of our foundation is to be building decentralized NFT infrastructure. So we came with the idea of like, what if we then create a blockchain where royalties are not a disputable element, right? Where if you have your NFT minted on that chain, then like it doesn't really matter what player will come into the ecosystem and will, allow for transactions. They will just not be executed if you don't pay royalties. It's as simple as that. It's just a sequencer level enforcement. So it was more of a, like we want to be there, and we want to be there for the creators, and we want to make sure that they have a place where they can feel respected for what they do, that they can feel safe, and that their earnings and the effort that they put into like the strategies of like making livelihood in Web3 is actually respected. So that was like the primary reason why we launched our own chain. And then, of course, it's also good for the ecosystem, right? It's like you can verticalize your offering. We have the protocol that's, of course, integrated with the chain. So if you want to build your own NFT marketplace or do any kind of like NFT, application that has to do with indexing or transactions, you can just use that to jumpstart your development. But at the same time, like Rarible as a company then can be building custom marketplaces. They've done it for like Mattel, and they've done it for like Animoca brands, and they do it for like different players in the Web2 and Web3 space. That can also then be built on top of the chain, on top of the protocol, right? So you're just like verticalizing your offering as well. Plus, like, it's a good home for creators.
Yeah, there's actually a lot of similar reasons why Stargaze kind of started. In 2021, a lot of the NFT volume was happening on OpenSea. And at that time, Ethereum was very congested. The gas fees were very high. So we wanted to kind of create a place where people can come and trade with very low gas, where creators, didn't have to have to find it like a developer to try and like launch a collection and all this kind of stuff. So we just wanted to create like a simpler, kind of easier experience for them, and also not put the burden on their fans to like pay all these gas fees for trading and stuff like that. Another thing is that we can, as an app chain, you can enforce royalties on chain. So that's something that creators also liked because soon after that you saw like royalties go to 0 in a bunch of other marketplaces. Yeah.
Cool. And maybe Bernie, sort of we heard like the infrastructure standpoint, I guess. From a creator standpoint, there's a plethora of options for you and for anyone now to do things that weren't there like 4 years ago. Or even 2 years ago. Like 4 years ago, if you wanted to create an NFT, you had to go to the OpenSea shared storefront and deploy just put an image up, add the title, and that was like the range of your optionality. Now you have 100 platforms across like 100 different chains, all with their own sort of perspective and viewpoint. What do you think is important for sort of the creator? What would you value the most in terms of the options you have?
Yeah, I think for creators, it's really important to be in a good community where you feel welcome and where you feel like this is going to be the place where I can launch my collection. Because people like it, you got an affinity with the creators or the founders of the platform you're using on, and like OpenSea doesn't have that, which is basically just you put it up there and hope it will do well, or you have to build your own very large community up front and then minted. And then also the ease of use to mint your collection. I do have a technical background, so I could have worked my way through deploying contracts or doing things on CLI to deploy a collection. But at Stargaze, I mainly chose Stargaze because back then, 2 years ago, they had Stargaze Studio already, which just allows you to upload your collection and then deploy it and have the minter and all the things ready at your disposal. So I think that's really nice to have a launch pad, to have a way to communicate with your community, but also to have those enforced royalties, which basically are a source of income, but also as some sort of revenue stream that I put back into my collections and try to build more things around them, so people can enjoy the NFT even more.
Great. So it sounds to me like, aside from the technical, affordances you get when you have bespoke block space, such as being able to enforce royalties in the level you can after the OpenSea Blur Wars, there's also this notion of a community being more sticky when it has its own sort of sovereign, I guess, block space that people are more likely to coalesce around, I guess. Is that right? Do you guys feel the same way? That like by having your own chain, it's more likely to get something sticky, whereas in another layer, things maybe pollute in a way where there's more noise than there's signal?
Yeah, like you can think of an app chain as like a community computer, right? Yeah, there's some people who use that term for app chains, and it's a place where you can be like a bigger fish in kind of a smaller pond, and the community is a bit tighter because it's smaller, right? In a place like OpenSea, some of the marketplaces on like Ethereum, it's just like it's so easy to get lost in the noise. Right, and it's very hard for creators to kind of stand out and get featured, right? So sometimes some smaller ecosystems are better.
Yeah, totally. It's like the artists and also the apps, right? And the partners of the ecosystem. It's just like you can create like a curated experience, and you can like, it can be idea driven, it can be narrative driven, right? Like it can be like a place for a certain type of creator as well. Whereas, to your point, like those bigger players, it's a bit of a catch-all, and then it kind of like depends on your motivation of like why you're a creator in the space, right? Like, and what you are trying to do with your NFTs and your content. So, you just like go and pick whatever fits you and like your interest the best, and also like where you feel like you're getting the right kind of attention and the kind of representation.
Okay, Jan.
I just want to say I'm definitely agreeing on the point with the curation part. Like it really helps as a creator to get the feeling that your collection can be the next blue chip, or that it can be something more than just another collection. And like Stargaze have their featured program, maybe Rarible has a curated program as well, which really helps creators to go for the limits and really express their art. And I think that's an underrated feature, and there goes a lot of effort in it to do it right.
What does curation mean exactly for you guys? Does it mean the sort of the ability and the skill to, tastefully pick a range of things that people would like, or is it something more than that? I'm just curious to see how you define it, because it's a very vague term in some ways.
So we went to market with a campaign called 10 by Rari, and it was a highly curated community, or like a collective of creators, but it wasn't all just cherry-picked by us. They were actually selected by the community as well. So we worked with Hug, which is an online platform community where artists can submit their art and the community upvotes them. And then we also worked with curators that specialize in Web3, but they also have like arts background from like their previous careers. And the brief was really having an eclectic group of creators so that we are diverse, we represent, but we also showcase the breadth of creativity that can be done on chain, right? So we don't necessarily think that BFPs are the future of NFTs, right? And when we are thinking about Rari chain, we also think about a chain that is filled with NFTs that actually have value. So it's not necessarily just, quick, let's mint 10,000 of like iterations and then just establish some sort of floor price. There actually should be some sort of like thought behind the piece and, just making sure that, it's not super transactional. So that was the thought behind the initial curation. Now, we can't be curating the content on the chain, right? It's permissionless. Anybody can come, anybody can drop their collection. It's, we want to open the door to as many people as possible, of course. So it's more about just setting the tone, and then I feel like a lot of the creators will self-select, right? So just like leading by example, essentially, is the curation and the kind of creators and the kind of content that you choose to highlight and elevate.
So the interesting thing is that when you make creator tooling simpler and easier, curation becomes more important, right? Because then you get to the point where just anyone can go and upload anything, right? So then you have this like filtering problem, right? And just as Yana said, yeah, I mean the blockchain is open and permissionless, and anyone can go and upload anything. But then you have to kind of curate on the website side of things. And if you don't, it's going to be a pretty ugly place. So at Stargaze, we basically have two levels of curation. We have a community vote where people stake their tokens and vote. And then there's also the team. There's like a little curation team that also exists. But in the future, we definitely kind of want to open it up to other teams that want to self-curate and kind of host their own platforms as well.
Right. So, over the last 2 years, we saw this very bizarre situation where the notion of an NFT went from a nerdy little niche sort of interest to people to being everywhere for like a second and then being nowhere for a year or so. The volumes are down. Like, it used to be able to mint anything and everyone would buy it, and then would 20x in a day, and obviously that's not sustainable, so that stopped happening. So now we're in a place where we're back, I think, to the roots in a way. We're trying to rediscover what's possible with these things, where the sustainability comes from, what kind of industry or sort of communities can be built around them. So I'd be curious to hear, because I think all of you have been through the trials of the bear and the sort of peaks of the bull in a way. And what have the learnings been from that insanity that happened, and how can we move forward in a way that feels much more because right now, the word NFT is like a slur for a lot of people outside of the space, especially. I think there's good reasons for that in some ways, right? I don't think we handled it very well for a while. So I'm just curious to hear how you approach the future with the awareness that things went a bit sideways in some respects. Sorry for putting you on the spot on that.
Well, the way things work in crypto, it seems that whenever something new comes out, there's this hype phase, and then it kind of dies down a little bit, but never still completely dies. I mean, NFTs are still doing crazy amounts of volume on Bitcoin, Ethereum, right, and other chains. I mean, hundreds of millions of dollars of volume, right? So when people say NFTs are dead, they're not. It's still a pretty good business, and artists are still making money and connecting with their fans and stuff like that. In terms of the terminology, I think the term NFT to me feels a lot like the word MP3, right? Where it just eventually went away and just became a song, right? So no one talks about, hey, go listen to this MP3 on Spotify, right? It's just a song, right? So at some point in the future, all digital assets will be on chain, right? So it's just another piece of art or a piece of asset. It's not. I think the term will eventually kind of blend or merge with something else and just become a piece of art at some point.
Yeah, it's funny, right? Because we're using a description of technology as the description or the label for the actual content, and they're not the same, right? So if you think about NFT being the underlying technology behind enabling us to have digital assets on blockchain, right? you can also think about NFTs as just like that little simple mechanism that enables in-game trading, right? It's also the mechanism that like will enable real-world assets at the stations, right? It will be, the application already now is broader than what people associate with NFTs based on where we were 2 years ago. So the more we like can decouple like NFT, right, as a way of describing actual, like for example, art on chain, I think the better, right? Because it's just not apples to apples.
Yeah. So I think I agree with the point that the word NFT is used a lot. But it's nice to see, like from a creator's perspective, that I'm always talking about my collections, like they're the wizards or the witches or whatever, and I see these as the like the asset that it is, and yeah, it's just nice to follow along with the community and stuff like that.
So on that sort of point of like the sort of content is expanding beyond just like it's not just like a thing that you buy. There can be any kind of digital asset can be that. So let's talk about the wider thing. Are there any distribution mechanisms, which is to say like ways of these things moving and transferring and being created and being sort of disposed of, that you find interesting above and beyond just like someone put something up for a price and people come and buy it? So what kind of, like, talking about sort of progressive methods of distribution, maybe free things that are you only get if you've done something, things that are sort of more gamified in a way, experiences that are more performative rather than just like explicitly financial direct from the get-go. Is this something that excites you guys and you're working on?
Yeah, I think if you look at the recent launch of Mad Scientist on Osmosis, they did it to Stream Swap, which was a new way of trying to find price discovery for the assets. Like they basically launched a lab token, and you had to get 10 lab to mint at least one Mad Scientist NFT. So I think it was a really nice way, and especially for the first time to find price discovery for the mint price of your NFT. So I think that's it's not exactly a gamified way, but it's more like a decentralized way of trying to find the right price, which eventually led to Mad Scientist being very hypey and continue onwards to be a great project. And I love to see more of these kind of things in the future.
In terms of distribution, I think like the slots are a great example, right? A collection like that, and even bad kids, they're starting to get airdrops and stuff like that, right? There's Twitter Spaces all the time. There's talk of like launching, lazy chain, slot chain, and all this kind of stuff. NFT collections are just, well, PFPs especially are like crypto native groups, right? And we're still in the early days of kind of exploring what the end game is there, right? But it's really good to like have the PFPs are really great for having an entire narrative, like having something they can rally around, right? So like all the modular folks can rally around, like the slots or something like that, right? And I think we'll start seeing that for kind of every, for lack of a better word, for like every narrative in kind of crypto, but then eventually beyond crypto as well.
Yeah, I think like you touched on the topic of community, right? Like I think like there's a big value in belonging to a community through, the culture that surrounds a particular collection, right? Or a particular, artist. And when we are thinking about like NFTs, a lot of the times the discussion is also around value, right? Like, is there any value in holding this NFT, right? Does it provide me some sort of access, right? So like if you're part of a community with an artist, like maybe that ownership of that NFT does give you a whitelist for a future drop, or maybe it does, provide you with like some sort of special perk or special content at some point, throughout your participation at a community. We just, we were sponsoring the SheFi Summit on Sunday, one day before EFCC kicked off, and we provided the community with a mint of an NFT, which actually then the holder of that NFT is entitled to a discount if they want to enroll into the next cohort of Shifai, right? Some sort of like perk that comes from ownership. I think it's also something, that people are looking at, and artists have actually, like the really savvy ones have actually been working with for quite some time.
Shane mentioned sort of the notion of NFTs as cultural currency for crypto native communities. I'm curious to hear what you think about. I think there's like two different approaches to the future of this. And I've seen people change their minds about which one's best, and it tends to follow the general narratives of the market. One of them is, let's try to go out there and get normal people to, use these things in a way that makes sense for them and whatever they want to do. So there was like a bunch of approaches towards like getting, Starbucks onboarded, or Spotify selling NFTs of things that, of songs there. That didn't work out so well. Maybe it will. Maybe sort of trying to find out what people care about outside of crypto and trying to see if the technology can somehow augment the demand or the problem solving for that. That could be one route to growing the ecosystem. The other one is kind of doubling down and saying we don't really care about that right now. Let's see what, this weird community of crypto native people and their sort of tribes and their, aesthetic intentions and their financial dispositions. This is the thing that we should try and cater for. Do you think that these are mutually exclusive? And if they are, do you think that one is, clearly better than the other one?
Yeah, I think it's never good to kind of force things on people, right? I think people have to like organically discover stuff, and also I still think we're way too early to do like real world things with big brands and stuff like that. I think it has to be more of a grassroots kind of bottom up type movement. I think when people see what people in these NFT communities are doing and the things that are building and stuff like that, then other people will want to get involved and their friends will want to get involved. And I think that's like this kind of slower growth. I think that's a bit more healthy. We've seen various projects try things with big brands, and none of them has really worked out. And it just makes it a bit more cringe, right? And that's the last thing that we want.
Yeah, and also a lot of times like this big brand collaboration, like, so you do it and then what, right? It's like how much of it goes beyond that initial mint, right? How much of it actually has longevity and creates that culture around it?
I think it's also really, really difficult to get those onboarded because there's a deep level of technical stuff happening and still working in the background that we're still not in a way to abstract it away for the end users, which they basically just want to buy an image or something. And if you're going to do it through a Stripe checkout or something, then those kind of things will make it really easier to also get your own NFT and I do at some point also think like the word NFT has some bad noise to it, like people making money, rugs, losing money, those kind of things. So I think we also somehow need to move away from the word NFT, but more move towards like collection names or digital asset and something that an end user or a normal Web2 user wants to own. And I think trying to find ways to bring those type of people, make those type of people interested in getting these, like collectibles, because almost all people like to collect things. And if you want to collect digital things, then it should be made as easy as possible and fit to your personal preferences.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I mean, another thing is just you can also just like double down on the word NFT and be like proud of it, right? I haven't really figured out which approach to take yet.
Most of the things we've seen do well or be exciting for people seem to be visual, particularly things that are uniquely visual, which I think is probably a human disposition. You want like the thing that's yours and no one else has, and you can look at it maybe late at night and be happy that you have it and no one else has it. I'm curious to hear if you think that there's other media that are ripe to digital collectibility. So one of the things that is probably music. And Laura was talking earlier about the sort of difficulties there, both technical and cultural, and also financial and legal and all that stuff. It hasn't really taken off. That was the thing I was the most excited about initially. Was like collecting music in a way that the vinyl did for the physical world. Having the digital equivalent of that seemed to me to make sense to most people, like wanting to sort of, or tickets were a thing for a while, right? You went somewhere, POAPs for events. But it still seems to me like the visual thing, your particular cute animal with a weird hat, or your generative art collection that sort of looks kind of nice and interesting, seems to be the thing that people gravitate towards the most. Do you feel the same way, or do you think that like there's still a shot at making more diverse media be collectible?
Yeah, we're always trying to look beyond that visual version of that NFT, right? Like you mentioned music. So, one thing, and it's not fully cracked, but we're talking to a bunch of partners about the royalty piece and music, right? That's essentially also the promise of NFT, right? Why don't you use NFT as an underlying technology for licensing your tracks, right? For example, you have the visual piece, which is a video. Why wouldn't you be able to license music for that video that is a digital piece, right? Digital asset, an NFT itself, from another NFT, right? I think we're almost there. We just need to properly package it as a product, right? And do some sort of good UX on it, which is always a hurdle. But there are ways of just layering NFTs on top of NFTs, right? So you have a richer experience from the assets, the digital asset that you are owning or collecting, right? And then of course you have other applications of that NFT technology that goes beyond actual art. But I think just having NFTs within NFTs is something that I would just love to see more of.
Yeah, I totally agree with Jana there. I think music is a huge use case here. It just hasn't happened yet. I think it will happen in the future because just everything about the format of NFTs for music is just better, right? You can have is programmable, right? You can integrate something visual, something audio, everything in between. Program royalties, make sure everyone gets paid. I think it's really perfect for that. But just how Spotify disrupted the industry, I think something like that will happen. It's just we're still in the early days of this stuff, but I do believe something like that will happen. It's just that we're working against these institutions that have like publishers and record labels that have been around for a long time. Right, so just kind of working against that is a bit difficult.
Yeah, or working with them, which takes even longer.
And I think also seeing music and videos being turned into NFTs. I see it as the next thing, but you can also pull it towards books, but even HTML files or even Twitter posts, those kind of things, that you can tokenize everything just to verify the truth behind it, what you see with AI coming up a lot, verify, is it AI, is it a deep fake, is it the real video, or is it the real post, is it the real message? So I think it will come really far, but it gotta take a while to adapt.
Yeah. Do you feel like each of your chains has a different identity? What does it feel like? What does the Riot chain feel like? What does Start? What's this sort of? Because we were saying earlier, right? All these things have bespoke block spaces have also bespoke identities in some way, bespoke brands, and maybe they attract different kinds of people. How would you describe Riot Chain as an entity or as a brand?
So we are creator first, but we also look at creator in more of a broader definition, right? The moment you want to create something that can be labeled as digital asset, for us, you are a creator. You don't have to be creative in the traditional sense of things, right? So you don't have to be publishing a piece of music, you don't have to do a photograph, you don't have to do digital art. Like, it's fine if your creation is a newsletter, right? And you just like want to mint that as an NFT. So that's kind of like, this accessible creator economy, that's essentially like what we stand for. And then also like experimentation and innovation. Like, we really want to be helping projects, teams, individuals that want to be doing something new and experimental in this space. And we really just welcome them to come to us and talk to our grants team and our builders in the space as well, and figuring out like how we can make it happen. Because that was like the second big thing we wanted to do with this chain. We wanted to house a lot of experimentation and innovation and really be that a sandbox for playing. Because just as you were talking, Shane, about like the costs on mainnet being high, right? The Rari chain is an L3. It means it's like even cheaper than L2s. Right, like if you're not doing things in scale, that probably doesn't really matter that much. But if you are trying to do something in scale, right, like generative art, or even like storing like big chunks of like data on chain, like that cost does add up. So we just really want to help be as accessible as possible so that experimentation can take place.
Yeah, I think right now, just because crypto is still a bit niche, a lot of people kind of revolve around the chains themselves. When I think a creator should be a bit more focused on directly connecting with their fans, despite what kind of platform that they're on. So we just want to provide like the best tooling for that, for them to be able to do that, right? And also like off-chain tooling, right? Connecting on social media platforms, on Discord, like bots and stuff like that for them. I don't know if you have more to add to that, Bernie.
Yeah, no.
You mentioned creator funding, I think. In the real world, with music industry, for example, or even sort of other kinds of IP, usually some sort of entity finds and makes a bet on someone smaller and who's not that big, and then with that funding and with a sort of attention, then they can sort of compete in the marketplace of ideas and content in a way where there's more, so to have more ammunition in there, sort of, that's how like things work generally. And that's how financial things work. You have someone who's willing to make a bet early on and fund that, and that someone has to be someone who can make many bets, right? In the crypto art space, NFT space, we didn't see that happening a lot, at least for a while. You kind of had like fight for yourself on the Twitter noise, and maybe that's a bit difficult for someone who's not popular, right? Otherwise, the famous people get more famous, and those who are not famous enough can never really get that escape velocity to, actually create a brand and an IP that's substantial. So I personally think that protocols have a responsibility towards creating, funding options and sort of promotional options for early stage creators, right? And whatever that means is up to the protocol. But I feel like the equivalent of NGOs or museums, or, well, not museums really, but sort of galleries and labels in the real world, the same kind of public goods funding. Well, that's not public goods funding, but public goods funding in the real world has an analogy with protocol funding in crypto world. How do you guys think about that?
So it's for us, it's our community that gets to decide, because the protocol and the chain is governed by a DAO. So in our DAO, we have delegates and community members that actually do come up with initiatives around how to lift up artists of different backgrounds and different geographies. So right now there's actually, I think maybe the voting period already closed, but there's a proposal that passed which is all about uplifting creators in South America and cultivating more of a following for our ecosystem in that region, right? So it's always like in benefit of the DAO, but what the program does is like it provides platform for underrepresented artists in South America, right? So it's our community gets to come up with the ideas and then decide whether these ideas will see the light of the day or not. And it's a little bit more organic, and there's less on the foundation side when we are saying, that's how we want to be growing the community of the artists. It's really much more like our community spearheads that.
Yeah, it's always easier when an artist already has a community, but if they don't, they can kind of like bounce off the Stargaze community, right? There are people that are would go mint like every new collection, something like that, that launches on Stargaze, and so they can kind of like start at a certain level. Right, and we also have Stargaze is also kind of governed by like a DAO, and we have like a community DAO that also like gives grants to certain artists, and we also have a like a featured artist spot every Friday, and we tend to like feature like an artist that is kind of like up and coming, just to kind of put them in the spotlight for a little bit.
I also think like I didn't get any funding before launching my collection. I did get funded my launchpad fees, which was really nice to begin with. But I had to build through the bets of the bear market and build my community around it and launch. Launch purely based on my effort. And when I always talk to creators that want to launch a collection, always be your genuine self, always try to bring something new to the table, and have people excited for your collection. And don't just drop it and hope it will do well, because most of the times it won't. Just do your best effort and try to reach out to many community members and projects, to make yourself known. And I think that really helps.
Yeah, I think that's super important, right? Like the campaigning for yourself and like be your own marketing engine. It's like so important. Now the community that exists in an ecosystem is obviously like a good leg up, but it's like your success to make, right? It's incredibly important. And I think like apart from grants and funding, I think what's also cool is to look at additional ways of providing creators with income streams and revenue streams, right? So like one thing that we're actually workshopping now with our community is, can we launch some sort of incentive program? Can we do some sort of like ecosystem incentive alignment, right? That brings more revenue to the creator. Like, look at what Zora is doing, right? Like, minting fees back to the creators, right? So there's more than just the funding in terms of a grant, but there's just so much that can be done for creators to put them in a better position of earning as well.
Great. I think we're almost out of time. Really appreciate everyone's opinions and thoughts and insights and ideas. Any closing thoughts from anyone? It's the worst question to ask usually.
Well, I think it's just like being a creator is always tough. Right? It was tough before Web3, and then Web3 came, and it came with the promise of like, now you can actually make more money. And I think for a while it was true, but now it's again like entering that spot when it's maybe like tough. So I think like, persevere and, be smart about the way you navigate crypto, because, to my previous point, there's multiple ways to make money there. So, just take advantage of that.
Yeah, I mean, if you're a creator and you're curious, just get started. You don't have to launch a whole PFE collection or something. You can just do an open edition. You can just launch one thing and just get your feet wet and see how that works out.
Yeah, and I think it's nice, like if you're a creator and you're wondering if you should launch your collection or whatsoever, you can always come see me after the talk, and I can point you in the right direction.
Great. Thank you guys so much. Cool.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So another part of the labyrinth of creativity in Web3 is probably, and the most promising part is decentralized social. And so I'm really happy and excited to welcome Stani and Laura to the stage to talk about Lens Network.
Hi, everyone. Thanks so much for joining this fireside chat with Stani Kulishov, founder and CEO of Avara, which supports Aave Labs and the decentralized social networking protocol, Lens. And we are going to be discussing Lens and decentralized social. So, Stani, you created Aave, which is the biggest DeFi lending protocol. What inspired you to focus next on social media? What problem are you trying to solve with it?
Yeah, I think one interesting thing, maybe it comes a little bit from my kind of a journey into Web3, because then the first use cases I saw with blockchain were very much related to finance, and maybe also for the nature what blockchain tried to actually solve in the first place, peer-to-peer transactions without middlemen. With Bitcoin and then with Ethereum having a programmable machine that enabled actually create other types of financial use cases and solve financial problems as well. And I think so far we've built a lot of this financial infrastructure and use cases on chain. And while I think that we're quite far, and many of these protocols like Aave has been quite successful so far, we're still quite away from actually getting full mainstream adoption where something like blockchain is used for everyday payment transactions, other types of financial transactions, and any type of value exchange. But I noticed that actually using the blockchain expands beyond financial use cases, and today we have significant amount of people in the planet actually using the internet in a way where we give a lot of data to companies, and we create connections, we create identities, but we don't really own these different types of on-chain, these different types of properties. And what it means is that we're relying on these bigger companies at the moment and grow and create the value towards these companies without being part of the value chain. And I think the potential beyond the financial use cases is far more bigger actually. And I think every person in the planet has this concept of social capital, meaning the identities, connections we create, the content we make, and we are doing this online all the time. So being able to take some of these properties and making them ownable by users has a lot of potential changing the way we create social spaces and making them more open and fair, and on a shared network that drives innovation. And I think that's a really big problem to solve. And I think as we're building more infrastructure, we're getting closer towards a price point even where we can provide these products to consumer end users.
And so your solution to this is Lens, and I think it's so interesting because it kind of doesn't include the most obvious part of like what people think of when they think of social media. So describe what Lens is.
Yeah, the way I would say what Lens is, it's a shared social network. So developers build social applications or consumer applications in this common network. And the network consists of different types of properties that we use on everyday social. So when we join a social network, we create identities. That might be your account, username. Then we connect with other users, and that's called a social graph. And then we create also content. And also there's a part of that because we're using on-chain, it means that there's also ability to monetize with your distribution and network that you create. And we are using basically the blockchain to secure these properties. So meaning that they don't live in a database in any social app that is building on Lens, but they're basically on a distributed ledger accessible by you, and anyone can actually build. applications or build also algorithms as well. So take all the data that is available and build a new algorithm and serve users.
Yeah, and so it's just interesting because you provide this tech stack, but there's no application that's associated with your group. So there's kind of like an ecosystem that's being formed. And so if you were to kind of, envision ultimately what this ecosystem would look like, then what will social media be like for users someday once this is, a fully fledged out vision?
I think what Lens is trying to aim is to create user choice. And I think that user choice is really lacking at the moment when we think about social networks. And I do think like building social networks is a very long game. And that's why it's such an interesting problem to solve, because there's a lot of time to actually iterate to these different models that we're building in this category. And the way I think about Lens is that now how we build Lens is that it is a shared social network and we don't have an application, but we wanted to leave the design space on application layer to third parties to come and build. And we've seen, for example, long-form content applications like D2, mobile-first applications like Orb, and many others actually building. And what's interesting here is that we're seeing kind of like a diverse set of applications living on top of the Lens protocol. And in the future, what we want to see is that we want to give even more choice for the users, how they control their data and how they share amongst these users. So the way we think about it is that Lens shouldn't be like a one network where, if you follow a user, that relationship is reflected amongst all these applications. But in fact, what we want to see is that each application can actually create their own user base and leave the decision for the user whether these relationships should be reflected across the whole network or application to application specifically. But the aim is eventually to create more open social spaces that are more fair, meaning that you are not locked with your follower base in one single application, and you can safely grow your network without being feared that some sort of change in terms and conditions that makes you want to leave the network, and you will essentially leave all your social capital behind. And we want to change that.
And so you launched in 2022, and there's about 400,000 users. And as you mentioned, there's this plethora of applications that have been built on top. And at that time, I guess you started on Polygon's POS chain. But recently, Lens announced the Lens Network, which is a layer 2 using ZK Sync and Validium's. So tell us more about Lens Network, why this is the next iteration of Lens.
One interesting thing we figured out while building Lens is that we built it very early, as you mentioned, Laura, in 2022. And for us, Polygon was the choice to actually build it because of the price point of transactions. And obviously, rollups were a relatively new concept back then. But the cost of the transaction is really fundamental for social transactions. So we want to use on-chain for securing some of these properties that are on Lens for the fundamental reason of data integrity. So what blockchain does really, really well is that it establishes data integrity. So what data is actually correct and what is incorrect, and then distributing that correctness across different nodes. Just to give an example is that, for example, if with on-chain or Lens or any other type of a blockchain application, once you finalize the block, you simply copy the whole state across all these nodes, meaning you have a guaranteed set of information that you can rely upon. And that's really fundamental when you think about censorship, ownership, and the social context. These are the things that doesn't really matter on the kind of like an end user angle because we will build the application layer in a way where a lot of these blockchain parts are abstracted away from the users, but fundamentally they're important to actually create these guarantees for the users. So when we use on-chain, we can provide these guarantees. And our thinking is that to scale towards mainstream, what we actually need to do now and in the future is that we have to get the price point of on-chain transactions and using that security at a lower cost. And to do that, we have to basically use on-chain in a way where we don't necessarily use the same security that we use for financial assets. For example, if we store value on Ethereum, or for example, inherit the security from Ethereum with L2s. And the way we think about it is that Validiums are a perfect solution for this, because we're using and submitting state transitions into Ethereum, but we're using a data availability for actually storing the state. And this significantly reduces the price, and that's acceptable for something like social, because these are not financial transactions, but enough security to secure identity, graphs, and similar types of use cases. And that's why I'm a big believer for Validiums.
And have you been seeing that price has been like hindering the growth of Lens so far?
Not yet, because we haven't launched yet, but once
Sorry, I meant the cost of transactions with the Polygon version.
Yeah, the biggest challenge now with what we see with rollups and let's say POS is that the cost is where we can actually maybe host 200,000 users monthly, 300,000 users monthly, but maybe not beyond that. So we already are hitting the ceiling of the cost in the current state.
Okay, and so what are your plans for rolling out Lens Network?
We're already testing internally. We're going to launch a testnet that publicly any developer can actually participate and see the magic of what actually Validium can do. And in the next 2 to 3 months, we're going to also have the mainnet release. And one of the things we want to do is focus also on really smooth developer experience. And one of my kind of like dream ideas is that if the cost of transactions is very low, maybe developers actually start observing the transaction cost for the users. And just to give an example, if you build a Web2 application today, you have certain bills, right? You have AWS bill, you're paying for other types of things that you're using to host your application. And you're not really directly passing that cost to the users. So our basically dream idea here is that if we can build with a lower price point, and developers can observe this cost by paying $50 or $500, depending how big of their application is a month, they don't need to pass that on-chain transaction cost or data availability cost to the users. They can just buy credits, and then abstracting also a lot of the UX complexity away from the users with account abstractions, embedded wallets, and paymasters, and effectively building on-chain apps in a way where they feel just like a normal applications and you don't feel the bottlenecks of the blockchain.
And would that be in perpetuity that they would pay, or that I'm sure you know there's a lot of companies that have during a period of adoption paid and then ultimately pass that on to the users?
I think it should be like a scalable model. So you can start an application even for free, or you pay $5 a month, and maybe you will have an application for 1,000 users. Then if you want to scale for 10,000 users, for let's say 100,000 users, you pay, let's say $100. And if you want to scale even further, you pay 500. And the pricing model could be something similar that we already are familiar. And why this is important actually is that we kind of have to create a little bit more familiarity for developers entering into the space to how to think and what's the mental model for the blockchain costs. And if they package in these types of models that already exist on when you're building and hosting traditional applications, it's far more easier for developers to approach. And if this tooling is also available, that you can have a paymaster, you offer gasless, signless transactions. You basically have the whole infrastructure and everything ready here. And that's why I'm also really much excited about this phase, because I do think now the next couple of years we're going to see a lot of consumer blockchain-based applications being built.
And so everybody is looking to resolve, very similar problems, and there's a whole host of different offerings out there, and you've chosen ZK Sync and Validium. Like, what was it about those two that you?
Well, one interesting thing about ZK is that EVM-compatible ZK rollups and EVM-compatible ZK VM has been progressed so far in the past couple of years. So I personally believe that this is a technology that was far more down the line, maybe 10 years. So that came relatively quickly. And from ZK Sync perspective, it's basically the only offering where you get a ZK EVM and a Validium at the same time. And that's really fascinating because you have the portability that EVM brings, which is really important because you don't need to write something from scratch. And then if you build, let's say, Lens protocol on Lens network, you can still have iterations or instances of Lens protocol on other networks as well, which is one writing of the code. And the Validium is incredible because that brings a price point that you get into a level where these transactions are more accessible for consumers. And down the line, Validium can be upgraded to something called Volution, which is essentially running a Validium side by side of a ZK rollup. So ZK rollup can handle more significant financial transactions, and then Validium handles all these social transactions with that require less security.
And so you're working toward launching this, and at that point, what will happen with Lens protocol?
Lens protocol, we have a new iteration, and what we're going to focus on is data control. So, you have portability today across all these Lens applications, which is amazing. So you create your profile once, and you can access to all these different apps being built on Lens. But in the future, actually, these applications will need to request permission to you to actually share the data. So what we kind of like want to enable is more user control over their data. And another aspect we're focusing on is the data privacy angle. So there's going to be a first level of data privacy from the node level where you can decide what you want to share across these different applications and the network. And then down the line, we will probably see more iterations of ZK proofs over a long-term horizon. And it's actually very interesting because not only ZK proofs can create privacy for the users without revealing the data, but it creates new types of social networking use cases when you don't need to reveal the data, but you can prove, for example, that you own something, or you have a certain amount of followers, or you can prove your location or even age. And that brings some very fascinating use cases.
Yeah, talk about that more. Wait, by the way, I'm so sorry to interrupt this, but I'm pretty sure this is supposed to go for 40 minutes, and the clock was set for 20. Can somebody just let me know if we're going over? Pretty sure it's supposed to be 40, and that the clock is wrong, but I just wanted to check.
Maybe someone will come and kick us out once we're done.
All right, then I'm going to keep going. So you talked about those interesting use cases. I mean, yeah, like right now we're just giving up all this data, and Facebook and Twitter and all these giant social media companies are making money off of that. So in this new future that you're building, like what will that look like? Like what does it mean that I could selectively reveal information, especially about my social media following? Like, I don't even know kind of what that means. Like, what could it enable me to do, or like, how would I use that? Why would I use that?
Yeah, I think the fundamental challenge now is that all the data exists in the databases of bigger social media companies. And that's a fundamental issue because it means that while it might be data that we create, it might be our own networks, connections, our content. The fundamental issue it's sitting on a place and actually in a way where these companies can actually use the data to whatever purpose that is. And the latest trend, for example, is to use the data to actually train these massive LLM algorithms, which basically means that these networks become actually even more accurate on predicting what you might like and how you could be actually how to make you stick with the network as much as possible. And that can be really dangerous. And the second kind of thing that we are living now is that we have a lot of. So one thing about Lens is that we use on-chain, but the actual data isn't really on-chain. So it's stored in agnostically either in IPFS, like a decentralized storage, or it can be on even AWS, still stored centrally, but the actual linking of the transactions is on-chain. So the next kind of like a mindset is that how we actually enable like the full ownership of the data. So even if you control primitives on-chain and you have a shared kind of like a network and you store data on a public blockchain, it provides ownership, but the true ownership actually is when you can reject other third parties or the public using your data. And I think it's a really interesting kind of like a loop of closing the loop of ownership. And what I'm thinking is that we need to move into a model where you have, first of all, you have the choice to share data or not to share. And secondly, when you share, you have also the choice of actually monetizing that data. So maybe you actually want to participate and train some of these algorithms that might be useful for you, and you have enough information to understand, and they have enough transparency to read them, to train them for your own benefit, and maybe even earn doing so. So I think we kind of like have to move from a model where data is basically owned by social media companies into basically it's owned and also secured by the users, and they have the fundamental choice what they want to actually share with applications. And I think that's the kind of future I'm looking into.
So this past winter, we also saw that Farcaster kind of had a breakout moment when it introduced frames, which enables crypto transactions to happen just within any application, or at least on Farcaster. But as far as I understand, so Farcaster has this more like federated model where they're kind of aiming for sort of like a minimum amount of decentralization, and you have a very different philosophy. So can you explain, why it is that you've gone with that philosophy and how it differs from the Farcaster model?
I think it boils down to the fundamental ethos of like our team and how we think about decentralization, and we think about it more from participation and also security angle as well. So and this boils down to my kind of like a previous explanation that what blockchain really does well is create the data integrity, and that really means that, for example, if we've chosen a federated model, that will mean that potentially you have a system where you might have multiple servers, and then you can connect these servers to a network. Well, there's obviously different kind of challenges with synchronization, but one big challenge is that you might see like some of these servers becoming like the main servers and kind of like that grabs all the data and serves to the users, and they become kind of data dictatorships. And there's a lot of interesting research actually about federated models and the risk they can actually create from this data dictatorship angle. And then the next kind of iteration could be that maybe you can copy the data across all the networks, and that depends on whether these servers actually want to do that. So you can incentivize them to to copy the data, but that's no different than actually having a high SLA agreement with servers end of the day. And what federated model is missing is this kind of like a consensus over what data is right. And once you have that consensus, it means that everyone needs to replicate the data model. So it's effectively just an example is that if a federated server that has grown significantly big, if they get a subpoena to remove data, most likely they will have to do that because it's controlled by some party. Someone is running that system. But in blockchain-based model, what's interesting is that once you have a consensus over a data set, and because of the incentives, what happens is that all these nodes will replicate the data. And if a node will leave, it means there's going to be incentives for another node to join. And that fundamentally creates the security that you can then use and apply into different types of use cases and properties. And the most where we are actually applying it significantly, obviously, is in DeFi. So, or let's say just asset tokenization and securing like financial transactions and financial storage on Ethereum, as an example. And what I think is actually more interesting compromise or like a mental model is to think about, well, if you're able to derive this security model that provides these guarantees for the users, and it's really hard to break, then let's ask a question ourselves that how much of that security we actually need to what type of transactions. And then when you look at social transactions, there's kind of like you can see it in some way that social transactions don't need the same amount of security than storing billions of, for example, TVL in Aave. It might need just like a fragment of the security, but it needs some security. And that's why the Validium model, or even rollups and further Validium model works really well, because you can choose the level of security. And I think we're going to go from a model where you have to kind of like choose a category of security to actually you're going to have like a more of like a spectrum. For example, like maybe you have a social app that just needs enough security that you can have blockchain-based usernames that you can then trade. And usernames are traded all the time. Like obviously Telegram tokenized their usernames, but for example, you see a lot of companies buying Twitter handles and a bunch of other apps as well. In a bunch of other apps, as the same thing happens. And you can actually make this more secure and ownable, and that no one can actually take a handle away from you. And you can make it more efficient from kind of like the monetization and trading perspective. Then that's why I'm like fundamentally more excited about using on-chain where it's needed, and where you want to have security and data integrity, and then you can build everything around that. So maybe you have in your social apps, you're using the Lens usernames, but then your group chats are just database-based because you don't need blockchain there necessarily.
And so I understand you're very focused kind of in this tech area and sort of the back end, or the tech stack. But of course, social media, as we've been talking about, is one of the biggest industries on the planet. Some of the biggest companies in the world are social media companies. So even though you're just providing this technology and you're letting all these different developers build apps on top, have you thought about how you're going to gain adoption? Because we have these like giant, I don't know if monopoly is the word, but these giant companies that already have so many users. There's a little bit of friction, or a lot of friction, to get people to move over to something new. So have you thought about how to make that happen? Yeah, and you're absolutely right in the sense that we've been focusing quite a lot on the infrastructure, and now kind of like focusing more on the maybe like so-called like UX infrastructure. So cheaper transactions, paymasters, removing gas fees, removing signing, making wallets easier, and basically getting it there. But fundamentally, what's going to be the most important is the application layer and what type of use cases actually we bring users. So I do think that
in overall, if you look at the whole kind of like a Web3 landscape, we're not even close to that type of an adoption, even if you look at DeFi at the moment. So I think DeFi itself will take a decade to get into like a actual like a bigger adoption from institutional side, and also like more globally. It's still really small area, and it has proven to some extent that it's getting more and more users. And I mean, big believer in DeFi because it's just better finance. It's better, faster, stronger finance, and Lens is the same way. It's just a better way of building social, and it builds more equitable and fair social spaces that users can govern as well. So I do think that it's really hard to think about like which exact application will create a breakthrough, but that has been always the case for social. TikTok, it took them few applications before figuring out which one is actually the one that is getting more traction, and I think that's how we should think about social. So we should actually make it as easy as possible to build social applications, and if they're building on a shared network, they can actually utilize the same user base. And the interesting thing is that if you would have seen like Clubhouse being built on a shared social network, even if that use case wasn't sticky and didn't have enough retention, someone else could actually build an app on the same network, and you will have a user base that are already used to audio, and you can keep iterating. And I think everything is about iterating. We'll never find the exact model right away, and it takes time and few iterations to find something that makes a breakthrough. And if it's built on a shared graph in a network, and it's easy, and there's incentives to do so, I think that's going to be fundamentally removing a lot of blockers in between.
And so the current business model of social media is such that the users provide the content, and then the platform in the middle makes all the money. And you know, that is driven by advertising. But once your vision of what you're building is created, then will there be things like advertisers, or you know, is it literally just people who own their data monetizing it kind of more directly with their users, or what does the business model look like?
Yeah, this is really interesting because I do think there's that fundamental problem now that you have a lot of monetization in social networks, like direct monetization. It's just going from the advertisers to platforms, and there is no transparency about what's being paid and what's and how the content is served, for example, for users, and why. These are like big questions and big problems. And I think that some of these Web2 social media applications, they do and are starting to share a little bit of revenue because they are competing for creators, and creators is a growing user base, and I think some of the more recent applications are making creating content even more easier, so it becomes more interesting to become a creator and to actually monetize as well. And I do think that if we are able to make this whole monetization concept and more transparent, we can include the user more into the monetization supply chain. Even that basic whole idea of where there's attention, there is actually an opportunity, such as, for example, advertising. But I do think that there might be other types of models as well. So attention is just one thing. So everything that can actually be built on chain can be easily plugged into Lens. And that's really fascinating because that means that you can actually share revenue on all types of transactions. So I also believe in this idea that you don't need to actually go to a specific on-chain application to do an action and participate, but you could, for example, swap an asset on Uniswap directly on a social app that is built on Lens and share the revenue across the application, the discovery algorithm, the other users that you might to share the monetization. you can vote, let's say, directly on governance, on the feed. Maybe you want to cast a prediction on polymarket directly on Lens. So there's a bunch of interesting things that you can plug into like a bigger ecosystem of Web3 and share that revenue. And that's all digital. So I do think that the sign space will grow, and advertising probably is something that will happen everywhere where there's attention. But at least you can actually create a lot of transparency around that, and actually even make some significant improvements on how to share those fees.
So one problem that we are seeing over and over and over and over and over again, especially in this airdrop era, is sort of like Sybil attacks. And in this world where people can monetize attention directly, or even, as you mentioned, there could still be advertisers involved, is there a way to prevent that kind of activity on Lens where, like, potentially somebody might, we see this already on Twitter where there's all these bots. Is there a way to prevent that type of activity? Or maybe people can't make money that way because I guess they'd have to, it costs money to do the bots, or I don't know. Like, do you have thoughts on, are there ways that could, the same problems we see in social media today could end up on Lens as well? Or are there ways that this technology can prevent that?
Yeah, it's really hard problem to solve, because even if you look at the more Web2 social media, that bot problem exists in a significant scale. And even after things like, for example, asking users to pay, we still see in social bots that actually are willing to pay a certain amount to create these different types of attacks or farms and whatnot. So it's a fundamental problem, and it's really hard to solve. But I do think that there's one aspect and one angle to solve it is through ML. And something we've seen recently is that since the Lens data is open, so anyone can build an algorithm. So we built one algorithm that effectively creates a reputation score across all these users on Lens, and based on their on-chain transactions on Lens and elsewhere, and some off-chain data as well. What's interesting here to see is that it's a really interesting way to find kind of like who are relevant users of the network, but also we see more and more sophisticated kind of like bots everywhere. And now when you have open source large language models, it actually means that you can run a model on your laptop, or if you get free GPU or low-cost GPU, and you can actually you can impersonate human really well. And that's a really big problem. So I think the way to think about this is it has to be solved in some sort of like a humanity angle and verification. That's one way to think about it. And when it comes to this farming and airdrops, that's another type of a problem, because that intensifies and amplifies the issue. And some sort of changes probably have to happen there, because these airdrops never meet expectations. So I think that's a model also that needs some sort of refreshment.
All right, well, we just have a couple minutes for people who are interested in Lens, whether they're developers or creators or just users. What would you recommend they do to get started?
I think getting familiarized with the documentation is the best place to start, and reach us out, our team, and we would love to discuss with developers. There's a lot of interesting stuff getting launched on the Lens network, and I'm happy to talk to anyone who is interested in building social or integrating social into something that they're already built. It's a really fascinating landscape, because I do think that social is bringing us more closer to consumer, and it's a very fun category to work upon.
Perfect. All right, well, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Stani and Laura. And now for another angle on Web3 social, one that's a bit more out there, and one of the more interesting projects, in my opinion, being worked on right now. I'd like to welcome Baz from Tonk, where he's going to discuss about tools to scale conspiracies, how to make the web more cozy, but keep it open. Clap, please.
Hello, everyone. Come on, Friday of ECC week. What do we got here? Okay, 18 minutes to get through a lot. So I'm Baz. It's my pleasure to be here. I'm the co-founder of a company called Tonk. We describe Tonk as a trust infrastructure startup. So we build software that makes it possible for you to build trust with anyone about anything on the web by replacing what we call the legacy web of platforms with a web of proofs. And one of the reasons I'm so excited to be here in Brussels is because in the last few weeks, we've been developing this tool called Speakeasy in pursuit of that goal. Speakeasy is really simple. It is a social auth tool to help communities grow. And it does this by filtering members into very specific private wikis based not on knowing the right person, but based on any arbitrary action you've done on the web anywhere, using red-hot cryptography so that you don't have to rely on external platforms to make claims about your digital footprint. And so you can imagine potential speakeasies like, for example, gaming guilds or worker cooperatives or Charlie XCX hyperfans as special groups that really we think are the first social space of their kind on the web, insofar as you're able to bring together complete strangers who would never have a chance of meeting, either online or offline, but it still feels cozy and intimate because they have a huge amount of common context. And the only reason they're able to do this is because users can attest to the full richness of their digital footprint without relying on integrations with existing platforms. And so to ground this in something which feels a little bit more concrete before I get into the rest of my presentation, this is basically what it looks like. This is the prototype that we've made. So what I'm going to talk about today is a general framing of what really scares me about the web and why I think there's such a unique opportunity. And I guess like a spoiler for this audience, or maybe a slight content warning, is that there is going to be a lot of talk about cryptography, but not necessarily crypto in the traditional sense. And that's one of the things I think is so exciting about this industry at this particular moment in time. I'm going to introduce a contrarian opinionated metric by which we can measure progress in proof infrastructure that I call expressive bandwidth. And I'm going to talk a little bit about trust infrastructure and Speakeasy as well. Cool. So I was out running the other day in the morning in where I live in East London in Hackney, and I had this moment of real clarity of like, oh, this is the thing that we're really trying to solve here. Like, this is what I'm freaking out about, and this is why I'm so attracted to all of these advanced decentralized technologies. So really the two challenges I see if the internet keeps growing, and this is inevitable. Like, the first challenge is that the GDP of the web is going to grow and grow and grow, and we need really robust, stable foundations to support an economy of that size. And so asking, like, what kind of reliable infrastructure do we need to make that happen? The second challenge, as I see it, is that as the internet grows and grows, we're going to need infrastructure that guarantees, through pure incentives, that people living on the web continue to be treated humanely. And the reason I'm so concerned about this is because the dominant socioeconomic model, which has defined the growth of the web in the last 20 years, has been proven to give very so-so answers at this. So as we all know, privatized network effects are the basic thing that's powered the growth of the web for the last 20 years. They're the thing that's enabled all these sorts of different platforms to arise and give us all these amazing things that we're used to with the internet. And the way they work is that the growth of these networks is powered by the fact that every new person that joins a network increases the value for the next person. And so you get all these two-sided marketplaces and these social networks, and it's really great. And we all are familiar with the cycle of how this happens because we've had the chance now to live through the kind of adolescence of our internet experience, because it always starts the same way, which is that it starts really cool and really innovative, and you get and these platforms start being cheap and user-friendly. And then once the network effect accumulates into an unassailable moat by which it's impossible to compete with these platforms because the cold start problem becomes just so tough to solve for new competitors, there is no longer an incentive for the dominant platform to innovate. And so they switch tacks from value creation to value extraction. And they can do things like impose exorbitant creator rents, or impose moderation algorithms and recommendation algorithms that are spammy, or show teenagers loads of content that doesn't help with their mental health. And the internet degrades into like a slow decay. And what's worth noting here is the difference between old web infrastructure and new web infrastructure. So if you look at these old networks, they didn't suffer from this same privatized network effect. And some of the reasons the hypertext transfer protocol is so popular is because there is no HTTP rentier feudal corporation that can start extracting value as the network becomes more valuable. But in 2024, we have like new infrastructure. We have new things that we all rely on all the time, like social graphs and game worlds and AI agents and moderation algorithms. And we suffer from I think the technical academic term, if you excuse my language, is the enshittification of these platforms. One of the reasons I think it's so exciting to be here is because we have this whole new bucket of fun that means we can solve a lot of these problems and disintermediate them by making things cheaper and more user-friendly at the incentive level. And I'll just draw your attention to certain things here which you may not be familiar with. So skipping blockchains and zero-knowledge proof, oblivious compute, the ability for a computer to execute some program verifiably on some data without seeing the data itself, or very, very powerful progress going on at the moment in the local first software ecosystem such as CRDTs. All these things have the potential to disintermediate a lot of the platforms that I mentioned previously. And the hope is that this will bring us away from the legacy web of platforms towards a web of proofs that is cheaper and more user-friendly and more reliable. One of the most popular ways of describing growth in proof infrastructure is to describe what Wei Dai calls Kappa, which is a way to think about ZK scaling. And Kappa is just a way to compare the overhead of verifying a piece of computation relative to the cost of the original computation. And watching how that grows over time is very exciting. But what I'd like to propose is this alternative metric that I call expressive bandwidth to try and describe why there's so much growth going on in proof infrastructure. I didn't have a nice graph for this, so I had to draw this out on GoodNotes on my iPad. And this is an attempt for me to graphically visualize my digital footprint on the web. So you can imagine this as a big map of everything I do on the web or have done on the web. And what we notice is there's this thing called expressive bandwidth, which I can define as the number of attestations that we're able to make about this digital footprint. Or perhaps you could think about it as the percentage of your entire digital footprint that you are able to make attestations about. And so what we notice with open queryable stuff like Ethereum is you can make attestations about Ethereum to anyone without relying on cooperation from the platform, because there is no platform. And that's enabled this whole industry that we're in. But what we see now that we're in 2024 is new innovation with things like the ZK email team that means you can make proofs about the arbitrary contents and provenance of any email you receive. And it takes an amazing innovative team like the ZK P2P team to realize that if you can prove that you have sent or received an email from Venmo saying you've done some off-chain monetary transaction to a given address, wrap that in a proof and submit that on-chain to unlock some funds in escrow to receive some crypto, you have just disintermediated the entire on-ramping, off-ramping industry. And so the hope is that this pattern of increased power of disintermediation by wrapping your Web2 data in the structure of a proof means you can start to infect this whole digital footprint with green. And the most compelling articulation of why this is such a powerful idea, I actually heard this week from a founder called Mike, who is the founder of an amazing company called Nosh, which we should all know much more about, who described this as the end of network effects as a way, as the dominant economic model for how to achieve growth and defensibility in the technology industry. And that's going to change everything, because essentially, by importing off of existing social graphs in an attested way, you fix the cold start problem, and it means that network effects are no longer defensible and these unassailable modes are no longer strong. And what I really want to do is give you some confidence that this is going to be inevitable. So, you know, you can say a lot of nice things and nasty things about Amazon, but one of the things that Jeff Bezos really got right in the early 90s is that he talked about the reason he quit his hedge fund to start this company on this new thing called the internet. And the reason he gives is that he was reading a magazine which described the number of new internet addresses that were coming online every single month and how that was growing. And what he could see in the early 1990s was that as the number of internet addresses grew and more people came online, there would be more demand for more applications, like really early stuff like blogging and really early social networking and really early e-commerce. But as there were more applications, this would fuel more innovation into getting more people online. And we see a very, very similar flywheel today that and no one's been able to convince me of the opposite. Like, if someone can, please do, because it will save me a lot of time. But this, I feel, is an inevitable force that will result in the cannibalization of the entire internet by attestations that make the entire web verifiable and peer-to-peer. And to give you a flavor of what this looks like, we're in like phase 4 of this cycle. So, you know, it started out that a few years ago you were able to start verifying things in Cairo, which led to this idea called a ZK rollup. And now we have more innovation that means we can verify anything inside a RISC-V VM. And now we have the idea of ZK rollups as a service in general. I mentioned the email approach with ZK P2P, but we have even more powerful things like TLS Notary from the Ethereum Foundation's PSE group, which essentially, skipping over some of the details, allows you to make arbitrary web proofs about any arbitrary web data. And this has led to some of the most fascinating conversations I've had with builders this week, with people who are building new ways to build cooperatives, bootstrapping shipping networks to disrupt the global letters of credit system, new ways of building activist groups, and again, shout outs to the Raremo team for that, and also the Nosh team, and the Cursive, and a few others. At this point, I'm going to segue and start talking about something which you'll recognize as being more Tonk focused, which is autonomous worlds. So if you're not already familiar with the idea of an autonomous world, it's this very, very niche, very, very intellectually honest, really cool petri dish of a subculture within crypto of people making fully on-chain games where you store the whole state and whole logic of a game on-chain. And the basic idea is that you want to create worlds that have autonomy insofar as they are owned and controlled by the people who live in them rather than by someone else. And so here we see an example of that with Primodium, which is a game world. This is fully on-chain, not just like NFTs, but like the whole game. One of the nice things you notice about autonomous worlds is that they open the gates to potentially the most scalable gaming guilds in existence. So something from history is that gaming guilds are this thing that's really, really hard to scale because you cannot trust necessarily that the platform or the world that you're building on is going to continue to enjoy what you and your guild is doing in that game and doing to that world. And so you have this very unstable, unreliable foundation. And to give you a flavor of what this could feel like to have very reliable web infrastructure, blockchain gaming guilds are very, very scalable because there is no person that can rug you and lose your ability for your guild to stop coordinating in the world. And there are other nice things, like the blockchain as a credible commitment machine means that you don't need to like go through the expensive process of legally incorporating some kind of entity so that people in the guild can coordinate properly. And so there's this amazing gaming guild by this chap who left bankless called WASD, called Ben. And Ben's intention for WASD is to create a gaming guild, and he's already like well underway, that really approximates something more like a network state or a nation state of people doing coordinated productive work inside of game universes. And this brings me to May 2024. So this is the on-chain gaming hackathon in Lisbon, where myself and my co-founder, Goblin Oats, were helping game developers bake hidden information into their worlds. So we have this thing at Tonk that we developed called the Greeby SDK. And the basic point of the Greeby SDK is to make it possible to import complex cryptographic behaviors into your games where you as a game dev don't need to train up as a cryptographer. And what that means is you can import hidden information into your worlds, all this private state. And as we all know from game development, hidden information is like the cornerstone of what makes games interesting and fun and scalable. So it's a really interesting use case for privacy on chain. And what really took us by surprise as we were working to help all these game developers integrate Greeby into their games in Lisbon was that we met this guy, Ben from WASD, who taught us that there wasn't just a demand for hidden information inside the game, but also on the social layer above the game, because he's got this problem. And that is that WASD has this enemy guild called Auden GG, which is this one here on the right. And Auden GG is basically like 6 friends. I don't know too much about them, but they're basically friends, and they're really, really tight-knit, very elite, very small gaming squad, and they basically fight for control of these game universes against WASD. And WASD is different. WASD is like open, like anyone can join. They want to scale to be like tens of thousands of people big. But the problem with organizing on Discord is that OrdenGG members can just go and spy on the channels. And so wherever WAS goes to invade a planet, OrdenGG is just there waiting. And so Ben came to us with this problem, which was that he needs a private space on the web where he can coordinate with WAS that's safe from these OrdenGG guild members. But at the same time, he doesn't just want that to be limited to his friends. He doesn't just want that to be limited to just the people that he knows. Because as we know, there's like a scalability limit where you can't just like hang out with your buddies, because what? That makes the group like 150 people big, Dunbar's number. And we want WAS to grow to be over the size of like tens of thousands of people. And those of you who are really thinking about this will notice that this is the exact same problem that Constitution DAO faced when they were trying to buy the Constitution. So this is why we made Speakeasy, which is, as I mentioned at the start, it's a social auth tool to help communities scale. And the idea is that you can enter these private wikis based not on who you know, which has this scalability limit, but rather what you've done to try and prove that you really do belong in the space and that you're not serving the interests of OrdenGG. And the basic idea here is that this, we feel, is a radically new social space on the web insofar as it has the coziness that your family WhatsApp group chat has, but it has this thing which the internet was originally built for, which was openness. And so you have the vibe, but the vibe can also grow because of all this common context. And this avoids one of the problems we see with the growth of online communities like subreddits and whatever, which is that as the group becomes more and more successful and grows and grows and grows, more mops come in, dilute the space, and the common context goes down. And so everything kind of buckles under its own weight. And this, we feel, is a way of escaping that problem. So this is what it looks like. You log in, we scan for on-chain activity to see if you do qualify to join the guild. Anyone can go through this flow if you like. You'll see if you're qualified or not. It kind of feels a bit like an airdrop. For full transparency, at the moment, we are just checking to see some very, very simple on-chain data, but that's why my co-founder's back in London building, because at the moment, we're integrating to make it possible to just scan for things like, have you invaded a certain asteroid? Have you attacked the guild? Are you associated with any like dangerous addresses? That gets you into the guild, where you can see this private wiki, where you can see things like how to coordinate on missions and Discord passwords and things like this. And again, strangers can join this, but they all trust each other because they have all this common context. We have a bunch of features for admins. But the real point I want to drive home here is that there is this crossover between a space that is both open and scalable, but also cozy and intimate. And this got us really excited, because the more we spoke to our friends outside of crypto, which I think is so important for the growth of this industry as a whole, the more we spoke to them, the more we realized that this was a pattern we saw recreated at large. So 2 examples. Lots of indie music producers and artists want to bootstrap a community of their most loyal fans. And they need to, and they've built this whole industry of platforms, of services that are really hacky, that are designed to just try and scrape some information from Spotify, to try and bootstrap some small networks. And essentially, what Speakeasy would let you do in theory is that using a tool like TLS Notary, you would be able to attest that you have listened to a given amount of Charlie XCX within the last 7 days, and you would therefore be qualified to join this group of like the elite Charlie XCX fans. Similarly, you can imagine some version of Uber Premium where you've got the Uber taxi app, and let's say you're a driver and you don't like the take rates that Uber is enforcing on you. So what you do is you find all the Uber drivers in your city that have a rating of 4.9 stars. You all get together inside another network, and you launch like a premium version of Uber. There's more like a worker cooperative. And the reason you're able to do that is because it's not just limited to the people that you know in your network of friends, but anyone who can prove that they have a given rating in the Uber app. There's a bunch of stuff we need to figure out to make this programmatic and scalable and functional and grow at large, but hopefully you can begin to see what kind of ramifications this has for this idea of increasing the expressive bandwidth, the proof infrastructure, for accelerating this flywheel of attestations that we think will cannibalize the entire web and move us from a legacy web of platforms, which can be expensive and user hostile, to a web of proofs that's much more reliable, much cheaper, much friendlier, much more private, and where the incentives are baked in to be nice to users from the ground up. Because again, it's not like big tech companies are evil or the people that work at them are bad. It's just we're talking about the incentive structures. And there's a bunch of information where you can learn out more. And yeah, I'd really love to get any feedback on any disagreement or any misunderstandings. So yeah, please do get in touch. Thank you very much.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Baz, for an insightful talk on the deep crevices of the weird internet. And up next, we have another fascinating talk by a fascinating guy. So I'd like to welcome Alexander on stage to talk about the recipe for creativity for what we're trying to, I guess, build here, which is interesting online constructions. So yeah, give it up for Alex.
Hi, I am Alexander. Oh, wait, there's another one. Or Alexander Mangel. I've been doing films, computer games. I came into Ethereum at some point and tried to fix the UX when nobody heard about ENS, which was very hard. I tried to build stuff on top of Ethereum, artworks. I tried to avoid crazes. I've at some point tried to be part of like the NFT movement before it was there, and then I started building music for traders during the biggest NFT boom there was, and then when everything crashed, we released. What? Yeah. So I'm also known as R right now. This talk is part of a song called Capybara. And this is the recipe. This all started at some point in South America. I joined Equitable as a hacker in Peru. Somebody mentioned to me for the first time that something existed called MUD by Lattice. I was into computer games all my life, tried to build games, modded Half-Life, modded Doom, modded Duke Nukem, and then on Ethereum, this it would have been fun to build something on Ethereum, but it's very hard. Mod kind of opened the door there because it uses ECS. So for the first time, we have a system where we can easily store state on chain. Somebody in my team mentioned it, so we kind of got hacking around. We built something that was like not exactly real time, but sort of felt like a real game. You build something, blocks together, try to build like a little city. We didn't really know what to do yet, but everybody thought it looked really cool, so we won a bunch of prizes. And that kind of funded me for the next month, like €1,000. I was in South America, so well, I traveled to Colombia, and I thought like, okay, I can do this. Maybe figure out what to do with it. And normally, like as an indie game dev, you don't have like €1,000. You have like $500,000 for a 3-person team. You spend 2 months figuring out whether your idea is actually good at all. It's like completely bad shit, and you need to kill it. And you do 2 to 6 months for a vertical slice, and hopefully within 2 years you're finished, or you have 12 years of sweat and tears, and then maybe you get lucky. And this is very different from 2K and grants. Then you're building on chain. Like, why are you building on chain? Because you get some affordances, like your whole game logic can be used to determine whether you get an NFT or not. So it's not like selling, like, I don't know, a loot pack. Or you can actually, you can lose something. You can buy a sword, but you can lose it in the game because of the rules. And then you build autonomous worlds, which are fucking idiotic. They are multiplayer by default, so you can't test it with like your friend. You need like 5 to 10 players. You have all this bullshit around on-chain economics. We have no idea how this works. And if you have an example of games that do economics, like EVE Online, they actually closed down their economics, so they gate it by having like ASK. Wait, this is very technical. They sell like a player pass to avoid direct influence from gold sold into the game. So really unexplored territory. So the difficulty level to even start doing all this stuff is bizarre. And then you get VCs, and the first thing they ask you is like, why are you building on chain? And then I'm like, yeah, bro. I don't know. Like, honestly, I think it's fun. It's interesting. Like, it's like cooking. You don't know what the final result is unless you have a recipe. Like, I have no idea. But like, it's a bit like this game, getting over it. It's really hard. It's so fucking hard, you actually don't want to play it. And it has like 60,000 positive reviews. And if you do like an analysis on the reviews, we have a metric to figure out how much revenue we think that game made. It is, in the end, like 11 million. Which is kind of funny. Like, this game nobody wants to play still made, well. Think about it. I read this morning, Friend Tech actually only made 30 million. It's not that much. And then Bump.fun, which is not that fun, made 50 million. So, like, I mean, this is one guy who made this game. Well, he says, like, he made this game to hurt people. Okay. Well, so why just cooking? And what's the recipe? I don't have the recipe, but like, some people invent their own formula for what it's like to be a Michelin 3-star. So I feel this to me a bit like you don't know what's going on. It's kind of like going to the market in a new country. You look around the shops, maybe there's a fruit you never tasted, maybe, you know, like they have like 20 different potatoes in Peru. And then you shop around. Block time delay. So building something on chain means you're waiting on Ethereum mainnet 15 seconds. On layer 2, you wait 2 seconds. When you get really lucky, you build an Arbitrum orbit, you get 250 milliseconds. But that's, you press a button, you still have to wait. So you got to figure out how to compensate for that. Not having players, kind of a problem. Because like I said, it's multiplayer. You can't test your game. You need to pay people, but then all these people are just here to get paid, which is, okay, well, fuck it. Also. And then we wanted to figure out how to do this. So we built something. And then there's a video. So all of this is actually in transactions. This is all happening on chain. And we have 250 millisecond delay, so we bridge the gap, but just having a particle effect makes it feel like it's still happening in real time. Then some stuff doesn't actually need to be on chain. Like, for example, the other players talking to you. It's real-time communication, but it doesn't have to be on chain. We don't want people in crypto to come in and go like when token, so we didn't want to do a chat. We do like this bubble that's kind of borrowed from a video game journey, or like stolen. So people know the presence of the other players, and they build stuff together. So this is the first tryout. This is where we are right now. And these plans grow. This is what we're trying to figure out right now, how to do a game loop on chain. So at some point the jungle will grow, it will grow over the houses. We're trying to build an autonomous world. I mean, there's a lot of theory about it. We don't know what game will be an autonomous world, but I think it would be nice if it's alive, if there's plants growing, animals. There's really, like, they talk about digital physics, but what would it look like? And then also, like, somehow we have to make money, or we can create maybe different affordances in crypto, which, like, I think ideas around hyperstructures are really interesting. So we were like, okay, maybe we also have like we can have like maybe 100 players right now, pretty big problem. Maybe people can watch the game and pay for something to happen in the game, so they don't do like 100 actions per minute, just like they influence the world. So we're trying this out by giving people the capability to make stuff grow. And this could later be like a SimCity disaster, like a volcano or whatever. But we wanted to set this up to make it make sense. You make the plants grow, but maybe you do something in real life as well. So you just connect in the game, you actually pay. And it goes straight to this organization that I know from being in Colombia, Sacred Mangrove, Mangle Sagrado. And they reforest there. So they have like a safe wallet now, and all the donations go straight to them. They're really cool. they've been, so they see the effects of tourism there. So I'm playing with this idea of virtual tourism. Well, so this is what we do. So it would change stuff in the world. So that's like a spectator mode idea we're playing with, because I'm trying to avoid sort of, well, I'm not killing any trees. But design is a bit like a dance. I don't know what the best idea is. But I also don't think it's copying Minecraft. Minecraft is designed around different constraints. So you have to play a little bit to create something nice. And you can prepare, but it's like dancing. You have to feel it out. You have to, dance with your partner. And like I said, I'm trying to avoid some things that might push me in a very obvious direction. So the Holy Mountain. What is the Holy Mountain? Well, probably not NFTs or another casino. I think people play games because they give a shit. So what is the real game? What is really important to people? And Albert motherfucking Einstein said play is the highest form of research. I only use this quote because nobody else knows all the other cool thinkers in gaming and ludology. We have a genuine desire to engage with stuff. We really want to, to figure out how things work. We don't need to get paid. It's just like a nice added bonus. And we actually want to suspend ourselves in the story to experience what happens. We watch movies not because we go into the cinema and we come out with €5 more. No, we actually pay for stuff. Because it's cool. You actually want to see a good movie. And we're naturally fascinated by how things work. So we want to understand how other people experience things. So we can create a lot of value that we're not doing right now. And we have this really cool layer of crypto that we can build upon. And there's something weird about playing a game that you don't see very often, is that you can actually choose to lose. Like if I play tennis with my girlfriend, sadly she's not here, but if I get better at the game, I can choose to suck at it. I could go no, I could pretend I'm not that good. Because maybe I just really want to play with her. So there is something really interesting about games and something really interesting about the value we create. So I have this really weird hypothesis that I think everybody would probably disagree with, but for me this is really important. Ownership is fucking boring. I don't want to have a car, an infinite car, or a forever character. I want to be able to lose. I want to lose stuff because that gives it value. Or somebody else can lose something. And I think that people actually play for a really good reason. I don't know what that reason is. I think it's very individual. But they have a reason. And it's probably not money. And also, money is not what people see as value. And I think now that we have a little bit more tooling, like Mod, we have people thinking about this. We are going to explore this whole area of crypto that is not immediately about money, but it is about how do we actually create value for people. And that could be people playing a game to donate, but also just having fun with friends. I think we can do that, and I don't know why on-chain, but it offers you a lot of new ideas that don't exist. And you see the game industry is really looking for ideas. Games are our agency, so they allow us to go into a different world, experience something else. They allow us to be a different person. They allow us to figure things out that we can't do in the real world. And the real world is really fucked because you have to pretend you love your job. And actually, when you win at a game, it's not fake. Playing is real. I've still won the game. So there's a really interesting overlap between these areas of the virtual and the real world. I think the most important part, I know one of my teammates has a partner that she found in a game, and I know this story is super common. People can fall in love with each other while playing together. So I have 4 minutes left, and I have nothing to say. So you can think about all this stuff, and then my perfect last slide is I want to turn excrement into gold, or that's what Alejandro Jodorowsky would do. So yeah, that's it. I'm really happy to answer questions and to be continued. Yes. Yeah, I don't know. I really don't. All right.
Just like that's the next. Great. I put myself next because I can do that. How does it start? Cool. So I'm Achilles, and I want to talk to you about how I think we've gotten the whole thing terribly wrong when it comes to creativity and art on chain. And to do that, I want to begin by dissecting this cursed word and this cursed construct that we call the NFT. What is the role of the NFT? Well, the idea primarily was as sort of a magical instrument that would be able to transform and transport all sorts of masterpieces and artifacts from the offline world to the digital space. And that was, it was heralded as like, you know, this renaissance of creativity post the mechanical reproduction of the last 60 years. And, you know, I will take you back 90 years ago to some guy called Walter Benjamin, who was a very innovative theorist at the time, wrote many things around philosophy, you know, of all sorts, and also talked a lot about the sort of the way that art and the art industry has been basically castrated by the notion of mechanical reproduction. So he has this notion of aura. The aura for Benjamin is the sort of unquantifiable je ne sais quoi, or je ne sais pas, I don't remember, I don't know French, that emanates and emerges from things that are spatially and temporally located. So things that are located somewhere, and that are unique, have a sort of presence and a pull to them. So a thing is sacred insofar as it has this presence. So something at a gallery, an object, a sort of an artifact for some religion, has an aura that draws you to it because it's located from a distance from you. And then mechanical reproduction comes along. And mechanical reproduction is sort of the idea that you can recreate images and, you know, artworks across the world with like film and pictures, and then the Mona Lisa is no longer at the Louvre, the Mona Lisa is now everywhere. And the moment the Mona Lisa is everywhere, then the aura that it emanates when it's located somewhere is kind of gone. There's no distance anymore, there's no uniqueness. I have like a screenshot here of a Manet painting, who was one of the Benjamin's favorite artists, and it has even a sort of watermark at the bottom right. And this sort of artifact is no longer anywhere specifically. It's kind of everywhere, and I don't really feel anything when I look at it because it does not have a unique presence that can sort of draw me to it. There's no distance from me to it. It's like there, it's also on your screen if you're online, etc. So what some people said was that the NFT as a sort of digital unique object can bring back uniqueness and objecthood, right? It can have a digital aura because it's located somewhere and it has a presence there and has the same kind of gravitational pull as a real object does. But what we got instead was this kind of stuff. And I'm not really convinced that pictures with some edit on them that have different like hats and shoes and shirts actually bring back the sort of sacred presence that artifacts have. And the reason for that is that the aura is not something that just emanates from ontological concerns such as objecthood, but also something that is fundamentally ritualistic. So for Benjamin and for many others, art has a fundamentally ritualistic basis, which is that the authentic work of art has its basis in ritual. That is that the value of an art piece or of an artwork or of an artifact originally was its value in mediating some sort of communion between different people and to create some sort of behavioral basis for the ritual to be carried out, right? So you can think of a religious artifact like a cross in a church The point of the cross in the church is to create the conditions for a ritual that happens around that object, and then that's imbued with some sort of metaphysical value, etc. And that's, the origin of art for Benjamin is the ritualistic basis. So cult value has become exhibition value. There's no longer any sort of, emanated utility of ritual from an object. This is now just an object, and that's why we've lost the sort of aura. And so bringing objecthood back to digital objects is not sufficient to create meaningfully communal experiences that are artistic in nature. And so the NFT as a notion is a reduction construction, and I think the wrong primitive for digital art in a wider sense of the word. I think we need something different instead. I think people are experimenting with different things under different guises. And these things require 3 more components, right? So you have the ontology, which is the object of something, but you also need allocatedness, which is the topology of it, and also the ritualistic basis for the object to actually be able to imbue with some kind of meaning. And for me, I call that sort of combination in the digital space an art chain. So what is an art chain? Well, let's start with the components first. So ontology is what we have already, right? You have digital objects, which are persistent, and they're unique, and they're ownable, they have provenance, and are programmable. So for digital world, that's like an NFT, right? It has all these conditions. In the physical space, a painting does the same thing, or a performance, a theater that is waiting for Godot's there, also has sort of an ontology because it's somewhere. But all of these things only exist in abstraction, right? So, ontology in abstraction is just an object by itself. And an object by itself is not sufficient for communion or meaning because it just exists in sort of, some liminal space. So that's why these things have become fundamentally financial in value, because the only thing you can do with an object is to trade it and to hope that its value goes up arbitrarily or goes down arbitrarily. So over time, anything that originally emanates some sort of, feeling to it when it doesn't have a context around it or a locatedness to it becomes merely an object and then merely a tool for speculation. So objects clearly not enough for communion. I think we've seen that. That's why the whole thing crashed over the last 2 years, is because we just had objects floating around that became eventually currencies, right? So what's the second component then? I'll call topology. Basically, I mean like context and location. So an object is meaningful because of its context. Where is it? How did it get there? What is it doing there? What other things are around it? Who is looking at it, right? Who made it, etc. And therefore, meaningful objects are autonomous and conversant with their wider reality because they exist in a wider context. And that's what gives them meaning. So in digital spaces, for example, they can do so in persistent spaces with enshrined rule sets, such as blockchains, because there's context around them. And then they become relational, right? They're defined insofar as they relate to something else. An example of topology is a gallery space, right, which imbues an object with the sort of prefix of it being an art object. The same thing in the desert is not an art object. The sort of Duchamp's toilet in a toilet is a toilet, but Duchamp's toilet in the Tate is an art object because it's sort of, contextualized in the historical and topological space of the gallery. Achievements in gaming are relational and topological because you only get it if you do something to get it. So it's contextualized within a wider net of actions and behaviors. A POAP, an object you get if you scan a QR code somewhere, is also has locatedness in it because it results from you being somewhere at a given point in time. The ZK-TLS stuff that Bas talked about earlier as well, like some proofs about something you've done are also, the proofs themselves are relational and topological in nature. So the topology we have so far with, so-called crypto art and NFTs is the only rationality against to money, right? The only way you can get something is if you have more money than someone else, which means you get a rare object that relates only to other non-rare objects or rare objects than that. Clearly, I think this sort of construction is not sufficient for meaning in the widest sense of the word. Gaming is closer to that because, you get an in-game object or an achievement insofar as you've done something with a reputation, and then that relates you to a wider, sort of more complex and expressive web of relations to other players and other objects and other achievements, etc. There's like a semblance of meaning there because there's some sort of context that imbues the object with some meaning vis-a-vis its wider context. The art world, I think has even more of a sort of expressive web there because the raw materials are crafted into an artifact, right? So like there's like a sort of lineage there of something is transformed to something else that is conversant with its historical and formal context, be it in like some sort of gallery or in some book. or in our conversations after we go to the gallery, or after through a play, or after we go to a concert, etc. And there's more meaning there because, again, there's more of a sort of journey around the different locational components of the object that we're looking at. The third component, which I think is the most overlooked one, and the more important one, is the notion of a ritual. I don't want to define a ritual here necessarily, but we can sort of think about it as a communal process that has a non-deterministic interactive outcome, but is located within a mutable rule set. Rituals often have sacrifices involved in them, and I think there's a good reason for that, is because the sacrifice sort of implores some cost on the participants of the ritual to be able to carry out the ritual, right? If there was no sacrifice, then anyone could participate in the ritual. But if you have some sacrifice inherent in rituals, then be it capital sacrifice, reputation sacrifice, some sort of make-believe sacrifice, you create the space that's necessary for trade-offs to exist and for people to actually be more involved in something and something else. And rituals lead to like a long-term, that's big words there, and it's philosophy, and I'm at a crypto conference, but nonetheless, a long-term dialectical architecting of the meaning landscape, right? So like over many iterations of rituals, you start to create meaning and a story and a narrative that underpins the ritual, and therefore the objects located within the ritual itself. And it's also conversational between like the sacred and the mortal, right? Like we sort of do rituals because we want to connect with something that's not necessarily tangible, like love or like God or whatever it might be, or winning a raid. So here's some examples of rituals. Burn mechanics, I think, in NFTs are very interesting rituals because you get some object and you burn for something else, right? So there's a loss there. You undergo, like with Gen Art mints, for example, the thing you get at the end is determined by some sort of entropy of the blockchain, right? So the moment you press mint, there's some magic happens cryptographically, and you get this new object. And I think this experience actually imbues Gen Art mints with some sort of relationality, with some ritualistic underpinning to them, and therefore with some meaning at the end. The mass is a ritual, right? Like people congregate and there is like objects around them and they sort of go through some motions and read some parts of a text, and then they feel like they're more, in touch with themselves, each other, and something above them. MMORPGs are also rituals, like a raid when everyone goes together and congregates sort of to fight some, evil other, has all of these components there itself as well. It's a communal process, it has sacrifice inherent in it, and it creates a meaning in the actions you undertake, and also meaning to the object you get at the end of the raid, right? You get a rare loot. The reason why you want it is because you had to undergo the ritualistic process to get to that point. It's not just because it's rare in some sort of liminal abstracted space. So basically, I think, properly manifested world building or meaning on the meaning landscape, which are all sort of related things, is something that looks a bit like that. Like people communicating with each other and with something else through a web of complex, located objects that relate to each other in some sort of ritualistic aspect, right? So this is true of games, this is true of religious rituals, this is true of music concerts, it's true of creativity, and this is also true of artistic creation and artistic exhibition. It looks something like that. So I think the thing we've messed up a bit with is we took the object as the fundamental primitive of digital art. I think instead when you take the whole meaning landscape as the primitive there. And I call that an art chain. So an art chain is basically a persistent, quasi-autonomous, interactive artwork that is anchored to a bespoke virtual machine. So the whole chain is the artwork, right? You deploy a chain, an artist deploys a chain, and that is what the artwork is, not the objects within the chains themselves. Custom precompiles and fork choice rules allows for eternal, non-deterministic, communal performance art pieces, right? So you take a chain, you take the EVM, you mess with it a bit, you add sort of some custom rules. An example could be it emits objects every 60 years. An example could be like if some interaction happens by the participants, then there's some other rule that allows for some other object to emerge, or something is burned at some other place, or some bridge is sort of broken, or some sort of contract is mutated according to some original rule set. And these rules allow for an emergent coordination, therefore an emergent dialectical relationship between the participants and the artist in this case. So this chain is prophesized by the artist in the sense that it's deployed by someone with like a artwork in mind, but it's merely the vehicle for conversational interaction between participants. And in my mind, the sort of evolution of that is you had the shared contract originally where you could add another object to a smart contract. That was all you could do, and that was pretty lame. You had artist deployed contracts, which means the artist could deploy full contracts that housed their objects and artworks, but there were interactions there that were more meaningful because there was more locationality to them, and there were more ritualistic aspects to them. And the final evolution of that is a chain that's deployed by an artist as a fully fledged, maximally expressive, eternal, sort of ruin in the internet, like a digital ruin that people can explore, interact with, and unlock different components of it. You can think of it as a performance piece that just runs forever by itself, basically. This is a slide I stole from Stam Hart's talk a couple of days ago, which has the same sort of interaction there, right? Like, what is the artwork? It's the thing that mediates the artistic creativity with the audience's insights that are taken from interacting with it meaningfully. And then the audience leaves with a subsequent experience, effects or perceptions, like some meaning emerges from the audience who interact with the great artwork, and the artist leaves with sort of an experience that can affect their future creativity. And all I'm saying is, like, just take this whole thing and make it a blockchain. I think it's going to work really, really well, and it's definitely going to work better than monkey pictures. So what are the sort of insights here? Don't conflate the art with the NFT, right? The NFT is a vessel for objects. It might be artistic in some respects, mostly not, but it's fundamentally just a primitive that you can use in a wider context. Digital objects are only meaningful as vessels of emergent properties of artworks. Bespoke virtual machines, I think, are a very good candidate for canvases, artistic canvases, with other primitives around them as various art supplies. And I think they can also function fundamentally as playgrounds for resistance and communal world making, right? So what Benjamin was talking about as well, with the death of the aura, had a positive side effect, which was that art is becoming more democratic and communal. People can interact and create together across the world, in decentralized fashion. That was 1935, by the way, right? But the good side effect was that everyone is now able to partake in meaning making. Not those who just go to the gallery or those who are able to be exhibited in the gallery, but also everyone who's able to interact with something back then on the television or the radio, now on the internet, and soon on sort of the blockchains, right? And in the blockchains, the participant is as powerful in some ways as the artist himself. So, here you have Marina Abramovich's exhibition. I'm not a big fan of her, but I think this is like a good example of a collaborative artwork, right? Where it's just them staring at each other for 9 minutes. That's the artwork. But you have a participant and an artist mediated by an object, in this case the chairs and the table, and also the gallery space, who create some sort of meaning through their interaction. And the meaning would be not there if you just had the table in abstraction. So, I think you can make this into a sort of interesting construction, basically, or like generalize this into an interesting construction. So, this is the sort of taxonomy here. What has been the case so far is we thought that, the NFTs will be community sort of scaffolds and join my community by buying my picture. I don't think that works because, again, the objects by themselves do not have the necessary and sufficient expressivity for them to become meaningfully communal, right? So it just ends up in a weird circle jerk of please buy my bags and pump the floor price. And that's very, very sad. Instead, if you reverse the causality there and you start with the community, and you give them the correct tools to sort of congregate in a localized way with a rich topology, with rich rule sets, and ritualistic bases there, which has been what's going on for thousands of years across all creative media. And then objects emerge from the interaction, right, only as a result of some interactions in there. Then the objects are meaningful. And then you can have the NFT as sort of an interesting artistic object. But it only works if it's the emergent property of a wider expressive landscape. You might notice that the stuff I'm talking about sounds a lot like the autonomous world sort of meme, because I think they're kind of like the same thing in a way. I think if you take digital art and you imbue it with topology, ontology, and ritual, and you end up with something like an art chain, which is an autonomous golem that acts as the coordinating mechanism for participants and authors, it looks very much like if you take an on-chain game and you imbue it with persistent autonomy and expressivity and end up with an autonomous world. Both of these things are constructs that are persistent, that are open, and that are the fundamental basis for ritualistic expression and also objecthood in some respects. So they're both like an autonomous golem in some ways. The only difference is that, the left side is like artists approaching it, and the right side, my right side is artists approaching it, and the left side is sort of game developers approaching it. I think it's more likely that artists will create the first truly sort of, masterpiece in the digital world era because they just have the kind of imagination and immersivity that allows for the creation of things that are fundamentally interesting to look at and watch, not just for financial value, but it's also likely that, games will reach the same thing. And I think they're the same thing anyway, right? Like, so it doesn't really matter which way it arrives at. I think that's it. That's it. Thank you so much for bearing with me on this rather philosophical journey. And I think next up, we have you. Is that not right? They're early. Okay, are there any questions? There must be at least one question. Yes. Yes, I think so. I think the blockchain is the right form factor for Golem because the blockchain allows for the emergence of valuable objects. So it's not that you start from that, right? That's what we got it wrong. We got it wrong because we started with the valuable objects, and we're like, now we have to find meaning somewhere, and then the whole thing collapses. You don't have to start with the valuable objects. The valuable objects only occur insofar as the sort of ritualistic component and the thing is attractive enough for people to actually want to do things in it. But once it is, then you need to have a repository that can sustain value, financial value there. Otherwise, the sort of emergent objects are not able to actually carry with them the sort of capital sacrifice cost that is usually present in ritualistic and expressive landscapes, right? Eventually, these things become expensive, basically. So you need to have that from the get-go, and then the objects that emerge can sustain that value in a meaningful manner. Well, thank you very much. Wow, this is an answer. Okay. Any other questions? You don't have to ask questions if you don't. Yeah, go. We can just chat. We can just chat. Yeah, Mike.
Excuse me, thank you. I love your presentation.
Thank you so much. That's so sweet of you.
Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you.
So I can think of loads of examples where the blockchain's been really useful for bootstrapping really weird, coordinative, emergent groups of people that kind of create meaning in a weird and unexpected way. So like Constitution DAO, and in a way, Bored Apes is an example of that. What do you think are the frictions that are stopping blockchains from becoming more powerful as a way to create these golems?
There's at least three, which are sufficiently powerful. That means that I'm not surprised that nothing good's come out of them so far. So the first one is technical, which is like to deploy a chain that's fully bespoke and like has the expressivity that we look for. It's extremely expensive because block space is still not super abundant, although we're getting there. And it's also really complex. You have to have indexers, and you have to have a bunch of middleware things that make it like actually usable, and you have to have account abstraction, this other boring stuff, and it has to be gasless. And like the only people who can do that stuff properly now are like VC-funded companies, not like artists who sort of are 19 and are like kind of poor and don't really have the time to do that. They much rather get a canvas or go to the pub and like do a cover gig, right? So that's the first thing. The second thing is the cultural landscape of blockchains right now is extremely, I think, adverse to something like that. Either it's highly technical, financial, sort of fixed MEV, or it's like, let's try and sell the most expensive pictures of monkeys we can. So there's not really much space there. The NFT is a slur word. Not one really likes these things. So there's like a branding issue, I think, fundamentally. And therefore, the third issue is that like the people who are actually the most creative right now with the greatest ideas are just nowhere near the space. Right, they're all doing something else. Some of them are like net artists, for example, but they don't really touch blockchains, and others are just prefer to make games or stay in the physical space. So if we solve these issues, I think I'm pretty convinced something will emerge from this. I think probably the greatest masterpiece of the 21st century will be a blockchain, is my sort of take, but just not quite yet. Not quite yet. Maybe soon, hopefully. That's why I made this talk.
Thank you.
People can be inspired. Yes?
How can you explain to a 5-year-old what is a golem?
A golem?
Exactly.
Okay. So a golem is something that moves by itself forever, and if you like pet it the right way, it might give you a treat. Something like that. Yeah, but it's also like kind of beautiful. It makes you feel things. Yeah. Cool. I think that's it for me. We can start the next one early. It's probably fine. Yes? No, I don't have a monkey NFT. No, yeah. I have other animal NFTs though. Cool. What's next? I think it's you, Richard. Yeah. 12:40, no? Yeah. You're later, no? Great. To talk about another thing that looks a bit like an art chain, but I think is much more interesting than what I talked about, please welcome Liz from Azuki, an anime chain.
Hey everyone, how's it going? My name is Liz, and I'm the head of growth at Azuki, and I'm also a contributor at Anime Chain, which is from the Anime Coin Foundation, where I'm a contributor. And Azuki and Anime Coin Foundation are partnered together. So today I want to talk to you about how Anime Chain is going to onboard millions of anime fans into crypto. Anime Chain will be built on Arbitrum, but overall, Arbitrum is the leading L2 on Ethereum by TVL, primarily driven by DeFi. And here are some of the really interesting and innovative DeFi use cases that you can see on Arbitrum today. However, for any L2 ecosystem to remain dominant, they have to offer a wide array of different use cases. The way I like to think about it is like this. I live in New York City. New York City is the most visited city in the United States. And the reason for that is because there's something for everyone. There's Wall Street, which is the financial engine of the city. There are wonderful museums and art galleries. There are amazing restaurants and bars. And it's just very, very rich and diverse of a city. In contrast, if you look at other major cities in the United States, they're really defined by one sector. So Washington, D.C. for politics, entertainment for LA, San Francisco for tech. So stated differently, New York City is the most visited city because there's a lot of things to offer. And I do think this is a parallel for Ethereum L2 ecosystems as well. So that brings us here today to Azuki. So for those of us who aren't familiar, Azuki began as an NFT collection of 10,000, but our vision and roadmap has expanded out to become a lot more than that. Namely, we're looking to bring the anime industry on-chain. A few facts and figures about Azuki. We've generated $70 million in primary sales. We have over $1 billion in secondary trading volume. We have over 1 million followers across social channels, most of whom actually don't even know that we're a crypto project. They simply like the art. And we have 28,000 holders all around the world, but concentrated in APAC, the United States, and Europe. Azuki has 3 core IP collections. That's Azuki, our flagship collection, Beans, our companion collection, and Elementals, which expands the Azuki universe. And we also have community-driven IP. So we fractionalized one Azuki into 50,000 parts, and the holders of those tokens can put forth proposals and vote upon them. And one of my favorite proposals that was passed on the Bobu side was that in the crypto space, we often talk about when moon. In Bobu's case, we actually literally sent him into space on a ledger in a real SpaceX rocket on an actual NASA mission. I want to talk a little bit about the Azuki community. We have a very special, very passionate, very global community. And I think what makes them really special as well is that they're really creative. So they create lots of work of fan art, they create animations, and so on. And to date, since Azuki's been started in around 2 years, we've generated around 10,000 works of fan art. In addition, our community, they manufacture toys and apparel, they organize meetup, they create their own food and bev, they've started their own businesses, and it really adds to the rich cultural fabric that is Azuki. We also have something that we like to call sub-communities, which are clubs within the community. So this can be organized by geography, this can be organized by NFT attribute, it can be organized by interest. We have Azuki Watch Club for luxury watch aficionados, Azuki Fitness Club for fitness enthusiasts, and many, many more such cases, such as Queer Azuki, which is the organization for LGBT holders, and we have one for women as well. We've launched a lot of really trailblazing partnerships, primarily on the Web 2 side. So, for example, I spearheaded a partnership with the Formula One team Red Bull Racing, where we put an Azuki on the chassis of the race car that was driven by Max Verstappen and Checo Perez during the 2022 Abu Dhabi Grand Prix. And I know in the crypto space, when you see things like that, you're like, well, how much do they spend on that sponsorship? But actually for Azuki, we were able to get the Azuki on the car for free. And if you watch the Netflix show, Drive to Survive, you can actually see the Azuki on the car, showing millions of Netflix subscribers and exposing them to our IP. We've also spearheaded a partnership with Line Friends. So Line Friends are the mascot of the Line messaging app, which is the dominant messaging app used in regions like Taiwan, Thailand, and Japan. And we created a line of merchandise that actually onboarded people from the Web 2 side into Web 3. And we had a full store takeover of the Line Friends flagship store in Gangnam, Seoul. In addition, we've also had a partnership with Ambush, which is a Japanese streetwear brand. We've also had a partnership with Bilibili, which is the YouTube of China. We've also had Azuki visuals in Coachella during a K-pop concert as well. I know there's a misconception out there that NFT teams are not technical, but 3 out of 4 of our founders are developers, and there are a lot of really interesting things that we've been able to do on the technical side. So, for example, we innovated this new standard called PBT, or Physical Backed Token, which bridges digital and physical together. So what that means, for example, is that on my previous slide, I talked about Ambush, which is a streetwear company that we partnered with. So we created a line of custom hoodies in 2 colorways. Every unit in the same colorway looks the same, but because there's an NFC chip that you can scan with your phone, you can mint an NFT that has a huge array of possibilities. So I call this the second unboxing, because the first unboxing is that you see the physical item, and the second unboxing is you see what NFT you got. And what we've seen in the secondary markets is that although the hoodies look identical, depending on what NFT they're associated with, they can actually command different price points. In addition, we also pioneered ERC 721A, which is a gas-optimized contract, and we see other projects in the space using this, like Adidas and Doodles. We're also working with top talent within the anime industry. So we're working with Dentsu, who created Attack on Titan. They also co-produced a lot of the Studio Ghibli films, like Howl's Moving Castle, Spirited Away, Princess Mononoke, and they also created the Naruto film, as well as the One Piece film. We're also working with the legendary anime director, Goro Taniguchi, who worked on the One Piece film, which is a top 5 grossing anime film in Japan. So we recently released the debut episode of our anime anthology series, which was produced with Dentsu. And very excitingly, we've generated over 5 million views in a couple of weeks. And actually, this episode went viral in China, on China's Twitter called Weibo, where it was reposted by some Chinese celebrities, such as actor Stephen Feng from Hong Kong, as well as Angelababy, who's the Kim Kardashian of China. And again, because of the Solana meme coin celebrity meta, you might think these are paid partnerships, but this happened completely organically. And what that tells me is that art and culture can be a vehicle or ambassador to introduce new audiences to technology. Which brings us to Anime Chain today. We're looking to bring the anime industry on chain. As an example of how we're accomplishing this, in our first episode of our debut anime anthology series, we introduced this new crypto use case where if you were to watch the episode in the browser on azuki.com and you had 2 NFTs in your wallet, you could actually see your Azuki in the background of one of the scenes. And what I think that brings to the table is enriching and deepening the fan experience. So for decades, the relationship between big studios on the entertainment side has been very one way. So they create the content, and the fan is the passive consumer. But I believe that through crypto technology, it'll change not only the fan's relationship with the IP, but also how new IP is created at the grassroots level. I want to take a moment to talk about the opportunity at hand, because I know that anime can seem extremely niche. However, global demand for anime has never been higher. The anime industry was a $26 billion industry in 2021, and by 2030, that size of the pie is set to grow to $60 billion. So to put these numbers into perspective, that's larger than the global music industry and global box office sales combined today. In addition, we're seeing that anime is definitively moving from a subculture into the mainstream pop culture conversation. Big luxury fashion houses like Chanel and Burberry are partnering with major anime brands. We're seeing rappers like Megan Thee Stallion sample the Jujutsu Kaisen soundtrack in their albums and rapping about Naruto. We also see big companies like McDonald's running anime-themed campaigns, and actually they have a Jujutsu Kaisen campaign that's ongoing right now, and so much more. Indeed, it could be said that we're living in an anime renaissance. Because of demand for anime in the West, there never have been as many titles in production as today. And what we're seeing is that a lot of Western entertainment companies are actually acquiring anime-related companies to be able to stay on top of this meta. Surprisingly, or not so surprisingly, given what I've shared, anime is more popular than sports for America's Gen Z. So what that means is that your average Gen Z would prefer to watch an episode of anime over watching a basketball game, a football game, or a baseball game. And that's really no surprise, because a lot of subcultures are very youth-oriented, which propels them into mainstream pop culture. We saw this with the rise of surf culture decades ago, with the rise of skateboarding culture, and with rap and hip-hop. Recent surveys have shown that 60% of Gen Z watches anime at least once a month. And I truly believe that anime will be Gen Z's version of Friends or The Office, because the viewing behavior that we're seeing with Gen Z in anime is that they're returning to the same shows over and over again for comfort and nostalgia. In addition, streaming platforms are also leaning into the anime meta. Netflix reported that 50% of their total viewership watched anime in 2021. In 2022, 300 million people around the world watched anime. That's almost the size of the population of the United States of America, which is the 3rd largest country in the world. However, despite all of these tailwinds for the anime industry, the anime fan experience is still quite fragmented. What that means is that as a fan, I have to go to certain platforms to be able to watch the shows that I want to watch. I have to go to yet another platform to be able to rate and review what series I want to watch and to discover anime. I have to go to yet another platform to be able to discuss my favorite shows and speculate on what's going to happen next season. And I have to go to somewhere else to be able to buy merch. And speaking of anime merch, the leading vertical for anime merchandising is anime figures. And it's crazy how much money people spend on anime figures. If you guys follow Anthony Sassano from the Ethereum community, you'll see that he posts about his anime figure collection from time to time. And some of these pieces are literally life-size, and that's easily 5 figures for just one piece. If you Google anime figure collection on YouTube, you can find people whose collections are so big that they don't even fit inside their house, and that's easily a 6 to 7 figure collection in terms of dollar value. So if I walked into Louis Vuitton today and I dropped 6 to 7 figures, they would have me down in their CRM as a VIP. What that means is that they would send me a gift on my birthday, or during Christmas, or during Chinese New Year's. They'd invite me to a fashion show. They'd maybe even solicit my advice for upcoming collections. But there's really no such thing within the anime industry. And it's very, very interesting to see, because anime fans spend not only a lot of time and money on their fandom, but they also put in a lot of effort. They write fan fiction, they go to conventions, they create cosplay, and so much more. So, how are we able to create a more unified anime experience? I truly believe that crypto technology will allow us to aggregate, track, and reward the anime fan experience today. And I want to take a step back and talk about the global macro of entertainment. We are slowly but surely moving away from generalized entertainment as a trend. And what we're seeing is that we're moving toward niche and more deep fandoms. There are some obvious exceptions, of course, like Barbie and Oppenheimer, but mostly the reverse is true. We're also seeing this global convergence of taste. So there are a lot of soft cultural exports that are coming out of APAC. So there's K-pop, of course, there's award-winning films like Parasite, and there's K-dramas. What I think is really interesting about K-dramas is that a lot of them originate from webtoons, which are a type of digital comic optimized for mobile that's created by everyday people like you or me. And in South Korea, the MAU, or monthly active users, for one of the leading webtoons platform there, called Naver Webtoon, is 89 million monthly active users. And that's actually larger than the entire population of South Korea. So what that tells me is that there's a movement away from new IPs being launched from big studios to new IPs being launched at the grassroots level. We can also see this reflected in the choice of movies that we have when we go to the theater. Namely that we're finding big studios, they simply don't want to take risks anymore. It's so much more safe to be able to launch a sequel, a prequel, reboot an existing franchise than it is to gamble on completely new IP. And I think crypto in the future will enable this to happen while deepening fandom alongside. This brings us today to Anime Chain, which will be an Arbitrum Orbit L3. We believe this will be an app chain for a modern, unified anime experience. So I wanted to talk a little bit about how I, in my contributor status at the Anime Coin Foundation, did my due diligence and how we landed upon Arbitrum. So from my perspective as a contributor, Arbitrum really is the ecosystem for builders. There's so many things going on with the Arbitrum ecosystem, with real adoption, real transactions, real volume being generated. There's this passion within the Arbitrum ecosystem as well. And the tech, of course, enables actual mainstream use cases. Here are some of the examples of technical innovation happening within Arbitrum at the moment. I also wanted to talk about what I think Anime Chain is able to bring to crypto overall, as well as Arbitrum. So, of course, we're in this era where there's so much exciting new infra being pioneered. When I started out my career in crypto 6 to 7 years ago, it was extremely difficult to be able to even launch a layer 1. You had to work with a team of cryptographers and developers and set up data centers and all that kind of thing. But now through RASes like Conduit and Caldera, you can deploy an L3 with a click of a button. So what's missing are these active consumer use cases that actually onboard millions of people from the Web 2 side into Web 3. And this is what we think we can bring to the table with Anime Chain. I wanted to talk a little bit about something we did together with Arbitrum. So when the Anime Coin Foundation announced that Anime Chain would be using Arbitrum technology, Azuki donated a rare NFT to the Arbitrum DAO treasury, and we also opened up a mint where around 100,000 Arbzukis, as we called it, Azukis minted on Arbitrum, were minted. And what that goes to show, from my opinion, is that there's huge synergies within crypto between infra communities as well as consumer use case communities. The launch timeline for Anime Chain is by end of year, and you can follow our journey at Anime Coin on X. Thank you for listening, and I hope I got you excited about what Anime Chain will be doing to upend the anime industry with crypto technology. If you want to reach out to talk about all things Anime Chain, you can contact me on Telegram or via X at WizWang. Thanks again.
Everyone, we have lunch for an hour now, but there's more talks at the other stage. See you too. Check, check. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Canvas stage. A day where we try to avoid talking too much about infrastructure and anything that's not sort of cultural, I guess. And the next panel is going to be on sovereign art chains, specifically Forma, which has been a new construction on Celestia using various different components of the modular stack to create a sort of, art-focused EVM chain. And I'm very happy to have with me on stage various key components of that architecture. So you have Jordan from Astria, Sam from Skip, and notably John from Hyperlane. Welcome. Maybe we can start with a quick round of introductions, starting from Sam, just what you do and where you're at.
Test. Hi, I'm Sam Hart. So I have kind of a range of relevant experience to this panel. Long ago, I ran an art magazine and did curation for a number of New York-based art institutions. I also have a technical background, so I now work with Achilles on Forma through my capacity at Skip. I'm the head of product and strategy at Skip. And Skip does cross-chain infrastructure for sovereign chains, including art chains.
Yeah, I'm Jordan. I am the co-founder of Astria. In terms of how that's relevant, Forma is built on top of Astria's tech stack, and we've worked to help support them get to launch, this past month or so. Yeah.
I'm No Sleep John. I lead growth at Hyperlane, and how it's relevant to Forma is Forma uses the Hyperlane bridge and infrastructure to get all the TIA onto Forma.
Great. So all of you sort of work on different supplies and components to enable bespoke block spaces for various applications, right? Like both Hyperlane, Skip, and Astria all sort of want to support a multitude of rollups with different aims, different dispositions, different target demographics and audiences. And I guess one of the first questions that I would be curious to hear your perspective on is why do we need bespoke block spaces for different applications rather than stay on sort of, a different construction? Specifically, why would sovereign chains be interesting for creative use cases in particular?
Yeah, I think having a sovereign chain here is really exciting. It's especially around something like Forma, which is trying to create art and then community around that. It gives you a space that kind of, to really unite that in terms of like a community aspect. So I think that's cool for that. In terms of having multiple of these sovereign chains, I think it depends on your, what your use case is and what you're doing. In an exciting way, you can kind of have this idea of like time-based, you can have like ephemeral blockchains, whereas there's an event that you're doing something around and you kind of have this space that you can do some sort of activity on just around that. Or it's exciting for the ability to ship something and iterate on it while still having the decentralization core of crypto underneath it. And yeah, I think the reality here is there's gonna be a lot of things that will come out of this in the future, and we'll see more new use cases that like I haven't thought of yet. But the goal of kind of what we're trying to provide at Astria by making it possible to make all of these rollups and these sovereign communities in space is really to foster more innovation, because it's relatively, it's we've been doing this for crypto for like a decade now, but there's still oftentimes this talk like where are we going to find product market fit, where are we going to find like users, and so providing a place where it's easy to innovate and test things out and actually get things to users without maybe having the like financial implications of modifying a state machine that a whole bunch of people are relying on for real financial transactions is an exciting space.
Yeah, it's like way easier to build your own sovereign chain than like iterate on. I guess like the sovereignty aspect is pretty cool because you get to control the direction of the chain design. So like if you build on Solana, you have to go with the Solana design and like their direction of development. like with your own sovereign rollup or like rollup or app chain, you get to control like your VM design, you get to control different permissions, monetization. There's many more angles that you can customize there with your sovereign rollup. So.
Yeah, I mean, the reasons that are often told about sovereign block space are things like customizing the gas token that you want to use, slightly less relevant for sovereign rollups, but sovereign chains in general. Being able to leverage a different sequencer set or a specific set of sequencer rules, or just having very tight controls, increasing the efficiency, or just being kind of creative with the state machine. So experimenting with new VMs, or doing some, I mean, in the art chain context, it's like you can literally do whatever. I mean, this whole event is about do whatever. It's like, do something fucked up, actually. Like, let's make something that's kind of broken and see what happens. So that actually opens a very interesting space for what a blockchain can be, and creative experimentation that can kind of unfold.
Is the sovereign component of the sovereign rollup, do you feel like that part is important for the experimentation, or is a non-sovereign rollup that sort of just settles on a smart contract like somehow more constrained, in your opinion?
I mean, it's slightly more constrained than a sovereign chain, but it's all trade-offs. I did another panel on block space at one point specifically, and I kind of described block space as it's like paper. Like, paper comes in all different forms. Like, sometimes paper is just paper. It's like printer paper or something like that. Like, sometimes paper is like, the tool, like textured, embossed, whatever, and it's like, or it's stamped with kind of, it's notarized and it's incorporated into legal documents. Like, now it's a kind of special type of paper. Like, you could make, and paper's good for a lot of different things. Like, sometimes you kind of want to specialize and select the paper that makes sense for you. And yeah, a sovereign rollup is like, it has certain kind of common qualities. In your case, like, you need to pay gas tokens in TIA. You could potentially abstract that with like an intermediary, but it has most of the capabilities that a sovereign chain does, but misses some elements that might have you might have access to if you had your own chain.
Yeah, I think that the idea of like a sovereign rollup versus I always just say a rollup with a canonical bridge. I don't know what the better term here is, but I think it's a little bit overblown, because at the end of the day, you have sovereignty when you choose which type of rollup you want to make. And it's just about what suits best for your use case and instance. I think launching a sovereign rollup provides you a lot more flexibility down the road in terms of what you can do and how you can change. There's questions here of, like, what is the social consensus of what truth is? And, if you build a non-sovereign rollup, you're supposed to be dedicated to using that on-chain smart contract in the future. But if you don't do that, you can also make the sovereign choice of like, well, we're gonna like fork away and that contract's no longer valid. So it's just a degree of like what works best for your use case and how easy it is to make a change.
Yeah, actually, like, I wanted to ask you, like, why sovereign rollups versus like an app chain or like just an Ethereum settled rollup? Like, why would I do that?
Like, is that to me?
Yeah, to you.
Yeah. Yeah, so I mean, in an Ethereum settled rollup, you get the benefit of having access to ETH liquidity. I think a sovereign rollup can provide different options in terms of what you're doing. It doesn't mean that you can't have ETH and you can't have access to that. It doesn't mean that you can't use things like Hyperlane in order to get bridging of whatever assets are important for you in your sovereign space. And I think back to the like ease of iterating, it's really about like, okay, I'm going to go and I'm going to test. And when we do demos and whatnot, it's like, okay, here I'm going to test this on my local machine. I'm going to build some state. I'm going to do things, make sure it works. and then I'm going to, ship a version on mainnet and make sure that it works a little bit too, and then I'm going to go again, and you don't have to like redeploy contracts and figure out who's signing all of that, and it can be just a little bit easier to iterate through that design and process of launching.
And also, like, you don't have to assemble a full validator set yourself, right? You get that from Celestia or whatever DA layer.
Yeah, you don't have to, I mean, in a traditional roll-up space, you don't assemble a validator set either, I guess. So in comparison to an app chain, that's definitely the big lift. Sorry, I forgot about the app chain part there. Is that, if you're building your own app chain, you can use something like Cosmos, and you can have IBC for different assets, but you have to go and wrangle validators. And not only do you need to bring the validators into your space, you likely require offering your own token at some point, which is maybe something you don't want to do. You additionally have to, once you get those validators on board, it's one thing to have people on board. It's another thing to keep them on board while you continue to run your chain, because they can make the decision, like, this isn't economically viable for me anymore, or there's something else which is more economically viable. And so it becomes this weird, like, two-sided marketplace that you have to manage.
So Sam, you talked about sort of the notion of there being many different kinds of papers, sort of paper types, and that leads to a plethora of different rollup constructions. And we've seen that sort of explode over the last year, and even more so in the last 6 months, and probably even more so in the future. And there's been this association in crypto between the notion of sort of a rollup and a community, right? Like, these things are almost used interchangeably. I'm personally very skeptical of the notion of a community, especially when it relates to NFT-esque situations. Usually it just means backholders want their images to be more expensive, and how do we arrange ourselves in a way where we can make that happen. That being said, I've noticed with Forma, for example, Forma in particular has some custom precompiles that mean that you can have fully on-chain metadata, right? Which means that, like, sort of an extra little thing there. And it seems to me like the deeper you enshrine rules on the logic of a chain, the more likely people are to coalesce around those rules and make creations that relate to these rules. And that might actually be the birthplace of a community that's viable in some respects, or like long-term oriented, right? So the more specialized with things you go, the more abilities you give to people to do things they couldn't do elsewhere, then maybe in that case the block space does become the shelling point for a community that's not just backholders, but people who are disposed to create in a particular way. Does that resonate with you?
Yeah. We were talking earlier, so I was kind of part of a community of very early blockchain art creators, and we were kind of not very interested in the idea of NFTs. We were kind of like, okay, you're gonna build this whole permissionless coordination system that has the ability for anyone in the world to like write and interact and like create rules with each other, and then you're just gonna put an image on there, and like I was just like didn't really make a lot of sense. I've come around to NFTs a bit. One, an NFT is just kind of a package. You can put different things in there. So the ERC 721 standard like allows for kind of injected logic. And if you kind of step back, like it's really just kind of an addressable object on chain. It kind of has some associated metadata, has a standard way of interfacing with markets and whatnot. And I kind of coming from, or like having experience in the art industry, one of the reasons that I was actually quite interested in working in crypto was the art industry has this really kind of perverse relationship with capital, where they're kind of like denying its existence or kind of critiquing it, but like then not. It's like all built around wealth and funded by wealthy patrons. And so I was like, this is kind of bullshit. Like, you're just not. It's disingenuous. Like, you should actually just like try to build systems that like engage directly with capital in order to like solve artist problems. And kind of caught myself with NFTs like having that same judgment, like, oh, these are kind of financialized things. Well, actually, like, yeah, that was kind of the point, is like we are pointing at the thing. This is the kind of capitalized object, and giving it value and like making it tradable. I think there are a lot of perverse things going on with NFTs, but there's also a lot of really beautiful, creative things. It might have been Sasha in the audience here who kind of analogized PFPs to kind of like modern portraiture. Not totally sure if that's attributable to you. So I think that's really fun reading. And I've definitely been part of PFP communities to some extent that like I think have a good sense of like genuine social camaraderie that's like not purely based in like let's make the number go up. But yeah, it's not perfect. To answer your question directly, like I do think there are a lot of other things that you can do. Like you have the ability to create this kind of game space, like you can control the rules. So the thing that I was first interested in is actually like these are actually kind of decentralized like scores. You're creating a way of creating a rule set for participants to interact with each other. So it's actually kind of like a choreography that you're generating. So like, I think that's super interesting. A little more esoteric than a picture, but a lot of opportunities, I think.
Yeah, I think, in general, just like the NFT space, I have been skeptical of, and I have, I think, previous to Forma being launched, purchased like 2 ever. But I think one of the things with community is that when you think about what community is from like a human aspect is like just finding people who like the same thing that you like. And one of my critiques of like NFT and NFT communities is that the pictures were just a way to bond with people who liked the money going up. But I think when you have something that's like a sovereign space that's specifically for this, it can actually create a better sense of community. I find myself like excited when the next Forma launch is going to go, and I'd have like a rule for myself of like, I'm not going to buy all of them. I'm only going to pick the ones that I like, because like, oh, I like this art. And it's just, I haven't participated in like Discord and community like that, but it's cool when I talk to people and they're like, oh yeah, I liked that one too. And it's like it's just like it's a picture, I like it, and I bought it. And where Sam says that like traditionally art has been this kind of very expensive thing. It's kind of for the wealthy. I appreciate that with the NFTs that are coming out, you can have an artist who still makes like a good wage off of something because they sell many copies of it and whatnot, but it's not having to labor to do it more times, and that. So they get rewarded for the art that they're creating. But then also like we can have a group of people who have this and they can create this community. It's like, oh yeah, I like that art too. And just great way to find new people that you enjoy spending time with and have things in common with.
Yeah, I think it's pretty cool like how each community forms like very differently. Like Monad, their art there is very different than like Cosmos with like Bad Kids. And then even Celestia slots, like slightly different vibe than the Bad Kids of like the OG Cosmos. And then there's like the Solana, like with Mad Lads. Each community has a different vibe, different energy, different aesthetic even. I think like the way, like with more roll-ups coming out, each one's going to start forming its own community, like we talked about, like the cultural pluralism. Like Forma is inheriting a lot of like the Modular or Celestia energy and aesthetic with all those Forma launches there, because it's like curated by people in the Celestia community, which is pretty cool. And then stuff like Solana has their own type of art wave going on over there, and like memes, shitcoins going on. Monad has like their own like purple Pepe looking thing going on. Yeah, just like every single new chain coming out is forming a different identity, and I think that's what like the modular thesis is all about. It's really, I think it's pretty cool.
I think one of the like really refreshing things to me, just like even just being on this panel here, is we're talking about, and oftentimes in crypto, I'm sitting down and we're talking about MEV or value capture and who's doing this and who's getting front run and how are we going to make sure that anything, just kind of all this financialized aspect. But we're sitting here talking about art and communities, and as a space where it's like I'm working on infra projects, but like the goal has always been like, how can we create a space that has like users doing things for things that like people not in crypto are interested in, and this is kind of that space. And there's aspects we could talk about that are more crypto space, but it's just refreshing to actually be at an event and be able to talk about like normal people problems and things that those people care about.
Yeah, it's not all like sunshine and roses with NFTs. Like even these major collections, I think it's a great starting place, but like what makes art interesting? Like why was I into it as a kid? Like, because it's a whole scene. Like you do it with your friends and you like learn stuff, you get exposed to new ideas, you go to events. It's like it's a whole world. And like NFTs, maybe you're in the Discord or like they do feel very like shallow in like there is culture there, but like there's also the kind of this impetus to like, oh well, there is a kind of scarcity mindset and like, well, why is it not like this like conduit for like creative potential and like inviting new artists in and like new ideas and new like ways of working, and like that's what the art is about, like is just doing cool shit with your friends. And I don't know, that feels like it's just really untapped in most cases.
I would actually disagree. Like in Cosmos, there was so much fragmentation for such a long time in Mindshare, and then like Bad Kids came out, and people started uniting around that art, forming their community around that. People from like 50 different Cosmos chains that normally disagree with each other, like formed around this one community, and that like usually with sovereignty and that comes with a bunch of fragmentation, but like the art with Bad Kids, even though it's just like a couple like 10,000 drawings, like there's auto-generated drawings, like people came around that and started organizing around that, like around one singular vision for Cosmos. And I think that's like counterpoint to that.
One of the best examples for sure.
Yeah.
I think this kind of, one of the things that's interesting to me in this space is, when we talk about NFTs, we usually talk about a collection and the community around that like particular collection. And one of the things that's interesting to me about Forma is that, and it's very new, so we'll see how this evolves over time, but it is multiple artists, and it's every week there's, or not necessarily every week, but there are regular new drops of new artists, and the community isn't like, well, I bought this one collection. The community in this sovereign space can be, this is for people who like the art that is coming out of the space. And so I think you can have a little bit more of that, traditional art community type thing, where it's not like, oh, I like this one and it has a different hat or whatever. It can be a wholly unique, different art, and we can bond over, we like the art that's come out of one of these collections, as opposed to a single space. And having that sovereign space allows you to actually unite those and get more artists involved and get a lot of cool stuff out like that.
Yeah, I mean, let me push this out of the domain of NFTs, just to like give people some sense of this. Like, okay, there's an artwork on chain, or maybe it is a chain. Like, you do not get an object at the end. You do not start with an object. You actually just interact with the thing. Maybe other people interact with it as well, and you're just, discovering something, like trying to understand what's going on with this social sculpture, as we were talking about the other day. That can be the art. Like, you can just engage in the performance. You can be a kind of participant in this collective behavior. There's a ton of super interesting things that you can do there, NFTs, cool. They will absolutely be part of this world, and maybe there'll be a commemorative thing that's part of your interaction, or maybe not. Like, but thinking more expansively, I think that's what is exciting about this. Is like, people tend to kind of consolidate around specific standards, artifacts, or whatever, and this is like specifically trying to push against that, and like, let's do something a little bit weird and experimental, and kind of some of it's going to blow up, and some of it'll be cool and like inspire the next thing.
Yeah, I mean, I did a talk earlier where stuff we talked about the other day as well, where I was sort of saying that we've conflated the object of the art with the artwork more broadly. That I think is a taxonomical, ontological issue. I think it's actually a little of confusion around these things. We have this primitive, that's an NFT, that's just, what it means is like object. And then we're saying, well, we do this thing with the objects. Like, well, what should this be about? And Forma specifically was curated with the notion of what Nick Hamilton, who was the first artist we released on Forma, named the things he did as postcards, which I think is a really nice ontological anchoring, right? It's like cheap, ubiquitous things that nonetheless carry some sort of memento value, right? I paid 50 cents and I was there, but that, to me, that sacrifice of the capital to me actually does say something, even if the price doesn't, or whatever, There's like something about presence and sort of arrangement of community in a way that's not sort of, starts from an affordable place, in the same way that postcards do, right? When you go to the museum and you buy a postcard, you don't think you're going to sell it in 2 years, but nonetheless, you're part of some sort of communion, conversation.
Yeah, it also draws on the history of mail art, which I can maybe say a word about, which is like there are very interesting artist communities. It's just kind of artist to artist, peer to peer. Like I make a postcard, send it to you, and then that kind of inspires the next thing. Like artist sends it back, and this is kind of this like internal dialogue that happened with. In similar way that people like find themselves in discords and whatever, it's like this kind of like informal conversation going on and like network that ends up forming. And those were not like monetized objects. They were just kind of like notes to each other and like kind of punctuate a larger art practice that you had, played a really important role in kind of social cohesion and movement formation and like that. So drawing on the kind of idea of a postcard artwork, you can go in a lot of pretty cool directions that maybe speak directly to artists or speak to collectors in a way that is a little bit out of the norm. Yeah.
That was kind of part of the scaffolding of Forma as well as an idea originally, was the notion of the fully on-chain metadata part was interesting, firstly because you have some, obviously some like trust assumptions that go away when you have more things on chain. But the interesting thing that I'm really excited to look what happens with is the notion that it's also composable. So any art piece that gets deployed on Forma can reference any other piece that gets deployed, that's been deployed on Forma before, and any changes that happen sort of on any of them can affect other ones in a trustless, permissionless manner. Which sounds a lot actually like the net art you're describing, right? Like someone sends something and it changes over time and people sort of interact with it. To me, that's what an art chain proper would be something that's performative and long-term and mutates in various ways, and maybe it starts with little postcards but ends up being some amalgamation of interactions. And I think for that, you actually do need sovereign block space, because you need the customers that come with it and the enshrinement of them in a social layer that means people will actually use them and do things with them. So I'm hopeful for that, but let's see, we're not there yet. Maybe we'll all stop before that happens. Hopefully not. I have a separate question. I don't know if you guys want to. On the one hand, you have the sort of this trajectory towards more blockchains, more sovereign communities that distance themselves and differentiate themselves in this sort of maybe insular pockets of block space, right? So that's one of the vision. And then the other sort of trajectory is happening now with like chain abstraction and bridging everything to everywhere all at once, kind of like, disintermediates that and creates another layer on top, whatever you want to call it, different protocols have different names for it, where you actually don't know which chain you're on, right? And where you no longer feel like you're part of a separate community. I guess I want to ask you about that, because you have a very big bridge. Whether or not you feel like these trajectories are mutually exclusive and they point in different directions, right? So the sovereignty of different communities, where you feel like you're in a different chain, and maybe the bridging is part of the experience, right? I go somewhere else and I'm here now, and if I want to do anything else, I have to move from there and go somewhere else. Versus like the teleportation world that I think everyone's kind of building towards.
So are you talking about like in a world where everything is chain abstracted? Like, do we lose the sense of community everywhere?
Yeah.
That's a pretty good question. Yeah, I think maybe like some portion of people will always be aware of like the underlying blockchain. So there's still gonna be like the hardcore like blockchain people that'll be interacting on chain, and then there's gonna be like the abstracted layer above with like the general public that's like not as crypto pilled. Actually, like, I don't really have a good answer for that right now. Like, I think we're pretty far away from that, and maybe by the time we get there, like, each community is going to be big enough that it won't really matter. But yeah, I think that's a good question. I don't have a good answer right now.
I'm going to draw a big kind of simile here, which is a non-crypto question, which is, does making it easier for people to go around the world destroy world communities? Or does it? And the answer to that is, in some instances, like, definitely yes. But it also, in some instances, provides access to people who don't have their own community in the space that they're stuck in, and can go and find that for themselves. And so I think we don't want to have the, I mean, it's a slightly tortured, analogy, but I think if we think about that as we create these interoperability layers and we create this chain abstraction and whatnot, we want to keep the best of what the communities are, but we also want to make it possible for people to move between everything and find the space that is correct for them. Just because your first time interacting on a blockchain was ETH, we don't want it to be this like super hard for you to go. It's like, but I noticed this stuff happening over here, but I couldn't figure out how to get my assets over there so that I could interact with it. We want to make sure that like you can have some of that interoperability and you can find the space that's correct for you. Even if where you first came on wasn't necessarily like the perfect spot. But we don't want to destroy the communities that exist while doing that. And I think that's down to an extent, it's like a human problem of how do we make sure that we as people are good in that regard.
I'm not totally convinced that we've kind of arrived at the correct interaction paradigm for blockchains, to be honest. Like, if you look at if you kind of analogize the history of hypertext, like hypertext started as like a literary medium, first of all. It was kind of like literally hypertext. Like, how do you build nonlinear textual representations? And there's a big emphasis on link structure and your ability to kind of move between different applications, and a lot of emphasis on like contextual awareness and kind of like a lived experience of like going from here to here to here to here. And I don't see like any of that in blockchain. It's like bridges are like, just the whole notion of a bridge is just like weird. Like a link is not like a place that you go. Like you travel through it, and you go to the thing that you're trying to go to. It's a conduit to get you somewhere. So we haven't like really gotten to that thing, and I feel like understanding what that navigation paradigm looks like and what the kind of like the points that you arrive at, the way that you get there, is pretty important for understanding like what an application is when you arrive. So yeah, I think that if you have the ability for like art chains to interact with each other, maybe you can do some experimentation here where you can actually create some relationality between the artworks. Sorry, there's a. I'll conclude there.
You talked about different art chains interacting with each other. I think that's a pretty interesting idea. How would that work if we have like 15 different art chains in the future, like 50? Like, how would that work? How do you think that would work? Instead of like having all that art on one chain, like this is back to the idea of sovereignty and having that like monolithic build.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull us back to being a little bit more nerdy and here, because I think Astria provides a pretty like interesting future world here for us, which is that when you think about like these art chains interacting, it's up to the communities to decide what other communities they want to work with. And so Astria has built this, the sequencing layer is such that I say to an extent you can kind of think of an execution engine on top of that as like a materialized view, or it's a filter function of some portion of the data, and you get to pick what portion of the data you actually want to use. And so you start as saying I want only this chain's data, and someone else has I want only this, but then you say actually we both want to have some interoperability, and we can consume parts of each other's data. and one of the things from like a coordination aspect here in like a very nerdy sort of way is that what you get via using, you know, this sequencing layer is that you get a shared like wall clock time, and it's just like coming to consensus on time is relatively difficult. It can say we did these things at, you know, the same time, the same block, and it provides some functionality there that can be used with other tools that people are building. Like Skip has a really great way for you to bridge between different chains and just like not be aware of what's happening under the hood. Great experience. But I think this is going to provide for ways that you can build that interoperability. It's not going to be, oh, all 15 art chains are going to work with each other and say this community wants to integrate with this community, and this one might want to actually work with like 3 others, and you can kind of have this composability and as a sovereign space, choose who you want to interact with.
That's a great, the filtering execution environment, it's a very interesting heuristic actually. Can I just ask, how do you choose, like is like a fork? Like how do you choose who you interact with in that case? Who chooses? The community is depending on whatever?
Yeah, this is up to, it's a fork choice rule of the roll-up, what data they're going to pull. And we have ideas on this in terms of, you know, broader outside of just kind of the community art space and kind of evolving. You know, to start with, you have to make it such that you can have one, and then figuring out it's designed for the future to have this, but, you know, to be determined entirely how it works out. And this is to the point of iteration, is people will test things and see what works. And if one version doesn't, then, you know, you can go back. And this is the other cool thing about running on top of a sequencer. If you like try something with your execution environment, you're like, oh, it didn't work, but I'm like my own sovereign space. You can then be like, actually, we're just like traditional like tech type thing, like roll back. And you can test it out in kind of a test net space, just make sure that everything executes and it works, and it, you know, it seems like a nice user interaction. And then if your experiment doesn't work, just be like, no, let's keep doing what we were doing before.
Great. Wow. Couple minutes to go. Maybe be nice to do a boring thing and just ask all of you what you're excited about. And if it's art-chainy or RT related, that's great. If it's not, then that's fine as well. But just the way to close it off. One thing that excites you. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just excited for more experimentation. I'm excited for more artists to get paid to do their work. Is one of the reasons I got into this space. And I think there are a lot of opportunities for artists to, I mean, a lot of the talk this week has been around just nobody wants to use blockchains because they're like boring. There's a lot of potential there to engage artists directly and like give them some agency to do some creative work. So excited for that.
Yeah, I think I'm going to be a little bit boring here because I more from like a traditional Web 2 background. I'm excited for seeing, yes, new innovation, but I have this kind of radical idea that you can use a sequencing layer to run not a blockchain on top of, and you can have an interaction that is persistent. You get the benefits of having verifiable data posted in a blockchain while running like a normal, you just have some sequenced data application on top of it. And I think that's going to be, maybe not now, but like 10 years from now, like a powerful way to do some like essentially just database technology.
Yeah, I'm excited for, I guess, like in a world with like 1,000, 10,000 different sovereign communities, having something to unite around and build around and coordinate around. Something like art, like profile pictures even, like Bad Kids, like the example we said earlier. Just art as a unifying force for all these different fragmented communities.
Great. That's what we have time for. Thank you guys so much for this. Really appreciate it. Yeah. Cool. Next up on radical experimentation and coordinating around cool things, we have someone who's actually in the trenches trying to figure this out and build new ways for people to engage in gaming, autonomous world sort of territories. using the blockchain as a medium for that. So to everyone who's saying where are all the applications, well, I've had a bunch of here today, so maybe stick around for Daniel's talk from Evolute.
Hello, everyone. Today, the topic I want to expand on is building on-chain games for masses, 12 lessons I've learned. But first of all, who is this guy talking to you from the stage? My name is Daniel, nice to meet you. And I want to share some fun facts about me, crypto, and games. I was studying information security in university, and one day at a crypto conference, I won the prize, 1 Bitcoin. And for the student, it was a huge amount of money, around 100 bucks. And the very next day, I spent it all on a good restaurant. Yeah, I may not have been a good investor, but I was definitely a solid Dota 2 player. Yeah, I spent a lot of years playing the games. But don't worry, I'm not just a gamer and failed crypto investor. Let me share my latest success with solo hacking Fuel network in the hackathon with the prize pool around $1 million. I love code and coding, and today I live in the dream that probably many IT engineers have. Founded the game studio and named it Evolute. Today, I don't want to dive deep into technicalities, but rather share some of my stories and my modest experience with Web3 gaming and thoughts about its future. I've organized these insights in 12 lessons to reference the book 12 Rules for Life from G.B. Peterson. And I hope you'll enjoy following my character's journey from level 1 to level 30. In my first year of studying information security, I understood that university becomes boring, and I started looking for a job. That time I liked two things, games and programming. And after receiving my first rejection from Game Studio, I decided to try my luck in web development. I spent years building a solid software engineer career, but I almost missed the rise of crypto and Web3. But I always knew that crypto is the future, especially after that 1 Bitcoin dinner. So it was the first lesson I learned. Always trust your gut feeling. I've joined a Web3 venture studio and started doing a lot of progress in Polkadot ecosystem. We built a lot of infrastructure for dApps and for smart contracts. And around the time, the word metaverse suddenly popped up, and everywhere and everyone started talking about it, especially after Zuckerberg decided to rebrand his entire company. And I remember how I was impressed by the idea of infinite number of worlds connected in one universe. And the idea of bringing Web3 and games suddenly struck me as a perfect match. Those days, I met my friend Ilya, who came to our venture studio with his metaverse project called Asylum. And I was intrigued by the idea of NFTs that can be in-game items and can be used in different games. We easily received the grant from Web3 Foundation and started quickly crafting our prototype. Technically, the idea seemed perfect to us. Assets, along with the game code, were stored on-chain. We used the trusted execution environment as a dedicated servers to host our PvP sessions. And we even invented the protocol for NFTs, which have lots of interpretations and can be used in different contexts in any game. We spent so much time tailoring our idea to fit the grant application that almost forgot why we started in the first place. we always wanted to make fun games that people play. And in the end, we ran out of budget and failed to find customers for our idea. And I've learned few lessons from this unsuccessful startup. You should never do the things to satisfy any grant or accelerated commissions. You're just spending money of time. Do only things that correspond to your vision. And if you're at the very beginning, don't build too complex stuff. Try to iterate. It's better to battle test your ideas. But it wasn't only our metaverse project that failed. There were huge expectations from Meta Horizon World and ton of investments. Can you imagine $36 billion they paid just for 900 daily active users? So why did they fail? Gamers were arguing a lot about Meta, ton of technical issues and bugs. You remember those freaky avatars? And the biggest problem was lacking of the good content. Despite the initial interest to Decentralized and the sandbox, they have the same issues with the content. And thus, retention resulting to low daily and monthly active users. The most famous example, for sure, is Axie Infinity. And one day I did my research on why their economy failed. And here is my list. The project's profitability relied heavily on new players. This is some kind of Ponzi schema. Once new player influx stopped, the game market is collapsed. The game have a very narrow target audience, and supporting its expansion was extremely hard. And the crucial point is that they built an economy which is vulnerable to global economic factors. The good working in-game economy have to be isolated. That means that in-game currency is always a value inside the game, but not separate from the game. Although there were a metaverse project that succeeded, it's Roblox, with its user-generated content and games, and even their internal currency. But they have been growing their audience, their community for many years. So the best way to learn is on other people's mistakes and try not to repeat them. We understand that most of gamers don't need technology and then don't care about the budgets. Gamers need only one thing, it's fun, which some of the examples above are lacking. Another big point is we have to build an isolated in-game economy in our Web3 games. Your assets should always hold a value for players and not rely on cryptocurrency fluctuation. The solution here, and what we do in Evolute, is implementing the game-specific token and pegging the value of this token to the internal game metrics rather than external crypto prices. Armed with this knowledge, together with my partner, we started building a game. And I remember a ton of books I had read about the game design, and here is my list. The Art of Game Design by Jesse Skell, and my favorite one, Blood, Sweat, and Pixels. A very interesting book, very inspiring, that I recommend everyone if you're even not a game designer. We learned a lot about the metrics, how to do the technical launches, CPI, DAU, MAU, RPU, etc. We joined the game camp, and during the series of hackathons and game jams, we finally created our first prototype, gravitation.io. We didn't choose the genre and platform by accident. We wanted to target the largest audience, which is mobile. Hybrid casual is the most popular genre, the most popular growing segment in the market. And we learned that profound metagame is the way to generate players' retention. We decided to present the game at the game conference, and even came up with a competition where we give away the t-shirts with our cyberpunk characters. And the result, I couldn't even imagine. We were awarded for the best mobile game on the big stage. The irony was that at that time I thought it was a win. The only thing left is get off the stage and just have time to respond for investor proposals. But I was disappointed the same day, because when we start talking to investors and explaining our Web3 ecosystem, they just turn around and go. This episode taught me two things. Firstly, today you should never sell NFTs to the true gaming community. They will just reject it. There should be at least dozens of good Web3 games to dissipate this flaw created by such games as Axie Infinity. Secondly, you have to seek for right investors and move together with the people who share your ideas and vision. Everything we did for Gravitation.io was on our funds. In a few months, we started to run out of budget. So we decided to try our luck in Singapore on Token 49. What I can say about this event? I was enjoying the city. They are definitely living in the future. But it was a deep bear market, and the sentiment during the small talks was depression. Quite a boring event. We found no investors, so when we come back to Europe, we came to the decision to freeze development and let go of the entire team. Lesson 8. Don't lose hope. After returning from Singapore, my friend decided to focus on another project in DeFi, and I decided to take a rest in Greece. I spent a week with my friend who is working in Celestia, and this was exactly the time they go to mainnet. And I was shocked by the people reaction. The community I thought was asleep is actually alive. My friend told me a lot about modular blockchain and the projects they build in their ecosystem. And I was very enthusiastic about the modular design and read a ton of materials. In a couple of months, I was introduced to Scott from Argus Labs, who was building actually the blockchain for games. And I understood that this is exactly what we need for our games. In Evolute, we make competitive games with multiplayer. We want to have each single movement a transaction, and at the same time have a low latency. And this is how Argus addresses this issue. They've built a loop-driven runtime where we can update the game state on each single tick. This is basically how dedicated servers works in real multiplayer games. They have the assurance architecture for balancing the load, they're storing the sessions data on Celestia for the fraud proofs, and as a result, we have 60 to 100 milliseconds network latency for the fully on-chain games, and this number can even be improved. In a while, we created a pool of angels and enlisted support of Santor and Prestar Capital. And it's so wonderful to move with the people who speak the same language as you. And here are a few more lessons that I've learned during dozens of lectures and discussions with the people who actually build Web3 games. Web3 games critically depends on community and retention. In Evolute, we address this by targeting the largest gaming community, who is lovers of casual games. We believe that this huge group can create a great momentum to regain the trust in Web3 games for other players. Secondly, choose the most flexible and extensible blockchain technology and build the games fully on-chain. In Evolute, we're leveraging Argus World Engine, which is designed exactly for building fully on-chain games. We believe that building a sustainable economy is only possible when you save the proof about each single movement of your players on chain. And the last thing, which is not obvious, is to craft the engagement of game, the persistent component of your game from the day one, especially if you're building indie or casual games. In Evolute, we implementing an infinite meta game with a series of seasonal casual games. This creates a deep connection between the player and his character, encouraging them to evolve his character, but not to sell. This is an unfinished story, and we stopped at the interesting part. But we gained a lot of experience, and you're doing right. And don't be afraid to be creative. Thank you for attention.
Great. Thank you so much, Daniel, for this. Next up, we have two of the, in my opinion, most exciting sort of structures called game engines. I don't know if that's the preferred terminology, but basically how you can create a Web3 game that leverages the right components in a way that's seamless for both developers and players, and in a way that's actually meaningful and sustainable. And the first one is Argus, which is Scott's project, and really excited to hear from Scott about what he's working on and anything latest there. So, welcome.
Cool. Hello, everyone, and thanks for Celestia and the Modular Summit for hosting and having me here. My name is Scott. I'm the founder of Argus Labs, and today I want to talk to you about the journey of how we beat the speed of light and how geolocalized sharded rollups will redefine the future of on-chain compute. Okay. So I've spent the past 4 years of my life working on fully on-chain games. The video game industry as a whole is a massive industry that has dwarfed the normal Hollywood film-making industry for many decades now in terms of like market size. It's almost a $200 billion industry that continues to redefine itself in the medium and the way that we build better games and to how we can get it to the hands of as many people all around the globe. From someone who is just like playing League of Legends in their bedroom to people who play them competitively in the largest stage around the world in a sports tournament. And fully on-chain games is like no different. Fully on-chain games is yet another medium that we are exploring and we believe is going to be the future of like how we build video games. And since the day that I started working on fully on-chain games back in 2020, when I created Dark Forest, which is the first fully on-chain game that defines the category, people have always asked me, why on-chain games? Why build a move and transaction happens on-chain? Blockchain is shit, the blockchain is slow, like why go all to this trouble to build a game that is like fully on this quirky compute platform? And so to answer this question, I really want to take us back to the history of like the evolution of video game as a whole. This is the Atari 2600. It's made in 1970s. This is the days like, you know, where microprocessor is like still a new invention. They're expensive. It's not accessible. This small hardware, while you can fit it at your home, doesn't really have a lot of space for the hardware of the time. So you don't really have access, like a lot of space to store these large bulky machines. And remember, in 1970s, the dominant form of fun and gameplay in like a video game is like large coin-operated machines that you would have to go to an arcade to play. These coin-op machines are producing many companies and even Atari themselves like millions of dollars of revenue. They're successful. People play them all around the globe, and everyone knows that arcade machine makes money. Atari 2600, on the other hand, is like somewhat of a dark horse. you don't really understand this new like hardware, like you don't really know whether people will buy them. It has a lot of constraints. It was like expensive to do research, to develop, and even the games that you can play in this Atari 2600 is nowhere close to the quality of games that you would be able to have access to in these large arcade machines on the coin-op. But sooner or later, within a few years, the Atari 2600 became one of the most successful like video game console in North America. It became the dominant form of play and wiped coin-operated machines off the planet. You might see coin-op machines these days, but it's nothing more. The novelties dwarfed by the mobile phones and the game consoles that you see today. This is Doom, made in the early 1990s by the legendary programmer John Carmack from id Software. Doom was the pinnacle of like computer graphics at the time. When every other games was, just like a simple 2D game, one crazy guy called John Carmack decided that, hey, we'll build one of the early primitives for like 3D games, and which resulted in Doom being created. There was like no clear reason like why we needed a 3D game, but it was like something that is exciting, that is like something that inspired people, and to this day have transformed the way that we see and build video games. And most importantly, it defines the leading edge of computer graphics in the 1990s. This is Ultima Online, launched in the late 1990s by Origin Systems, which is under the umbrella of Electronic Arts. At the time, the internet was this like new, weird, quirky thing. People didn't really understand it. People even didn't really think email have a real purpose. And Origin Systems built Ultima Online under the umbrella of EA, where their business analyst thinks Ultima Online would never succeed because internet wasn't as accessible. It was like expensive. Those dial-up phones are like has a shitty user experience. Like people just like wouldn't want to play these games. That is like so hard and will never make money. And boy, how were they wrong. Ultima Online quickly redefines the MMO category, and it is now the ancestor of all the many massively multiplayer online games that we play today. If you think about it, video game is very different than many softwares that we're building and using every day. We can't really see video games from the lens of a B2B SaaS product. Video game is like closer to an art form looking for a new medium. For wherever there is like a place for a video game to go, like fun, it will be derived from it. And if you think about it too, one thing that all of these games have in common, from the Space Invaders of Atari 2600 to Doom of the personal computers to Ultima Online of the internet age to Farmville from like the days of Facebook games to Candy Crush from the age of mobile games, all of those things have one thing in common, which is that they use compute as a medium. And we believe where there is compute, there will be some new novel form of fun, and there will be computer games. And so we realized that the better question to ask ourselves is not why on-chain games. The answer to ask ourselves is like, why not on-chain games? Because yet again, blockchain is just yet another novel form of compute. It gives you weird tools in the toolbox for a video game that allows you to create a new novel form of fun, such as interoperability, composability, immutability, and the list goes on and on. This is the painting, The Grave Way of Kanagawa, which is a form of art from Japan called ukiyo. The Grave Way of Kanagawa is beautiful, and it's also made 200 centuries ago in the 1800s. This is the Mac Paint. This is a software made by Apple in the 1900s, obviously, like in just these past recent decades, in the 1980s, and it cost $200 at the time to purchase. And like if you convert this to the dollar amount today, Mac Paint costs $600 for one piece of software. The Mac Paint is expensive, and it's like extremely limited. You don't have a large canvas size. You don't even have colors. All of those fidelity, all of the things that you could have done in a traditional painting 200 years ago, you cannot do in Mac Paint. But yet again, this is like where we are. This is like where blockchain currently is today. Blockchain so far have been a terrible medium for us to create video games, just like how the Mac Paint is a terrible way for us to make digital arts in the 1980s. And so what it is really making it hard for us to develop a video game fully on chain? Why does like all of these DeFi protocols and all of these like different DEXs and like whatever use case or like stable coins can work just fine in a blockchain, but these like seemingly like simple and like joyous industry of video games are not able to build their product in a blockchain, right? Everyone tells us that the infrastructure is already there, it's already solved, but why are we not seeing on-chain games? The answer is simple. It's speed. And when we talk about speed, people often underestimate how performance intensive building a video game is, and especially how important speed is in building an online game. And when we're talking about speed, we can't really boil it all down to just transaction per second. When we're talking about video games, and especially online games, there are many measures of speed that we have to understand. There are ticks per second, there are entity updates, and there are also action latency. First, let's talk about the first two. By talking about this like one very simple game called Agar.io, which many boring high school students and college students play in their classroom all across the globe. Agar.io is an indie game. It's one of those games that you just build like for fun. It's not like a complex game onto its own. And even Agar.io has 20 ticks per second and are able to support 200 concurrent players per room. This might not seem like a lot, and it's like hard to understand if you've never really developed a video game, let alone an online game. But to put this in a blockchain terms for us to be able to easily understand, Agar.io has like basically 50 millisecond block time with their 20 ticks per second. And for every tick, you need to create a transaction to synchronize the player position, which in 200 players context, this would have been 4,000 transactions per second. And to put this number into perspective, some of the fastest rollups that we would call blazingly fast today would have a block time of 2 seconds with a maximum theoretical transaction per second of only around 1,000 transactions per second. This is like nowhere close to even supporting one single Agar.io game, let alone being able to scale to tens of thousands of like daily active users that Agar.io would have. And now, this is only one part of the issue. The second part is like what we like to call action latency. And this is like pretty much exists in all forms of games that we have today, from games like Brawl Stars, like which exists in your mobile phone, to fast-paced action game like Counter-Strike that has like hundreds of ticks per second. Fast action latency is something that is inseparable with the modern games that we have today, and this is no different with fully on-chain games. And if you have bad action latency, and like this happens from time to time with even the modern game servers, you will quickly be welcomed by an angry mob of like players. Even with 100 milliseconds, right? 100 milliseconds, you will get players complaining on Reddit or like your forum or whatever wherever your game community is. And even with 200 milliseconds, they will like try to scream at the developers to kick and ban these players out. And to really understand why this is a problem for fully on-chain games today, we first have to understand how the networking architecture of existing blockchains work. And to really analyze this architecture, we have an easy way to measure this by introducing something that we like to call time to action. Time to action is the time it takes for a player move to be recognized. And this is measured by calculating the client to the server latency, how much time does it take for the client to submit the data to the server, the state transition delay, which is the time it takes for the server to process the state in transition, and then afterwards, sending that like new state, the new world game data, to the client, to your screen, and getting it rendered. So if we were to trace all of this, we will see that we are bounded by the speed of light. As many things in computation, there's nothing you can do to really beat, in its literal sense, the speed of light. You are limited by how fast light can travel in your hardware, in networking cables, and so on and so forth. And if you were to follow the path of light in a fully on-chain game move, you'll first have to submit your game client transaction into a full node RPC, which is based on where you are in the world. And afterwards, your full node would have to gossip that transaction into a sequencer, which will take an extra hundreds of milliseconds depending on where your full node is collocated. And then you have to wait an additional second of block time for the sequencer to process the block, and then an additional, an additional 200 milliseconds of network latency for the full node to sync. And then afterwards, you'll also still have to rely on an external indexer to fetch the data from a full node, which could take multiple round trips of times network latency. And then it's not quite done yet. Then we have to process those data and then store them in an external SQL database. And only after completing all of those steps that we're able to go back to the game client and send the data there. And so the way that we can measure this is by isolating this step right here, right? So the process where the state transaction actually happens. So if we add this up, we get this chart, and if we add this up, we'll have the number around 1,520 milliseconds, or in like human terms, 1.5 seconds. And this is like a very conservative estimate. In reality, the numbers can be much higher and much higher variance due to like, congestion issues, like P2P, like, layers being unreliable, rate limiting, et cetera, et cetera. And this is the state of the art for current on-chain games. And the question here is that we're not even done yet. We haven't added up this client-server latency that is based on the player's location. And so here we have our old enemy, the speed of light. The internet, as you might have noted, is comprised of many undersea cables that connects many regions all across the globe. And for data to travel from one server or your computer to the server, it needs to travel all of these paths. And the longer the distance of these cables to like the destination, the higher the latency and the longer it will take for your data to reach its destination. For example, if you have a blockchain that is based in North America, maybe let's say in this example in California, and you have players all around the globe, the players in Asia would have to endure 200 milliseconds of latency to just play your game. And like the same way for people in South America, Africa, Europe, and whatsoever. These are all paths that will introduce friction for gameplay and will cause a lot of forms of games to be completely unplayable as a fully on-chain game. This is like a chart that I took in my hotel room using the hotel Wi-Fi from Brussels. And as you can see here, to reach different servers, to reach different AWS regions all across the globe, you can vary from something as under to 15 milliseconds if you have a server hosted in Frankfurt, to up to 200 milliseconds in my home city, Jakarta. And this also have other regions like US West, US East, which I kind of couldn't fit in this chart. But to give you an example, if you were to have let's say a server in Jakarta and you're hosted in Brussels, you would have to endure these like 200 millisecond round trip time, which is going to be split across the client server and server client latency, bringing up additional time to action for your game. And again, to put these numbers into context, we have around like 1,700 of milliseconds of time to action latency for these blockchain games. And the standard for an online game that has real-time interactions are under 100 milliseconds. Remember that Agar.io is being played at 60 millisecond latency. And so the current speed for a blockchain we have today is nowhere close to be able to reach this. And so the question here is like, are we fucked? Well, if you've been listening for the past 10 minutes, you'll quickly know that the answer is yes. And thanks for coming. But I'm just joking, because that would be not fun if I just end my talk here. So a lot of these things are the problems that I've learned from helping build the first fully on-chain game, Dark Forest, back in 2020. As we build the game, we quickly realized that all of these three problems are appearing left and right and affecting the gameplay of our users. And the same problem that I've mentioned today, speed for ticks per second, entity updates, and action latency, is everywhere. Every part of the gameplay is affected by these three key pillars that we have talked about in the previous slides. And so this is like why we built the World Engine. The World Engine is built on three fundamental theses that we have in our vision towards the future of how we are going to make fully on-chain games practical, realistic, and fun. And our first bet is that we believe that the general purpose blockchain does not fulfill the intensive requirements for a fully on-chain game. the architecture, the things that a blockchain or an L1 or an L2 typically optimizes for transactional types of applications like an e-commerce app or DeFi trade, these are very, very different server architectures than like one you might see in a traditional game server. And the only way that you're able to really scale and achieve the flexible demands of a game server is through execution sharding, which allows it to be indistinguishable with how traditional game servers scale. And building fully on-chain games eventually will be as easy, if not easier, than building a Web 2 game. These are the three main goals that we're working towards, and this is like how we're going to achieve them using the World Engine. So first, we need to understand how World Engine's execution sharding works. In a traditional rollup, in our basic rollup in this chart, we have, the way that you would scale compute is by spinning up new rollups which have, settles to the same settlement layer, and it would have maybe a 7 days challenge period for you to be able to communicate with different rollup. This is problematic because it fragments composability, and it also slows down the ability for your players to interact with each other if you're located in separate rollups. On the other hand, World Engine, with using execution sharding, is comprised of a single unified rollup cluster that has both the EVM base shard and unlimited amount of game shard that you can deploy to scale to the demands of your users. And another thing that we do, and you might have noticed from the previous slide, is that we don't only have a single runtime for everything. We have 2 different runtimes for processing 2 different kinds of application usage. And this is what we like to call our multi-runtime asynchronous execution. To kind of really understand how this works, we first need to understand, again, put this into an analogic perspective of railroad tracks. So if you were to see a basic rollup, you can imagine this as, imagine the world having a single rail track. You're going to have blocks for once every 1 second, only for one EVM runtime and nothing else. So if there are more user demands, or you need faster blocks, or you need to have more users, etc., you can't really have more of them because you only have one railroad track, and this is all you get with a one single basic rollup. With a World Engine sharded execution, you can have multiple runtimes running next to each other, processing different games at the same time, or different game rooms at the same time. You can still have the EVM shard running at 1 second per block, but you can also have game shards running up to 30 ticks per second side by side to them. So to give an example, our old friend Agarayo here, with 20 ticks per second and 200 concurrent players per room, we can feed this nicely into the World Engine architecture by splitting each of those rooms into its own dedicated game shards. This allows the World Engine to scale to the demands of your game. So if you have more users, you can easily spin up more game shards and open up more railroad tracks to process your game transactions. And by using this multi-runtime approach, you get the best of both worlds. A lot of blockchain developers do not want to relinquish the tooling compatibility that you have from the EVM. And this is where the EVM base shard will come into play. It will become the economic hub and composability hub for your game players and also other infrastructure provider to integrate with the rest of your gaming ecosystem. This will be your hub for economic activity, where you can have item marketplaces, game treasury, etc. And you can use this for cross-chart composability, which is, again, the secret sauce for many fully on-chain games that allows you to deploy your users to deploy smart contracts to extend the game fully on the EVM. And on top of that, again, the EVM base shard is fully compatible with EVM wallets, tools, etc., so you don't have to use another new wallet app for your your EVM base shard. And on top of that, the game shard is a dedicated blockchain that we designed from the ground up to be high performance and is designed to handle performance-intensive on-chain gaming computes. And it allows us to process this at 30 ticks per second, more than 5,000 entity operations per second, and allows for many performance gains via our native entity component system, data locality, caching, and I/O optimizations. These performances are comparable to classical game servers. These are numbers that we benchmark against the Unity netcode and other game server architecture that we found in the market, and the game shard fits that side by side. And now we've solved part of the equation, but we still have one more thing that we need to resolve, which is the action latency. Recall that this is how a traditional basic rollup is architected today. And this is like how we are able to simplify those architecture in our game optimized shard. With a game shard architecture, it is wholly designed for fast time to action. A basic rollup these days that uses a normal Go Ethereum client has a lot of baggage that is unneeded from like a layer 1 architecture. It has a mempool that requires like P2P message gossips. It has like bad kind of data caching, which makes it reliant on an indexer, which also slows down and increases the complexity of your server architecture for your on-chain game. By eliminating all of those dependencies, we're able to make the game client be able to talk directly with the game shard sequencer and eliminating a lot of these unneeded network latency that plagues your game. And this is made possible yet again with the game shard state optimization that is only possible by dedicating one architecture towards this one simple use case. And this is where we are today. From a regular blockchain that would take 1.5 seconds, we are able to reduce this time to 30 ticks per second, which is 30 milliseconds, which is a staggering 1,480 milliseconds faster. But this is, again, still a part of a problem. We need to figure out the client-server latency and the server-client latency. So again, remember that this is like how a regular rollup works. A regular rollup only has like one block producer, which is based in like one region, and therefore your players will have to endure like different latency delays based on where they are located in their regions. And this is like how the world will look like with the World Engine. With sharding, you can have multiple block producers just geolocalized into many regions all across the globe, allowing you to have a fast, low latency experience for all of your users, regardless where you're from. And this gives you also additional benefits by reducing geographic centralization, which leads to better availability and fault tolerance for your gameplay community. Adding all of these up together, the 30 milliseconds client-server latency, and then like server-client latency of also 30 milliseconds, and also the speed up that we have from the state transition delay, the World Engine is able to provide you with 18.5 times faster time to action in comparison with the current basic rollups that we have today, allowing more fully on-chain games to be built and a wider variety of gameplay mechanics to implement fully on-chain. Now we have solved all of these chain remain problems. Have we solved everything? Unfortunately, we have like one more thing, and this is developers. Development time is like one of the most important things in video games that people don't talk about. As players, we just like waited until like EA publishes their new game, and we don't really know how much it takes to like build a video game from scratch. And like some of these games will take years to build. And this is the problem we also have with fully on-chain games. Developing a fully on-chain game is extremely difficult, and it's a time-consuming and complex endeavor with talent shortage, plaguing the industry due to how difficult it is to build a fully on-chain game. And this is like one thing that we want to solve with the World Engine too. As the game developers ourselves, we build a lot of toolings to make the life of game developers easier by creating a CLI tool to make it easier to scaffold a project, and also World Editor, which is a graphical user interface program that allows you to inspect the entire game state easily and also manipulate the game state as you iterate and prototype your game, and many other tools that I can't fit within this slide. And we will have integrations with all the major game engines, such as Unity, Godot, Unreal, and programming language SDK for JavaScript, C#, and so on and so forth. And none of this would have been really cool without some game pictures. And so to give you some examples of the games that we've seen made on the World Engine, one of them is Dark Frontier, which many people from the modular community have been fortunate to be able to play, which was launched earlier this year. And Dark Frontier was a fully on-chain space conquest MMORTS powered by Zero Knowledge Proof, launched in December 2020. And during the week that was launched, it has processed 700,000 transactions, which is a staggering amount due to the intensity of gameplay that the game has. And of course, just right before our talk, we have Evolute, which are building Gravitation.io, a novel real-time fully on-chain game where Agario meets some virus survivor. It has the performance-intensive real-time interaction that we talk about being previously impossible in a fully on-chain game, but now made possible by the World Engine. It utilizes geolocalized shards to ensure low latency for players, and it also scales horizontally due to user demand using the World Engine. And last but not least for this presentation is Arc and Reveal. Arc and Reveal is like one of our experiments that we created together with Seismic to combine the power of fully on-chain games with private verifiable compute powered by trusted execution environments, or TEE. The World Engine Game Shards integrates with the Seismic private compute framework, and it allows a fast-paced, fully on-chain game with fast time to action by eliminating the need for client-side ZK proving overhead. And today, you can start building using the World Engine by visiting world.dev. Today, not tomorrow, not next month. This is something that is available for you to use today. But we still have one more thing. And that one thing is Block Survivor. In the past month, we've been experimenting with the World Engine, and we've been this fun, simple little game called Block Survivor, which is a real-time, race battler game that we are launching very soon. But you guys have first access view to try it out today by visiting the Argus booth right after this talk. And so to wrap all of these things up, we see the blockchain today like the Mac pains of the 1980s. It's expensive, it's slow, it's hard to use, et cetera, et cetera. And the World Engine is going to turn the Mac pains of today into where the modern 3D game engines is today with all of its powers and glory. And within the next few years, we will remember this period as the on-chain game renaissance, where people are able to build fully on-chain games that they previously couldn't using the World Engine. And with that being said, thank you everyone for coming.
Great. Thank you so much, Scott, for this great talk. What are we going to do with all this infra? Richard from Equitable Labs is going to tell us about, building things with it. Great.
Hello, everyone. My name is Rich, or Autonomy. I am the founder of a games company called Archetypal Tech. I've run a traditional game studio for just over 10 years, and now we're exploring fully on-chain games. So I'm here to tell you a few of the things that we've learned over the years making games modable, and therefore what that can mean for composable games. So this is me. I started life welding sculpture nearly 2 decades ago. I then moved into visual effects for a few years, and in the late 2000s I started building video games professionally. Why are fully on-chain games interesting? Well, for me, having seen the kind of rise of what we call the golden era of indie gaming in 2008 to 2012, it maps really closely to what we had happen there, with an academic kind of underpinning being the starting point. In the early 2000s, there were a few people like Jesper Jules who came up with terms like ludology. Raf Costa underpinned a lot of this stuff, like the theory of fun and how to describe a problematic word like fun. But people weren't able to make games that actually made use of these theories very easily, because the engines you had access to were things like renderware. A license for it was 30 grand out the box. And it wasn't until we started to have Microsoft actually releasing something called the XNA framework, which was a freely available toolset for building to Xbox, and Unity in 2008 finally releasing a version of the Unity editor that could be run from a PC rather than just a Mac. And it was this kind of movement from academia into having tools that were maturing that started to spark really crazy and interesting things, games that would explore life, death and love. And we all know kind of Jonathan Blow and Braid and the kind of era that games that came out of that. And the final piece that comes with that is something I think we're all aware of, which is you need a market square, you need distribution in order to have players. And so we had Steam starting to open up the floodgates, we had the App Store come online, and we had Xbox Live Arcade be somewhere where indie game developers could actually start publishing games more freely. And for us in this kind of autonomous worlds, fully on-chain game space, we're kind of still in the kind of bald, bearded and bespeckled people talking about interesting ideas while the technology starts to get ready to underpin those things being made into really, truly interesting experiences. And it's kind of fortuitous that I'm sandwiched on this schedule between two of the developers whose tools are pushing that boundary, and that we've had the good fortune to work with both. So that's the World Engine, obviously, as you saw with Scott, and then you've got Terrence talking about Dojo, which is a fantastic tool set that we're working with now as well. So yeah, but that means that on the scale of things, we're maybe only a third of the way into reaching a potential golden era for fully on-chain games. And so expectations for that, I think, need to be set in that kind of framing. So I've got quite a lot of depth in this session, and I may have to speed run some of it, so we'll skip over some bits here and there. But I'm meant to be coming here to tell you about how to build compelling, modable, and therefore composable games. And the fundamental thing with me in the kind of decade running a studio, I found is that games are dialogue, not diatribe. So they're a two-way conversation with your players. They're very much different to film. Authorship, I think, can exist in games, but you need to put something out there and let players talk back to you with it. And so one of the interesting things that I like to dive into when we're talking about modability is a notion of deep games. So there's quite a kind of broad category that this kind of covers. A lot of the time it takes into account simulative games or deep systems. And we all know that kind of that takes its form in military and strategy games, but also other creative such things, you know, whether it's city builders or The Sims. The process for making a deep game in the past would have been to define your strategy mechanics or the simulative mechanics that you were going to build with, and then find an interesting period of time or genre or setting that would make for engaging tactical choices, and then iterate through that. If it's a historical game, you'd end up reading a lot of history books, and you'd probably end up bringing in a historian or even a team of researchers to help ensure accuracy and have them fight your design team to death because of conflicts of outlook. And then you build a game around this history and ship it to players. But 10 to 15 years ago, there was a kind of revolution in modable games, and we all know kind of the Minecraft and Roblox stories, but there's a lot more to it. The same thing was occurring across many different types of games. And I always like to cite Kerbal Space Program as one of these. Kerbal was actually a relatively dull game when it first launched, but they did something really interesting. They used the Unity editor in order to ship a free and easily accessible tool set to their players, and they dumped almost their entire tooling that they used as a dev team into something that was easily accessible by their fans. And the outcome that had was you no longer needed to employ a historian or an expert. It effectively attracted people who gravitated, for lack of a better word, towards astrophysics and helping improve what a moonshot should be. And so that kind of process is important to actually mimic across all moddable games. And if we talk about something like Minecraft, the same thing occurs there. The deepest and most interesting things in those moddable worlds and makes for an incredibly in-depth and saturated world. So how do they get there? Well, there's this important thought around game design lenses, and something that I think that the fully on-chain game space is starting to really grapple with now that they've started to get a sense around what the tech can do and where they're taking it. And it's important to apply some form of design lens, one of my favorites being aesthetics. The other thing that they need to do for making a game moddable is curated systems access, or APIs. So your game isn't just moddable when it's fully on-chain purely because you've open sourced the code base. You know, we've been able to reverse and deserialize binaries for decades, and that didn't necessarily make for moddable games before. So I'll skip over the taxonomy of aesthetics in any particular depth. There's a deep article that I've written about this stuff, and I've actually got some physical versions of a zine that Achilles and Baz from Tonk and some of the Playmate guys contributed to, that if anyone's interested in digging into this depth, I'll hand out a couple of copies. But the reason for thinking about aesthetics is because we want to talk about what it means to imbue a sense of feeling upon a player, and you need to find words that help you describe something like fun in more depth. An easier way of kind of coming around this, and it's really nice actually following on from Achilles' talk earlier, because I think there's a lot of overlap with what he was talking about, the production of objects. But fundamentally, an aesthetic object generates an aesthetic experience for an aesthetic recipient. And what do I mean by that? Well, effectively, truth, goodness, and beauty occurs when you shape an object that has some form of aesthetic to it. And aesthetic, as we saw in the taxonomy, it doesn't mean how something just looks. We think of aesthetics as a general purpose word for something that looks nice, but it's actually about depth and feeling and sentiment, the power of nature, a feeling you can give to someone, wilderness. So that's one of the lenses that you can jump into as a game designer, and for making a moddable game, it's incredibly important to get right. And there is a system that you can apply to your system here. Again, you can have a deeper look in the article, and I'll skip through this a little faster, but the MDA approach is really important. It's a way of assessing the aesthetics of something that has systems underneath and the dynamics that help them to occur. And it's a way of describing fun. You know, we all kind of recognize that a game has rules. Those rules are turned into systems, and we expect the output to be fun for the player. The most important thing, though, is not as a games developer to only think about it from the mechanical end, which we're used to tweaking and playing with, but to constantly switch your perspective so that you're looking at your user's set of lenses, which is the aesthetic experience that they're having. Here's a taxonomy of fully on-chain games. It's a bit of a kind of do-your-own doodle graph. So in the book version, you get to sketch all over it as well. So modding is essentially the focusing of player instinct into your game. And if you're going to do that, you need to have an aesthetic that they vibe with, right? And I think, you know, vibes is a word that gets used in this space quite thoroughly, and you can probably switch aesthetics out for the word vibes. But effectively, players will instinctively assess the immersion of any given game, and then they will look, if they like that feeling, to try and expand upon it, make it happen more regularly, or make it more intricate in various different ways. And so your job as a game developer making tools or games that are moddable is to allow for that in as many ways as possible. So to incentivize community contributions in a moddable game, we have to provide worlds that have identifiable aesthetics, right? So what is the vibe, and can a player describe it if you ask them? Then you have to have observable dynamics. How is this playing out in the world? What are the things that give a player vibes, and can they say how they were given them? And then granular and transparent mechanics. And the reason that we say granular and transparent is, for a game to be moddable, a player has to be able to recognize the systems that have parts that they could change. As I said, you can dig into some of this in more detail in this article. You can follow it and find it on our GitHub. And I've got some physical copies if you're interested. So there are key differences, though, between a game that is moddable and a game that is composable. So you need all of the above for it to be moddable. You need to have accessible game rules, an open code base of sorts, high-level language abstractions, and tooling that grants that kind of access, as well as very, very good documentation. Composability needs that and more. Composability needs strong and open-ended aesthetics that allow players from many different directions to get into them. Permissive licensing, and then it needs guided and curated open source code bases. So this is going to be a really hard one to speed run through, but we'll try and get to my 4 points on how you can go about making a moddable game and then a composable game in a compelling way. So ask 4 questions. Can you teach a beginner to mod your game? Can you make a tool set or even use existing tool sets that allow someone to just click a few buttons and change something in the game world? The easiest example being strings. Anyone who is playing a game can probably read the things on screen and knows how to write something interesting that might change it to their vibe. Can you teach an expert in the field to explore that subject matter in depth in a way that keeps them entertained? So we made a hacking game. Friends of mine in hacker culture came and made some interesting mods. Some people may know that Mustafa and I go a long way back before crypto stuff. And in 2017, one of our mutual friends made a Mus coin in one of the games that we were making. So 3, can you teach a group of complete strangers to use the tools with your guidance? I mean, basically, we used to run workshops in interesting places and see whether we could actually run people through our documentation and our tools. And then can the wider internet learn to use the tools with just your documentation? And that's the biggest fundamental. After that, the question is, can you incentivize people to do something weird and wonderful? So this is a hacker conference called CCC Camp, and like in the kind of, in the spirit of Celestia style things, actually Mustafa and Ishmael met at CC Camp in like 2016 or something along those lines. And that's where the Lazy Ledger paper sort of started, was a conversation there. But some of our fans of one of the hacking games that we made decided to build CCC Camp in one of the games. And actually, one of them got it working on the Steam thing that looks like a Game Gear. What is that called? Anyway, the Steam thing. So what systems are important to open up to curate for modding? Well, control over narrative, right? Dialogue systems and events. Control over a core mechanic or the data and stats that drive it. So that's items, weapons, inventory effect. Control over a core obstacle or a puzzle system. So that's devices, gates, opponents. Control over the metagame itself. Mission scripting, objectives, progression, branching, and sort of narrative again as well. And then go further. There's many things that you can do after these 4, but you need those 4 first. So as an example of this, we have been making a text adventure game called the Oregon Trail. As I said, it's actually built across multiple different frameworks. We built it originally in Mud. We've done a port of it across to World Engine. And I actually realized, Terrence, I'm wearing some Dojo socks as well. So it's not just Argus swag here. And we can pretend that Lattice gave me some underwear or something, I suppose. So this is my quick video of the Oregon Trail, but the whole point is, how can you take a blockchain game a concept and refine it down into something much simpler? What are its easiest core components that you can make composable in some way, shape, or form? Hopefully the video will play in a moment, but it doesn't matter too much if it doesn't. It's a very quick demo. It just shows literally a console input. And the whole point being is, like I said, you want the easiest thing for your players to change. And the easiest thing is language. And the most composable thing we have as humans is language. So the natural fit of an adventure game, it meets some of the things that we had Alex talk about earlier in terms of leaning into your kind of limitations and affordances, block time, etc., block latency. The point being, if you build something that is text-based and turn-based, then you're going to be okay, and you can make it moddable. And we took this principle a bit further, so we made it a game that you can actually write interactive fiction together in. So the world is a text map as well, so you can see on the bottom left here, we have an array that actually describes the worlds in this text adventure, and anyone can add and edit them. So you can make your own 4x4 world, literally by putting the characters XXX next to each other to describe a path that runs to the east. Then P is for portal, that's a door into C, which is a cabin or building. P next to it is another portal or window, and then X is a path out. Those are rooms or objects. They can have objects put within them, which are directional objects that fulfill puzzles, and items for inventory, and all of this can be tied together with story. So players have direct control over this world in text. And then you can fairly quickly build some Rust tooling to make that stuff easier so that people aren't redeploying smart contracts or having to write in Solidity or whatever else paradigm-wise. So to go back to our 4 points, effectively you have user-generated rooms and descriptions, so control over narrative. User-generated inventory items and behaviors, so control over a core mechanic or data or stats that drive them. User-generated behaviors, that's control over a core obstacle, doors, or puzzle systems. And then you have control over the metagame with those maps, those worlds, and the narrative and progression that players can actually create for each other. So I'm close to finishing up here now, and I think I'm pretty much on time, which is nice. So This is where composability sets itself apart. Once you start to break these things down into the simplest core components and you work with your affordances, you can start to make games that join into other games, games that are bridges between games, games that bridge worlds and communities together, games that start to make use of the fact that you have a blockchain and mods that have natural payment rails built into themselves so that players can start to mess around with emergent markets and things like that. We have a small example here of, there's a game called This Cursed Machine on Redstone, built in mud, and the original version of Rugged Trail was developed in mud. So we looked at composability where we could set a factory into the Rugged Trail, and then that factory would send orders over dynamically to players in This Cursed Machine, which means you have a natural moderation of difficulty and new challenges that can be shipped between two different distinct player communities, playing different games but affecting each other. So if you get these principles for modding right, you'll have a good shot at seeing the fruits of composability, players who are then inspired to add to the culture of a game, and they'll end up in turn adjusting or adding new ways to monetize within the game for you, because that's what a blockchain allows for, right? So there's this idea that markets can emerge effectively. We need to not think so much about making the perfect economy for a game or imposing a market upon a game, but allowing for interesting realms and worlds where those markets and games and economies can emerge. So the TLDR is make a game compelling with an aesthetic focus, because you need to draw people who are going to be inspired into doing those things. Curate the composability in a given game, and then just let the open core game rules that are fully on chain, paired with embedded payment rails that a blockchain gives you out the box, do the rest. That's it, really. So I've got probably very little time, but if there is any burning questions, you can either throw them at me quickly now or grab me off the stage afterwards. But thank you very much. All right.
Great. Thank you, Richard, for a great talk. And now I'd like to give it over to Terrence from Dojo, whose socks Richard was wearing. Not his personal socks, his company socks, I think. I don't think you guys traded socks, did you? No. Okay. Who's going to talk about Dojo and cartridge and all of the different components in that ecosystem.
All right. Hello, everyone. I'm Terrence. Let me see if this is working. Cool. I'm Terrence. I'm one of the co-founders and CEO of Cartridge, one of the core contributors to the Dojo toolchain, and one of the co-creators of the Dopors ecosystem. I'm excited to share a little bit more with you guys about the work that we've been doing at Cartridge and Dojo with this idea of building fully on-chain games and autonomous worlds, something that we've been working on for about 2.5 to 3 years now since we created Dopors, and we originally started trying to build a fully on-chain version, a recreation of the classic game Drug Wars, which you might be familiar with. But before we dig into like the specifics of the solution that we've been developing, I wanted to walk you through a little bit of the history that got us to this point, and some of the challenges that we've been solving and the gaps that we've had to bridge in order to enable bringing these really ambitious, complex, immersive experiences fully on-chain. So it obviously starts in 2009 with the introduction of Bitcoin by Satoshi Nakamoto to enable peer-to-peer electronic cash. And the really massive innovation in Bitcoin was this ability to introduce scarcity, ownership, and durability into the digital realm, something that before it had never existed before. Before, everything in the internet was essentially mutable, something that you had to trust someone to not change without your permission. And Bitcoin, through the introduction of proof of work and consensus and all these other parts, really introduced this idea of digital hardness, or the ability of a digital system to make a very strong commitment to its future state, that it will proceed according to the specified protocol. And in the case of Bitcoin, this is obviously 21 million Bitcoins can only exist, and some other parameters around the blockchain. But this concept is incredibly interesting, and it applies in the physical world to almost everything we see around us. There's so many systems in the physical world that we take for granted that they cannot change, right? For example, like the coefficient of gravity or the amount of wind resistance allows us to fly airplanes without worrying about like an airplane not being able to fly in the future. And so immediately this idea of digital hardness became interesting to a lot of people for a bunch of other use cases outside of Bitcoin. So we started to see Omni and Namecoin and colored coins, which tried to introduce abstractions on top of Bitcoin or forks of Bitcoin to introduce hardness to other domains. For example, Namecoin with provisioning names in a namespace, something similar to ENS. But it didn't work. There was too much complexity involved in doing this with the tools that existed at the time. You had to basically fork Bitcoin, which was incredibly complicated and wasn't designed to be easily extended. And the performance of the network was really designed for Bitcoin. It was, digital gold at 10-minute block time, and it was insane for any type of other application to ask someone to wait 10 minutes to interact with it. And the interoperability, because all these standards were kind of emerging, there wasn't like this a coherent standard that everyone mutually agreed upon that enabled interoperability. And even if there was, given the limited feature set of Bitcoin, you couldn't really do anything with those assets that were minted with colored coins or protocols like Omni. To address a lot of these issues, Vitalik introduced Ethereum in 2013. Ethereum is obviously a Turing-complete smart contract platform. It provides strong guarantees around the programmability and the composability of decentralized applications and digital assets while maintaining the core properties of Bitcoin. And it introduced this idea of the world computer, this like single globally replicated, decentralized execution context that anyone could interact with, anyone could install some new logic to it, could deploy new contracts, could operate on the state, and anyone could arbitrarily create programs that had very strong commitments to the future of their state based on the implementation that was easy for anyone to see and verify. And this idea was obviously incredibly powerful, and we saw a lot of interesting people in the early days of Ethereum trying a bunch of weird stuff. We had things like CryptoKitties, which was one of the first, on-chain gamified experiences with the breeding mechanic. We had fully on-chain social networks like Peepeth, and distributed computation networks like Golem, and on-chain perpetuals with DIDX, and even attempts to build fully on-chain games on top of Ethereum inside of, for example, the Realms ecosystem. But none of these ended up working, not for a lack of functionality, but because the limited execution, the resources available in this global execution environment basically crowded out these applications. The parameterization of Ethereum meant that it couldn't support the types of transactions that were necessary to make these applications successful. And instead we saw high-value transactions from applications like Uniswap, Aave, Blur, and Curve crowd out those transactions and make them not feasible on mainnet Ethereum. And so the challenges with Ethereum, it obviously did an incredible job of solving this for DeFi use cases as we see until today. But the scalability, given the parameters that it was targeting around decentralization of 15 to 20 transactions per second, was just not enough to provide enough computation for all of these use cases at the same time. And performance, while it's significantly better than Bitcoin with 10-minute block times, 12 to 14 seconds is still a lot of time compared to what consumers are used to in existing world, particularly in games where you want tens of millisecond response times for interactions with the servers. And then constraints that had to be imposed on the network in order to maintain decentralization around smart contract size and even the language of Solidity, which was not designed for these very complex applications, limited the expressiveness of Ethereum as a platform for these types of applications. And then in 2020, Starkware introduced StarkNet, a novel scaling architecture on top of Ethereum that uses zero-knowledge proofs to be able to dramatically expand the execution context of Ethereum and allows to put a lot more computation on-chain. Starks basically have this magical property where you can attest to an unbounded amount of computation with a constant side proof that you can verify on Ethereum. And so you enable this massive expansion of the computational capacity of Ethereum without having to compromise on the security and the decentralized properties that Ethereum provides. So Starknet provides this strong guarantees around the scalability, security, and composability of applications through zero-knowledge technology while preserving Ethereum's core features and securities. And this is this idea of this integrity web, essentially this like fractally scaled computational network that can exist and can be a substrate for a future internet that leverages cryptographic guarantees as the core primitive to make a verifiable network and allows us to put a lot more applications eventually on chain. And so now we've seen on top of applications like Starknet as well as other roll-up approaches that have been able to provision this dedicated computational capacity, that these experiences that we tried to build on Ethereum mainnet and eventually got crowded out are now possible. So we've seen in the Starknet ecosystem autonomous worlds like Influence or dungeon crawlers like Loot Survivor go on chain and successfully deploy in this shared execution in context and still be able to maintain sub 1 cent fees for users interacting with it. And DYDX was maybe the first demonstration of this, of a perpetuals protocol that deployed on Ethereum mainnet, wasn't practical, and it was moved to a layer 2 with StarkX, which was the original service that predated Starknet and uses Starks for scaling, or validity proofs for scaling, as well as some others like Lens, which is now a fully on-chain social network and actually is practical with some of the new technology unlocks. So this was great for a lot of applications, and there's a lot more possible for us to do in the context of Ethereum today, and to inherit these properties of digital hardness into a much wider variety of games. But there's still a lot of challenges that exist, especially in the context of fully on-chain games and autonomous worlds where we have the highest demands from a performance perspective. And latency is a big one. As soon as you have a global execution context, like something like Starknet or Optimism or anything, you are limited by the speed of light. You have to do communication around the world so everyone can participate in the networking to be able to come to a consensus on what are the transactions that we're going to include in blocks and sequence. And as soon as you have this global scope, you're going to add at least 100 to 200 milliseconds to any interaction with the blockchain, as well as some of the other parameters of the blockchain that potentially aren't designed for fully on-chain games. And then as you have these roll-ups or blockchains that increase transaction throughput, state bloat becomes the next major bottleneck. You're creating so much more transactions, so much more state, and with the current architectures of blockchains, you have to persist that state indefinitely into the future, and someone has to pay for this. And so as soon as people start using these more and more, it's a similar problem to what Bitcoin, the original problem they faced with the block size that they decided to settle on 1.5 megabytes, and then Ethereum has a big challenge with today. There's a lot of optimizations, but is it one of the most important resource constraints on scaling Ethereum, and any other rollup has the same thing to a larger extent as you increase the throughput of it. And then other constraints in order to maintain this global execution contracts and avoid denial of service around contract function execution times, constrain the amount of applications, the types of applications that we can deploy to them, as well as contract sizes. There's a lot more considerations that need to come into play when you have this shared execution environment. And so we've been working on this problem for the last 2.5 years to be able to bring these games fully on chain. We introduced a solution called Slot last year, which extends the execution context of Starknet and provides dedicated execution context for on-chain games right now on top of Starknet, but is interoperable with a bunch of other settlement options in the ecosystem like Celestia that we're working on right now. And Slot basically extends the properties of the underlying layer to provide stronger guarantees around latency, throughput, and cost. We can deploy execution shards close to users. We can provision them dedicated computation so they're not competing with other people for resources. And because you're not competing with us for resources, we can provide consistent pricing. Like essentially the price of compute to bring it on chain is just the cost of proving it. And this is critical to enable this idea of autonomous worlds, to bring on these massively multiplayer on-chain games, eventually fully on-chain and fully verifiable on-chain. And the toolchain that we're building to enable this is called Dojo. I'll show you a little bit. I'll talk to you a little bit more about Dojo in specifically. It has a few different components to it. It has the world, which is the on-chain representation. It's the world. It's the logic and state of your application or your game. It's implemented in a provable language, Cairo, which is the most efficiently provable, Turing-complete provable language. We have Katana, which is a gaming-specific sequencer that we've developed for the Dojo ecosystem. Tori, which is automatic indexer designed to expose the information of the world to clients, and we have SDK integrations with languages like game engines like Unity and TypeScript and a bunch of other ones that you can use to very easily create reactive type bindings to the world state. And Saya, which is a settlement service which manages coordinating all of these different services and eventually settling them on chain in order to be rolled up to whatever the settlement layer is. And this is a little bit what the architecture looks like. You have like some underlying blockchain. You can shard that blockchain. You can just basically fork it. The underlying blockchain serves essentially as the code repository where you could in theory execute these programs directly on it. So it also provides strong guarantees around liveness and censorship resistance. But you can optionally fork it and get this dedicated execution environment with a much lower latency and much cheaper. And that also has interesting affordances around like the amount of state that you can interact with inside of this execution context. And then eventually, after you're done playing the game, you do the proving recursively with the proofs. So you basically verify proofs inside of proofs to end up with one single final proof that you can settle on chain for very cheaply. And it can attest to, for example, an entire dungeon run inside of a game very cheaply without having to do the full execution in the context of the blockchain. And so the architecture that we're working towards ends up looking something like this. You have some settlement layer like Ethereum. You have some global shared layer like Starknet that you can have the economic layer of your applications where you can do high value transactions. You have regional shards that can host players that are close to those shards. So for example, EU or the US. And then you can have further constrain the execution context to just like a single instance of a dungeon, for example, inside of like a game like World of Warcraft or a single round of a game in League of Legends. And then you can even go further to the player itself, and you can start to introduce client-side proving where you just have your own execution context in the case of like a single-player game where you have even less constraints, and you can just roll up these proofs through fractal scaling, through recursive proofs and proof aggregation, and settle them to some base layer. And this is also possible with infrastructure like Celestia. So we've been working on enabling sovereign roll-up architectures, which I think are particularly interesting for on-chain games. Sovereign roll-up architectures allow games to have full control of their ecosystem, and by removing them from being anchored on a blockchain like Ethereum, removes some of the inherent financialization components of games, which I think is quite interesting for a lot of the gaming audience that today is quite skeptical about the technologies that we're building. So in this architecture, instead of checkpointing proofs and verifying them on a settlement chain like Ethereum, you would instead settle the proofs and the state diffs to Celestia, and then do the verification on the client. So every client can come to its own, build confidence in the current state of the world by verifying a zero-knowledge proof and the state that is exposed through Celestia. And this solves a lot of the problems and challenges that we faced in building games. You have very low latency inside of these execution shards. You have stateful applications where you can access essentially like an unbounded amount of state. And you have dedicated execution contexts that remove you from the resource contention of typical rollups and allow you to provide very cheap and consistent pricing to your users. And today in the Dojo ecosystem, we have a bunch of games building on top of this technology. There's over 20 studios now building on top of Dojo. It was something like 25 to 30 games. There's new ones coming out all the time. These are some of the ones of note that were interesting when I was putting this presentation together. We have Paved, which is like an on-chain Carcassonne. We have the Dope Wars original Roll Your Own game. Starcane, which is like an on-chain Final Fantasy kind of RPG, Loot Survivor, Dungeon Crawler, Force Prime. There's a lot of interesting stuff spawning up in the ecosystem. Cool. So hopefully that gave you a little bit of an introduction to the Dojo ecosystem, what we're building with Cartridge. Thank you all for being here, and thanks for listening. Happy to answer a question or two if anyone has any. Cool. Thank you.
Is that I? Oh, hi. Great, thank you, Terrence, for this. And now I'd like to welcome Billy Rennekamp from Trifle to talk about the minimum viable game chain Validium. Is that right? Okay, great, I got it right. Cool.
Hi, thanks very much. So my name is Billy, and my talk is Minimum Viable Game Chain Validium. Basically, it's about making games fast. I think we've had a few talks today about the problems in blockchains. I will reiterate some of those problems and talk about another way to solve it. Quickly, though, first a little about myself. I'm the founder of a new company called Trifle Labs. Recently, I was the entrepreneur in resident at 1KX, spun Trifle Labs out of there. Prior to that, I was helping run the Cosmos network at the Interchain Foundation. In parallel, I've had an NFT gallery called Folia.app for on-chain NFTs, and I got into the space back in 2017 with an on-chain game called Clover's Network, early NFT and AMM project. So the first sort of thing I want to begin with is why on-chain? Why on-chain at all? We've heard that there's problems with it. We know it's hard, but what's the point of going through all these efforts? I like to think that all of the reasons sort of are based in this idea of persistence. You know, we all know the sort of origin story of Ethereum. Blizzard nerfed one of the settings on an item, and Vitalik was so upset, he cried himself to sleep and decided that he would never play a game that didn't have persistent game state, something that he could rely on that wouldn't be rugged away from him, and so he invented Ethereum. Here we are today. But this idea of persistence is really all over in blockchain. And I think we can all agree that there's like various degrees of how believably persistent something is. I think what's really important, though, is that as long as there's a credible threat of persistence, you're able to sort of hang your hat on, then you're able to build with the idea that persistence is there and build things that actually expect persistence. Once you have that, you're able to get a lot of other really interesting features. First one is community ownership. So of course we have the freedom of speech painting by Norman Rockwell, and the idea that the people who care most about this game should be involved in the decisions about what happens to this game. They are the ones who are most invested in it, and of course having things on chain built in a persistent way allows all sorts of avenues for community ownership to occur. Of course, this can be a double-edged sword. You know, you have the tyranny of the masses. You don't want to prematurely decentralize, give away the most important decisions to people who are not yet fully integrated into a system or maybe not fully qualified to make those decisions. And so this is always going to be a balancing act. The next one is composability. We all know the phrase of money blocks, building blocks, Legos. Basically, it's the idea that if you assume the system underlying is persistent, you can rely on it to build your own business, build your own applications, build your own products, whatever it is on top of it. You can interface with it in a reliable way, and that's what's really necessary for composability. You know, someone may build a game, but there might be a meta game which can take place on top because they can rely on that underlying game persisting. Of course, composability really does also open up some other attack vectors. Here I have pictures from Robot Wars, a popular TV show in which people build robots to kill each other. Really what you're doing is making your game fully accessible to what are possibly your worst users, the people who build bots or the bots themselves. Unless you fully go in that direction and you make a game which is meant for bots, like Bot Wars, you're at risk of having the actual thing that people are there to do, to have fun and compete at sort of an even playing level, disrupted. And so composability is a double-edged sword too. The final one I like to point out is value as a primitive, and I think that this applies to all blockchain applications in general. It's basically just an improvement in the efficiency and the programming language. You know, we've had money represented in software for a long time, but only with blockchains where the money itself is a primitive in the programming language, are we able to sort of collapse that distinction? You know, never before were you able to have basically a flash loan, because in the meat space, you're never sure if that sort of instant loan will be enforced at the end of the day. You know, we rely on a lot of meat space institutions to make sure that software representing money is treated like money. But if you can remove that, there's a lot of really interesting new things which become possible. Of course, value as a primitive. What kind of applications really benefit from that? It's mostly gambling games. And I'd like to say that porn is to the internet as gambling is to blockchains. It is maybe some sort of a necessary evil. It is good, it is bad, it is here to stay in various capacities. But I would also like to point out that gambling is one of the only truly equitable ways to allow players and bots to coexist inside of a game. Here's an example of backgammon, a long, ancient, standing game, well-loved all over the world, that has an element of chance involved. You roll dice inside of it. Because of that, the world's worst backgammon player still has a chance of beating the world's best backgammon player. As you can see here, this super bot still could be beat because there's always this chance element. And that destabilizes things in a way which is actually really equitable. Of course, this can be scaled to full randomness, which is fully equitable and is basically a random number generator slot machine, which maybe you lose out on other elements of fun. Somewhere in the middle, backgammon, and somewhere on the far right would be fully skill-based, in which if you go toe-to-toe with a bot, you're dead. Also worth mentioning quickly this term autonomous worlds. I think it's used a lot. I think the ideas in autonomous world have actually been around for a long time. They have a new sort of branding, which I really like, autonomous worlds, but it's basically just this idea that's really exciting when you build something that has the possibility of being bigger than yourself. It can live on beyond you or any individual or any company. It can occupy a space that persists possibly forever, something that's large enough, interesting enough that others might want to occupy it, live inside, build other things, that it can sort of extend and grow. It's a really vibrant idea, but it's of course been around since the beginning. I think what autonomous world's really about is just a flag to get under, which is a recommitment to stop making bad games. We've had games since the very beginning of the days, blockchain, but if we look around, we can sort of admit they're almost all bad, and I think for various reasons. We do have very legitimate reasons that they're still bad. UX is hard, managing private keys, gas, on-ramps, and off-ramps. But I think there's even a worse reason, which is that we've encouraged the creation of bad users. There's this idea that players and farmers exist as the same thing, but really farmer speculators are not necessarily players. The core definition of a player is attached to the definition of play, which I think really points to intrinsic value in the experience rather than extrinsic value. As soon as you have the possibility of incentives, extrinsic value becomes the motivator, and you're no longer really playing the game to have a good time, to have intrinsic value. You're playing it to make money, which there's a lot of really interesting applications that look very similar to games, or I would even still call them games, that reward extrinsic value, and I think that's great. It's just you kind of leave behind the possibility of the game also being fun, and I think that we don't really need to give that up. The other problem is that the core loop is always coming soon because we've sort of compromised the purpose of these games. Often you need to make something that looks and smells like a game so you can justify the money that you raise for it, so you can justify to the users who play it in order to validate the game because they now are invested in it. You create this whole sort of zombie cycle of people who are walking and acting like they're playing games as part of a company, but really all they're doing is trying to produce games that continue to signal the fact that they're games to justify the infinite speculative loop. But again, we do have very real reasons that games are not great. And there's plenty of people who actually are not succumbing to these bad user pitfalls. They are building to make games that are fun, but they're still restricted by very real problems, mostly around limited computation, expressivity, and limitations on speed. So let's talk about speed and complexity. The people who are still trying to make fun games are basically restricted to grid-based movement games. All the games you'll see today are essentially digital representations of board games, things that don't really need more than one update state function per 5 seconds, 1 minute, whatever it is. And there's a lot of really fun games out there. I mean, love board games, don't get me wrong, love retro games, you know. It's just insane that we have to be restricted to this extremely small subset of games inside of an industry that's trying to push the envelope forward. So I'm arguing for even just the smallest phase chain to the right of the screen, just Super Mario. Also a quite simplistic game when you look at the sort of progression of technology in games, but a huge phase shift in expressivity from a completely grid-based game. So 2 of the ways that I think people are coming about it can be categorized with one of the solutions in one of those categories, which is MUD by Lattice. It's a solidity framework. They're basically saying, you know, let's just increase the complexity that's possible to build with solidity. Gas be damned, it's going to keep running down. Anything that you need, you can just build it in solidity, and eventually you'll be able to execute it. But they're still limited by block time. So L2s, you know, they still have 2-second block production times that we see now. And I think it's going to be really difficult to get around that. If you saw the Argus talk too, there's just so many steps in the process that add more and more latency, and it's really difficult to make a fun game that has that much delay. So the category that I'd like to argue for today are called Validium games, and there's kind of 2 ways of going about it. One is using ZKVMs, and ZKVMs are great because it means that you can write your game in logic that actually looks and acts like code, or maybe like actual code in a language you're already familiar with. But the problem is that when you do this, you are actually proving that the code is executed correctly at the virtual machine level. You're making a proof that the virtual machine executes it. And that has way more instructions and way more circuits. The proof size is way larger, and it takes way longer to generate it. And so it's a very slow user experience if you're trying to create a proof for a game that was played. The other route is when you do handwritten circuits. And I've chosen Circom as the kind of favorite solution for writing handwritten circuits. It's hard, but it's fair because it leaves you with a very minimalist circuit that you can actually prove in the browser in under a minute or less, so that you can preserve a user's expectations on latency. So all of this sort of goes to this motto of play first and verify after. These are Validium games or ZK rollup games. And if you're not familiar with what ZK Snark generally looks like, here's the flow. ZK Snarks have public inputs and they have private inputs. As denoted, public ones are public, private ones are private. In this game scenario, the public input would most likely be the initial game state. So that comes in and everyone can see, yes, I'm starting the game the same way everybody starts it, this is fair. The private inputs, I like to refer to them sort of as key loggers. It's basically all of the keystrokes, all of the button presses, anything that a user would do in the duration of playing that game are made into private inputs. These are run through the Snark, which actually contains all of the game logic you need, put into a loop, whatever sort of necessary logic is there. What's really nice about making the user inputs private is that it means whenever you play a game, you don't necessarily leak your secret sauce the way that you beat the game. Other players can't copy it that way. I like to give an example of this artwork by Radical Software Group from the 2000s. They hooked a keylogger up to Nintendo Entertainment System controller, and they beat the entire game of Super Mario Brothers. They recorded every single keystroke that went into the duration of playing and beating this entire game and saved it, and then they printed it to a hardcover book in the form of guitar tablature. Theoretically, you could reproduce every single keystroke at home while reading this book without looking at the screen, and at the end of the game, you will have completely beat Super Mario Brothers because that game is deterministic. So as long as the game that you're writing is deterministic and completely modeled in your circuit, it can be modeled again in any game engine that you want. You can allow your players to play it where they would expect, with whatever features they would expect in that environment, as long as the user keystrokes or button presses can be replayed later inside of a Snark. Then afterwards, you have a public output. That's, of course, saying the level is cleared, the boss is beat, the score is high, the time is fast, and a fraud proof which says there's no other way this person could have gotten these numbers unless they actually played this game and beat it with this score. Those get submitted on-chain, and you're able to sort of claim, yes, this is my score, I beat the game has a state update function on-chain. Just to mention quickly, CIRCOM as my go-to language for the solution. I think it's the right balance between the math that actually represents what's going on inside of a circuit, which are polynomial expressions, and things that look and act like code that allow you to build these things efficiently. It's also the most sort of widely supported and used in production project that is targeting EVMs. So it makes it faster and cheaper than ZK VMs. And of course, blockchain devs love to suffer, so why not create an entirely new, weird, abstract way of thinking about writing code? But you might ask yourself, don't all of these only lead to single-player games? And aren't single-player games super lonely and sad? Well, we all know the experience of being alone together, and it's really not that bad. In fact, World of Warcraft, which you might think of as one of the most popular PvP games out there, is not actually PvP. Sure, it literally is, but the majority of the players who play this massively multiplayer online game are playing in single-player mode. Apparently 90% of them are just playing as a single player. But you still have community, you still have high scores, you still have a great game. One-player games can be multiplayer in a lot of different ways. Just as an aside, there is some interesting techniques that could make this whole thing multiplayer. Eventually, when you start signing everybody else's gameplay, you look something like a state channel. Some of the other talks today are some of the solutions for this, but if you want to chat about this possibility afterwards, come and find me. Speedruns. All of these single-player games can be made multiplayer simply by making them into speedruns. And as we've seen, the popularity of speedrun culture has exploded over the last years. Mostly you think of video game speedruns, but of course you can do a speedrun on anything. This is somebody, I think a young kid who has the first person to build the entire Crankdat song inside of audio software in under 17 seconds. If you want to listen to Crankdat over and over again and be exhilarated, please search Crankdat speedruns. The other really nice feature about this whole system is that speedruns have a problem that this solves, regardless of the fact that these are on blockchains. Speedruns always have this problem of verifying whether the speedrun is actually authentic. If you've ever seen the movie King of Kong, Fistful of Quarters, it's one of the most exciting sports narrative movies I've ever seen, but it's a documentary on people who play retro gamings competitively. It focuses on Donkey Kong, and it has one of the most villainous villains who's maybe cheating to take out the really sweet guy who's like trying to break the record after years and years and years. And I swear he's cheating. And the whole movie, you're just like, blood is boiling. So these are pictures from recently. Somebody broke an important speedrun in Minecraft, and then they were found out to being cheats. So these were all the sort of memes I was able to collect of people just freaking out. Of course it's legit. Of course it's real. But if you have your entire game modeled in a ZK snark, there's no way that you can deny that this play is valid. You have cryptographic proof that this is a real playthrough of the game. So that's what we're working on now at Trifle. This is a new game company that I'm just starting. We're taking our first game modeled after the history of games with something like an extension of Asteroid. We began thinking about the three-body problem as an interesting problem when it came to putting physics on chain. Could we put the gravitational calculations of bodies interacting in space, that chaotic problem that the TV show and the book is named after, on chain? So the first circuit came with requirements that would make sure this is playable and easy by players. And that was to not be beholden to any other blockchain, to not be beholden to any other framework, to not be beholden to any other prover network. We wanted to make sure that the users in their own browsers could generate their own proofs and submit them to an EVM chain. And that meant that we had to keep the number of constraints under 1 million. It also means that the prover file had to be under 1 gigabyte so that browsers could load it, and we wanted people to be able to do it in under a minute of proving. With those restrictions, we were able to run the simulation for 20 seconds at 25 frames per second. Then we realized that actually these things, if you put targets on them, they become really fun to shoot at. And so we added the extra complications of shooting at them. Of course, we could only run it at 26 seconds at 25 frames per second at that point. And then we took it all the way to Anybody Problem. Anybody Problem is now a daily game where there's 5 levels a day. It's a little bit like Wordle. Every day you progressively shoot more and more of these baddies out of the sky so that your hero body doesn't die. and it runs at 25 frames per second. The visuals are actually at 50 frames per second, but that means that there's a maximum of 1,500 steps per level, which means that while you're in the browser, you can make your proofs between 10 seconds and 1 minute, depending on how fast you beat the game. And all of these are batched into a single transaction. We're still in stealth mode, but we're coming soon to an EVM near you in August. It's Trifle Labs again, trifle.life. Trifle Life is my Twitter handle, Shameless Shills. I'm Billy Rinnekamp. If you're interested in a playtest, DM me on Twitter. Thanks very much.
Great, thank you, Billy. Many common themes today, and up next we have, I think, something along the same lines, which is very exciting, new vehicle for happy things called Happy Chain. Northswap is going to talk to us about it.
All right, hey everyone. So I'm Northswap, and I build Happy Chain. So when Achille asked me to do this talk, he was like, well, tell the audience what you want to see on Happy Chain, what it stands for, and what it's going to build. So this talk has two parts. I'm quickly going to run through the sort of pitch for Happy Chain, like what we're building and why we think it's important, and then I'll tell you what I'm excited about and what I want to see on Happy Chain. So first thing first, what's the main problem that people are facing with on-chain games today? Shit is too hard. It's too hard for builders and it's too hard for users. So let's focus on users first. If you put your game in front of someone that has no idea what the blockchain is, what they have to do looks a little bit like this. So they have to install a wallet like MetaMask. What the hell is that? Secure their seed phrase. What the hell is that? Why is it important? Then they need money. They need gas to play. So they got to open a centralized exchange account. They got to wire some money in. And actually, this was supposed to be a little money emoji. I got cut out. Then you got to put that money on the chain. If the chain is supported by a centralized exchange. Otherwise, you got to put it on another chain and then bridge it. And then finally, after having done all that, maybe 2 days later, then you can play the game. This is not a great funnel for retention. So what if instead we could have this experience? You just log in with Google, Facebook, whatever, and then you just start playing. No money involved. And then once you're invested in the game, once you're like, this is cool, I want to play more, I want to get this cool sword, then you put money in, and we're also working on ways to make that a lot easier. So sort of to this point, in Web 2, free-to-play is the main funnel of acquisitions for games. And it's kind of crazy that we don't have that in Web 3, and that is the thing that Happy Chain aims to fix for builders. Do you want people to play your game or not? That's the question. So I'm going to skip the technical details of how we do this, but I had a talk at HCC this week which sort of explains the various part of the stack and why it's kind of difficult to build this and why it's difficult to build it yourself. It's not easy. The solution we have looks like this. So everybody that onboards on Happy Chain is going to have a single account. It's a smart account. It's controlled by social login, and there's gas sponsorship. And it's going to be easy for your devs to integrate. So why does this need to exist at a chain level? Some people might ask me, why don't you do just a wallet that you use on other chains? It's a coordination problem. If you have a game and there's this wallet and nobody else is using it, why would you start using it? For us, it's easy because we start a new chain. Every game on there uses the wallet. Having a chain, we also have a token, so we can incentivize using the wallet, and we can incentivize users on the game and builders. And the airdrops on Happy Chain are kind of special. You can claim a few tokens every day, and these are locked into the wallet, and you can only spend them on games. Then the tokens you win there, these are completely unlocked and normal. The game that receives the token, if it's for purchase, they can spend the token, it's completely normal. But the airdrops, they're for using the product. And then we also offer gas sponsorship through this account system. Finally, the difference between sponsoring at the app level and sponsoring at the ecosystem level is that an app will only sponsor usage of its own app. But you might also want, once you've played an app, you might want to move your tokens to another app. You might want to do some other things that are outside the confines of the app. And doing this at a chain level means we can support these use cases. Quickly, guest sponsorship. Every user gets an allowance. Project that partner get an allowance. And since we control the S token for the chain, we're pretty agnostic and we can offer good guarantees for the sponsorship. Of course, when the chain is full, things degrade. So there's still work to do. If Chain is to be very successful, which is a really good problem to have, then we need to find a way to scale the thing. And I have a lot of ideas there, but it's sort of not the topic of this talk. We do have a mitigation built in, though, is that we have ways to verify users. We can verify if they have a real iOS or Android device. They can also do optional identity verification. And this can be used when the chain is fully congested. We can prioritize users that we know are real humans instead of bots. We only do this when the chain is full. It's going to be super easy for your devs to integrate this, and I'm not going to enter into the details here. So yeah, there's a solution. Super easy for users to onboard, super easy for devs to integrate, and it's a single account for everybody, so there's no like fragmentation. You can move your things between different games without, still without paying fees. We have more stuff that are geared at making the life of on-chain game developers and social apps developers easy. Really good randomness support for private information, because in games you don't want everything to be public. If you have a card game and you draw some cards, you don't want those to be public. On-chain automation, react to events, react to state, execute some logic every single block. And then the same verification technology that I talked about, which you can also use to, say, if you're a game builder, target airdrops at users that you know are not bots. Okay, so that's what we're building, and that's why we think it's a good use case for game builders. Now, why is all that important? I apologize in advance to all the gaming OG that are in the room, because you already know all of this, but it's sort of an introduction of why on-chain gaming is really cool and why I think it's a major use case for blockchain going forward. And also why what we're building is a good fit. So I know a lot of on-chain builders, and recently I feel a lot of them are a little bit cynical, a little bit jaded. Getting users is really too hard for them. And so they're saying, well, let's just build for the users that we have instead of the users we could have. And the users that we have are degens. They're people that are gambling money, or they are trying to make a return, or they are people that are farming airdrops. And frankly, no pun intended, maybe pun intended, this makes me sad, and it's not happy at all. And I think if on-chain gaming is to succeed, we need to go beyond this little niche of users that have money from their previous, crypto bags, and share that value that we're creating with more people. And I'm going to talk about what that value is. And finally, on-chain gaming is a Trojan horse to introduce the values of crypto to a broader audience and make them care about it. And I'm going to talk about what these values are. So it's sort of like in a single slide why on-chain gaming is awesome. So it's safe, right? You know that what's in the smart contract is going to be executed. There's nobody that runs the server that can do whatever they want. When there's money at play, that's important. On-chain, not on-chain, but online poker websites have been known to cheat. It's democratic, so you can decentralize the value of in-game economies. You can, if the game is generating profits, you can distribute some of them to the users. And there's a great economic integration with all the tools from DeFi that let you move token in and out. So anytime that money is involved, on-chain gaming makes sense. On-chain gaming also makes it easier for users to create and mod games and build user-generated content. And I'm going to talk about what that looks like in practice. It's massively multiplayer by default. Like share state is the default of blockchain. It's the whole reason that it exists. It leads to better economic models. And what I really like is that on-chain, you can monetize a fully open source game. In Web2, if you do that, people just fork your game and then just play it for free. But we have a culture of the blockchain when we like the legit thing. We like the NFT collection that is the real one, not the one that just copied the picture. And so that's a very powerful property where your thing is fully open, but it can still make money. And finally, another property of being fully open is that the games are forkable and unkillable, and this keeps you honest. This keeps the builder honest. If they try to monetize too much, if they try to milk the players for money, the players might be fed up, and they might say, well, we're going to back some guy that's going to fork the game and make a version that we think is what we want. And unkillable because if the game is done right, then it can run forever on the blockchain as long as the blockchain itself is running. So on-chain gaming can embody the crypto ethos outside of finance, and finance is important. It's probably more important to decentralized finance than to decentralized gaming, but we can do so much more than this. And so that's what we're trying to do. And we can get people to care about decentralization in general by doing this. So decentralize all the things. And when people say decentralization, it often sounds like an empty slogan. But I think we can be very concrete with what decentralization means. These are all the nice properties that I listed in the previous slide. These are like, the game developer is fucking around, trying to get all my money. The game sucks now. Well, you're free to just go and make a better version. That's what decentralization means. And the way I like to phrase it is really empower users to have ownership in the game as co-creators of the game. It doesn't mean they're going to design the games and all the little features, but they have power that they don't have in Web 2 gaming. So what we want to see on Happy Chain, now we get into examples. All the things in bold I'm going to talk about on this slide because I have a specific slides for them. So let's talk about things that are not in bold. Interesting on game economies, that one's kind of vague, but if you have a StarCraft-style game, a World of Warcraft-style game, there are items, people trade them, resources, you can do all sort of fancy things there. Decentralizing existing game, this is about what I just talked about, where you can fork the game and keep the game builders accountable for what they're building. User-generated content as game mechanics, so there are some Web 2 games where user-generated content is like the point of the game, right? Roblox is very popular recently. People can build their mini games in Roblox, and a lot of people play Roblox just to play the mini games that our people have created using this. Dungeon Keeper is an old school one where you sort of build a dungeon that other players then have to venture into. And you can do many variation on this, but this is something like I think works really, really well on the blockchain. You can even monetize these user-generated content. And finally, game building framework. So again, Web 2, there are things like this. RPG Maker is a very famous one. And on the blockchain, we have Downstream, which is, it's sort of like a framework for building your 2D isometric games, where you can design buildings and resources and have all kinds of interesting stuff going on. So I recommend that you check them out. New economic models. Play to earn was an early example of this. It's by no means the only example. Play to earn is interesting. It's unsustainable if everyone chases money, otherwise it's a Ponzi scheme. Someone has to spend money for the model to be sustainable. But as it turns out, people want other things than money. They want status, they want mastery, they want to be the very best in the game, even if it costs them a little bit of money to get there. They want to be the guy that owns the game, so that's status, even if they have to spend to get there. So, I think interesting challenge for on-chain game designers will be to tap into these other sources of value. I like modding a lot. And here are some examples of existing types of game and how we can create user-generated content and mods for them. So MOBA, these are things like League of Legends, where you have heroes and they battle and they try to destroy the other base. Where you can design custom heroes and items and get your friends to play them. Trading card games, those are things like Magic the Gathering or Pokemon cards. You can design custom cards, custom game modes. Any kind of board games, if you play board games at home, sometimes you have house rules. You're like, well, the game would be better if we changed this rule. So you just go ahead and do it. When you're playing a video game, you can't do that, but on-chain, you can reintroduce this freedom. Tower defense, which is this little game where little guys, they rush towards a castle and you have to build towers that shoot at them to prevent them from destroying the castle. Again, you can design your own maps with custom towers types, custom mobs, etc. And I think like these kinds of use cases will see traction in on-chain gaming. A non-gaming example, and a category in general, is like stupid things that make you smile. And this is from Smallbrain, which is a studio that's associated with us. And they built this thing called Yonk. In Yonk is kind of like Venmo. You send money to people. But for them to receive the money, they have to listen to a voice message that you gave them at max volume without having their headphones on. And you can check this in iOS. You can check that they actually do that. And the more they wait to listen to the message, the less money they get. So you're in the metro, your friends want to send you 20 bucks, but you have to listen to his message at high volume without headset in the metro, and you don't know what he's gonna say. You know, it's pretty stupid, but I think it's pretty fun. And we want to see more experience like this, stuff that's enabled by on-chain. Finally, there's what I called, and I cannot touch on this, digital reclamation of physical freedom. When you have a game in the physical world, you can change the rules however you want. Classical example, Magic Gathering, it's a trading card game. It's a 1v1 game, but people made modes for 2v2, 3v3. You have to purchase these games, but then they made modes for you can only use use cards that are cheap. It's a pauper mode. There's some communities online, some Reddits, subreddits you can go to. They create their own custom cards, just for fun. You can also say, this card's too strong, let's ban it. All this, when you have a physical card game, you can do. Once you play online, you can't do it because it's the game server that decides what's possible or not. When we go on-chain, now we can get these freedoms back. We can make the game modable, forkable, and so we can reintroduce all of the house rules. You kind of have to be a dev. That's sort of the annoying thing here. But some of them you can build tools that enable normal users to do them. So that's pretty much it. That was HappyChain. That was what we're excited to see. And please talk to me about it and any questions you may have. Oh yeah, also, that link is broken. The domain is still transferring.
Amazing. Now we're going to have everyone who just spoke fight each other on stage for the next 40 minutes, basically. No, it's modularism and maximalism. Everything works together. But we're actually going to have everyone who just spoke talk about, in a panel, the sort of different architectures for on-chain games and how their respective approaches might work. So we're going to have Billy, Scott, Norswap, Terrence, and Bram is going to be moderating for Maven as well. So thanks very much.
Yeah. Good, then let's start. So, as per usual with a panel, let's just introduce ourselves real quick and what we're building. I know some of you have already done the talk, but good to do that again if that's okay. Maybe start from the end there.
Yeah, so I'm Norswap and I build HappyChain, as you just heard about. It's a L2 gaming chain that aims to make onboarding super easy for users and integration easy for devs.
Hey everyone, I'm Terrence. I'm one of the co-founders of Cartridge, building Dojo, one of the co-creators of Dope Wars. I've been building fully on-chain games and towards this idea of autonomous worlds for about 2.5 years now. Yeah, that's me.
Hello everyone, my name is Scott. I'm the founder of Argus Labs. We are building the World Engine, which is an on-chain game roll-up framework designed with execution sharding to allow you to horizontally scale your games with low latency and geolocalized shards.
My name is Billy. I'm the founder of Trifle Labs. It's a new on-chain game company. Prior to that, I was in charge of the Cosmos Network Foundation, Interchain Foundation, and the Cosmos Hub lead. But I began in the space building games with Clover's Network back in 2017.
Okay, perfect. I'll start off with a bit of a softball question here. So how do autonomous worlds and fully on-chain games actually push the boundaries of what's possible in gaming? And can you give some concrete examples? I know we just saw some very good examples of this, but if you would elaborate on this. Maybe, yeah, because you just went as well.
Yeah, I was trying to find something a little bit different. Which one's my favorite? I think what excites me the most is user-generated content and the ability for players to create in these games very easily, and then maybe even pay for the user-generated content or have that become like sort of the center of focus of a game. I don't think that's what draw people to a game in the first place, but it's sort of the end game that I'm most excited about.
Yeah, I definitely agree with user-generated content on top of these type of open platforms that are enabled by the blockchain, where you have like extensibility, composability, and permissionlessness by default, and you remove the platform risk of centralized providers. Just enables much more interesting types of ecosystems to build on top of them. Like in the traditional gaming space, we've never seen the ability, or it's rare for the ability for someone to invest in someone building a game on top of someone else's game, because there's too much platform risk associated with that. With fully on-chain game autonomous worlds, that's completely different, right? You can build on top of anyone else's game with very strong guarantees that the foundation will remain there. And then I think along with that is like very interesting monetization strategies that you can start to integrate, because like financial rails are embedded directly in the blockchain. You can, as a user-generated content contributor, you can monetize at so many different levels depending on how the platform decides to integrate this. Like you can have low-level primitives that can be composed together, and revenues from a game can flow to multiple different creators very easily, and that can be scaled in a way that was never possible before.
I'm very tempted to just like say the same thing with different words, but like I think they already covered like all of the things that I would say with regards to the interoperability and composable primitives of like fully on-chain games. So I'll try to come up with a kind of more creative answer. So my take here is that fully on-chain games bring back the fucking around and finding out era back to like multiplayer games, because previously, like when we're talking about like these like game servers, like a lot of these technologies are built in like early 2000s, and they have been like the same for almost like 2 decades. Some of the like largest game servers out there are still run in this like Windows server that you can't like run in anywhere else. You have these Windows OS, and like it was just like these like headless Unity client and like all of that. So these are really archaic technology. There has very little and very few of like innovations in between. And like what fully on-chain does is really kind of like bring back this energy of like trying to unlock new primitives from these games through like, again, distributed systems, through cryptography, through like novel virtual machine runtime environment that allows you to you build more cool features using composability. And I think what most exciting to me is actually to introduce more like, like a larger range of freedoms into these massively multiplayer online games. As MMO game designers, we often talk about the degrees of freedom in an MMO game, and like fully on-chain games is really kind of the end game, or like I would say like the magnum like opus, like imaginations of a lot of MMO game designers, where you don't have any limitations on what you can actually do and what kind of emergent behaviors can form on top of your fully on-chain games. So not only there will be emergent strategy or emergent like meta gameplay or like min-max strategies for your game, you will also have an interesting economic emergent behavior where people could be building their own banks, they can be building their own guilds, they could be creating their own marketplaces. And all of this will, I think at the end of the day, increases the potential maximum GDP of like of a massively multiplayer online game that have in the past been limited due to constraints that the game developers created upon their own users.
It's a long list of things. I actually have kind of 2 reasons why I think it's an exciting space to build on, and both of those reasons went into the name that I chose for the org, Trifle. So the first one comes from this play theorist named Bernard Suits, and it's basically a player matrix, which says that players who play with the rules and play with the objectives, that's the norm, that's a normal player. Players who play with the objective to win, but with different rules, are cheaters. They've basically modified the rules or ignored them, but they still preserve the objective. Spoil Sport throws out both. They walk right through the magic circle. But there's a 4th quadrant, and that's called a trifler. And a trifler preserves the rules of a game, but for a different objective. And I think that that's really at the core of what is interesting inside these spaces. It's also like at the core of the hacker ethos. This was built for a completely different purpose. But if I look at it this way and think of something else to do with it, I can use that entire structure for a different purpose, and I can build on top of it and make something completely novel. So that's the trifler, where trifle comes from. But the other one, of course, is just a trifle is like something a little meaningless, something silly. It's a toy. And I think we all know that some of the most transformative technology begins looking like toys. So I thought beginning with toys is probably the most important way to sort of work in an industry in which we're trying to make transformative tech.
Okay, yeah, those are all very good examples. I think interoperability and composability is something, of course, everyone immediately thinks of. But then I think back of a tweet, I think it was 2 or 3 days ago, of someone that said, has anyone already managed to bring their sword into another game? So are people, do you think, really waiting on this? And if so, how can we actually achieve this in a manner that is quite seamless for users? Anyone wants to take this?
Yeah, I think I'll take this one. I think the whole taking this sword to another game is like made like by marketers in the 2018. They've never really thought about composability in crypto games, and now we're like stuck with this joke about this sword being bring to another game, and technically speaking, this is not a problem. These are technically trivial, but there are good game design reasons why you don't want to bring a sword from World of Warcraft to EVE Online, for example, right? And so when we're talking about composability and interoperability in the context of fully on-chain games, we often think about it more towards how existing game players can build on top of the existing game and kind of expand the existing game ecosystem instead of trying to bring over swords from a different game which has completely different physics and rule sets and might not even be compatible, right? Sure, things like cosmetics you can do and it's very trivial, but I think the whole idea of kind of bringing these swords is somewhat of kind of a distraction, and I think there are more interesting things that you can do by kind of allowing the players to extend the gameplay environment using smart contracts and let's say building kind of these banks or building these cooperative systems within the game, creating systems let's say a mercenary market or something like that, without having to ask a game developer for permission, oh, I want to add this feature. So to summarize, it's I think composability in the context of a fully on-chain game will kind of start being from within the game itself, and then maybe as the fully on-chain game space matures, you're going to have these on-chain game publishers, and these on-chain game publishers could coordinate interoperability perhaps in their portfolio games and from different game studios under their umbrella, and then I think a lot of these interoperability across random games, I think is more of a pie in the sky, and I think it's oftentimes kind of more a party trick, and less so about being practical and relevant to fully on-chain game developers and players.
I think there's also this kind of cart before the horse aspect of it. So if you look at that level of composability as being similar to user-generated content, you still need to create value in the game to have that initial player base, to have them invest enough interest, care, and value to care about moving it somewhere else. If you build Minecraft without the actual playable game, you don't have a successful product. You have to have a game which is fun inside of there to build up the community, to build up the value, to build up the interest in making user-generated content.
And I'll add just one thing that we've noticed inside of the Dojo ecosystem, where we have the Loot Realms ecosystem, or that are producing a bunch of different games that are within the same lore. But even within there, and even though Dojo as an engine is designed to be natively extensible and composable, most of these teams are building their own instances of the Realms world with their games inside of it, because it's too early on to kind of ossify these foundational layers and start to share them. And I think, to Billy's point, once there is something very successful that has a lot of attention and has value, then that will essentially ossify as and become the canonical implementation for a particular lore that everyone else will start building on top of, to have exposure to that audience that lives already inside of that world. Until that exists, there's not a whole, a super compelling reason to basically take on the dependency of other teams during this very early iterative phase of development, where you want to have a lot of velocity, because it definitely slows things down a lot.
I got absolutely nothing to add. I agree with everything.
Okay, perfect. We're talking here about indeed cart before the horse and those types of things. So if so, are there still some cultural or technological gaps that still exist that we would need to solve before we can realize the full potential, of course, of what we're discussing here today?
Yeah. What do you mean?
Are they? Yeah.
Every single talk today was about those problems.
Yeah, so what is, in your opinion, the most important one?
Well, I think
I think I'll answer this question by not answering the question.
Wonderful.
And like, I think again, like the way that I think about video games is like kind of like an artist, right? I think like you don't really ask an artist like, you know, what color of paints don't exist yet. Like you just don't know until you have to paint something, and then you realize, oh, I don't have this like color ink, or like I don't have these like, you know, paint, or I don't have these like, you know, type of brush that I want to have to achieve a certain stroke or a certain look, right? So from a perspective of game developers, it's all tools in a toolbox, and so the more canvas, the larger the canvas that you have, the more variety of brushes, the more powerful that your brush is, or like your medium, etc., or like your tools, the more kind of games that you're able to build, right? And so I think like right now we're at the point with fully on-chain games where a lot of the problems are really kind of like basically solving the table stakes problem that is like already solved with like, you know, Web 2 games, right? So in my talk, I talk about, you know, scaling to like, you know, tens of thousands of users, like these like geo latency and like time to action and like all of that, having these like fast block times, like improving the developer experience, etc. All of these things are like table stakes problem that currently exists in like fully on-chain games when, let's say, someone that brings in the mental model of, let's say, like, you know, their Web 2 development and they're facing these issues, they want to have these things solved because like otherwise you'll feel constrained in the kind of things that you're building, right? And like this have always been the topic for any on-chain game developers out there, is like if someone like wants to create a new game, before you even think about what game you want to build, you're already so frustrated thinking about the constraints that you're going to have when you're building a fully on-chain game. And I think that's like one of the key priority that we have at Argus when we're building the World Engine, is to like reduce significantly the amount of constraints. And then after that, this is like when you will see new primitives start flourishing and like people being able to chase their you know creative freedom to the fullest extent. But like, yeah.
I think even deciding which problems are worth solving is, of course, one of the most important steps in that. And it's why we found it really important to be, first and foremost, a game studio over a platform or necessarily like an infrastructure project.
Oh, yes.
You need to have a really tight feedback cycle between, I'm trying to make this game and I want to make it fun, like what do I need to make that happen? And that should inform the sort of technical decisions. I think it's always tempting to sort of build out ahead, assuming that you know what people want, especially in the blockchain space. And I think it's really dangerous. And so I think that what's the most important tech thing is actually most relevant to the specific game that you're trying to make. Like in my talk, I talked about most of the games we see today are essentially digital board games, which is great. I wonder how many of those were sort of retrofitted into the fact that those are the only kinds of games you can make. But if you really want to make a board game and you begin with that, actually we're kind of ready for you.
Yeah, I would divide the issues in 3 buckets. The first one is onboarding, because I think we have games today that are pretty fun, but struggle to find their audience because it's just too hard to get playing. And that's why at Happy Chain we're focusing on building this onboarding first. The second one is scaling, because once you reach a certain amount of player, the current technology we have doesn't scale. I think onboarding is more important because onboarding is a problem of finding success. Scaling is a problem. When you have success, then you have to solve that. And then the third one, which maybe sometimes gets less attention, is sort of death by 1,000 paper cuts. So we have a lot of tech that's kind of there, but not really. And you realize there's a lot of limitation that you're not aware of. So it's going to take you 1 week, 2 weeks to integrate something that should have taken a few hours. And you multiply that by 10 or 15 for everything you need, and suddenly you've spent 6 months just building support for your game, and not really like the game itself.
Yeah, I think my perspective is, I mean, I think, you know, we're all obviously very focused on the technical side of things right now because it's the easiest to talk about. And I think like we have pretty tractable solutions, and it's a matter of execution to be able to scale, you know, the execution context of blockchains to support these kind of experiences. I think like if you look historically at games, like every platform shift has been driven by some distribution innovation, and all of the work that we're doing rests on the assumption that there is some distribution innovation enabled through the blockchain. And I think that there definitely is something with cryptoeconomic incentives to solve, like, you know, a really critical problem for games, which is basically this cold start problem of being able to attract players to reach some critical mass to turn it into a sustainable game. But we're so early in the phase of building on-chain games that no one has really even started to experiment with how can we start to use these like cryptoeconomic primitives that are only enabled by the blockchain to kind of solve this and build some unique distribution advantage, which is going to be really critical because, you know, things like the App Store or the Steam and consoles are entirely hostile to on-chain games or any crypto-enabled applications, and it might be a while before they kind of come around to that. So we need to have something incredibly compelling to build new distribution channels through web, through progressive web apps, where users is a strong enough value proposition that they're willing to kind of go around existing structures to interact with these experiences. So I think that's, like, in my opinion, probably the final horseman, the biggest challenge that we ultimately all need to figure out how to solve before we can be successful.
Well, can I just speak for a second on the topic of distribution? I think it's really interesting. I've heard that a lot, and I imagine it's true that all the phase changes in gaming is always, you know, with an update in distribution. And I agree that I think we have that opportunity, and I think we've seen it partially, but I don't think we've seen it taken advantage of enough. And one of the goals for our first game is actually that it'll be fully on chain, so you can take advantage of third-party marketplaces as an interface to the game. One of the other framings for on-chain games I really like are client-agnostic games. You know, the core logic lives somewhere immutable and accessible, but the way you access it is sort of up to the user or variable, or you can imagine as many different ways to it. And so trying to sort of begin with a game that there's the default way to access it, sure, it's our domain, et cetera, but having it hooked into this alternative distribution method, which we already do have through NFT metadata, was a really exciting concept that I would love to see sort of explored further, and we hope to push too.
I'm glad you guys touched upon distribution and also about things like the Apple Store, where there's a lot of censorship and a lot of moderation. But of course, that then brings into perspective the other side of fully on-chain games, where you want to be very decentralized, but you also don't want to allow certain things to happen. We see this also now with AI agents, marketplaces, and so on. So what is your perspective on the battle between moderation and decentralization, and how do you plan to tackle that, if you want to tackle that at all?
I think decentralization can solve that as well, in the sense that you could have a protocol that's on-chain that is fully neutral, like doesn't censor anything, but then on the front-end side, you can host different front-end, different interfaces to access the same content that then can have their own filtering and censorship guidelines. So yeah.
I don't think this, people often pose this as like a unique problem to the blockchain, and I think it's not. It's like a problem everywhere, right? You see it on Twitter where they have like dedicated engineers trying to filter scammers, and the scammers just move faster than them. So I think like there is actually a competitive advantage in the decentralized context with autonomous worlds and having these open ecosystems that your community can start to innovate on filters to apply to like the event stream or whatever, to curate what is the interesting components and remove the spam from a particular type of experience, and that could like manifest in, you know, identities and reputations and all these types of things to kind of gate and find smaller communities within an ecosystem that you want to interact with, or new clients that are built on top of this. And even in the context of AI and machine learning and bots, like I recently saw, I think it was GDC last year, they now have computer monitors with computer vision algorithms built directly into them. So they're just, you know, now you're, even with existing approaches to anti-cheat where you're kind of monitoring like the runtime and trying to see modifications to the binary, this is just layered entirely on top of the game. It's impossible for to detect by any of the existing anti-cheat software. So I think this can become a bigger and a bigger problem in the future for everyone. And yeah, it's certainly an interesting question. I don't have a good answer.
Maybe to challenge it a bit, like the anti-cheat, right? So those types of models, they are centralized and off-chain, of course, let's be honest. They don't want to open source that at all. If that is all on-chain, don't you then expect certain, even AI models and so on to be able to circumvent that in a way, to go around that? If everything is truly on-chain, how do you then prevent that?
I think it will be reactive. I mean, I think that anti-cheat as it exists today for traditional games is like a low-level process happening at the binary level, trying to detect like modifications to the game's runtime, right? When you have cheating software that essentially just emulates a human and how they interact with a computer, it becomes like almost impossible to detect. And then you have to look at probability distributions and try and have like some statistical methods to filter these things out. I think the same will be true in the blockchain context. You have all this open information. The communities can come around and figure out like this. The particular run was way out of distribution, and we want to provide more scrutiny to it. I think it's an interesting open area of innovation where all this information being public allows people to kind of define, what they want to be a part of the meta and allowed to be happen inside of a particular instance of a game or an interpretation of an autonomous world. And you can essentially just throw away a lot of the things that you don't want to interact with.
Yeah, I pretty much agree. I think some game models are never going to be a great fit for a blockchain. Like a first-person shooter, it's going to be difficult to know that someone is not using an aimbot. Like Terence said, you need statistics, and it's quite difficult. There are some things you can do, but I think it's not going to be the strongest fit. So we should focus on games that have more moving pieces, and where these machine learning models we have today can't really learn the thing because it's just moving too fast underneath it. And I think that can lead to some very interesting game design decisions as well.
Well, I think my synthesis out of all of this is the best part of fully on-chain games is basically letting the market or kind of the community itself create a shelling point and create their own kind of basically agreement in terms of this is basically going to be the canonical marketplace, or kind of this is the primary way we're going to get this game client or gameplay to the hands of the users, instead of having to go through this top-down oligopoly of Epic Game Store, Apple, or Google, etc. Right? And we're already kind of even seeing this market structure being shift even in traditional games itself, right? So if you guys play games, you'll notice that a lot of more and more game publishers are starting to make their own game launcher, right? Back in the days, everyone just installs Steam, and that's how you get all of your games. But with modern game publishers like Riot and Bethesda, all of that, increasingly they are building their own launchers, and because they want to have the power to define their own rule sets, they want to have capabilities to modify and distribute their games in a way that they want to distribute it, and maybe they want to have a different take rates on the fees, etc. They want to make it easier for their players to trade their items, so on and so forth, by having their own rules. And I think that this is already kind of the natural way that the game industry is going to shift, with more and more indie game companies not wanting to kind of basically be stuck in the kind of the rules that they didn't create. They will kind of prefer to actually have more options and being able to actually let the community decide which distribution mechanism or which platform or app store that they want to use, and therefore agree on a shared kind of rule set and constraints they want for the games, right? So as we previously discussed, there might be some games for example, one of the games that one of my friends made, Kamigochi, willingly just embrace bots and all of these AIs and whatsoever, because they've designed their games to allow these bots and AI to proliferate, and it's a part of the gameplay itself, right? But some games, example what Norswap said, Counter-Strike, a first-person shooter, they probably don't want as much bots and AI, just playing the games instead of the users, right? And so, yeah, I think the best part about fully on-chain games or crypto games broadly is to allow the players and for these new market structures to exist instead of it being prescribed to the game developers.
The bot question is really interesting. I think we could probably do a whole panel on it. But I kind of see it in maybe 3 different areas. The first sort of accelerates all the way into just bots versus bots. All games have to be built bot native. We have Robot War TV shows. Why not bot games? The question then just becomes, what games are entertaining enough to watch bots play each other? If you think about basketball, humans have a pretty good idea of how hard it is to play basketball, even if they don't do it very frequently. So when you watch a professional, you're like, wow, that was really cool. So we have to like find sports or games that like it's actually entertaining to watch bot versus bot. The other side is, oh God, my mind's going a little blank. Well, you can always kind of try to remove the incentives. So basically, bots have been able to beat games for a while, right? People still play games because games are fun. You don't necessarily have to play at the highest level of competition to enjoy a game. You know, I do puzzles all the time. I know that I could solve this puzzle with a computer. I know that I could look up the answer, but I still spend the time doing it. So I think that there's still a lot of opportunities for games like that. Of course, it opens up the question, well, what's the point of being on a blockchain anymore? Where's the incentive mechanism? Where is all this coming from? But the same way that advertising was a solution for content, it's just getting someone's attention. I think we have a lot more opportunities to monetize attention in ways that aren't as specifically as extractive as advertising. Oh, I know. The third one, of course, is going in the entire different direction, which is that the only truly equitable way to allow players and bots to participate with each other is if random number generators are involved. And then you're basically fully in the casino mode, which is maybe not terrible as well, because that random number generator also has a lever. It can be fully turned on, and then you have a slot machine, or it can be somewhere in the middle, and then you have backgammon or poker, things like that. Things that destabilize still make it possible for humans to have fun playing against a bot, who, on average, may beat them over time, but the idea that you beat a player that's better than you is so exciting, and it's still enough to, like, I think, get you in that arena when you know you have a chance.
Yeah, I agree. Maybe a small side question, and you said randomness. How do you, and unpredictability, how can you include that fully on-chain without, and while still maintaining fully on-chain verifiability?
I feel like that's a perfect question for this conference because it's just, we're going to engineer away that way. That one, they'll just go away. It'll be solved through some techniques. There's new techniques, there's other techniques. I don't think that it's unsolvable.
But it's important, right, to have this,
for
sure.
I think like the randomness part is like, I think at this point fairly solvable. Like NorSwap, I think, is working on randomness stuff, but like there are things like verifiable random functions, for example, that allows you to have randomness on chain. So this was an issue if you were in 2018, 2017 Solidity era where like 100%. Chainlink doesn't exist and like whatever, and all you have is block timestamp to seed entropy, then you're kind of like, you know, at the hands of the block producers who actually give you randomness. But like these days, I think there are like a lot of primitives to like solve randomness. The key kind of question that is left is like, you know, how fast can we produce randomness is like the part that I think a lot of infrastructure are like working towards, especially for games, because like if you want to like, let's say, have like randomness happening at every like, let's say sub-millisecond, or on like a millisecond level, then you can't have like a verifiable random function that like submits the randomness to the blockchain only like once every 15 seconds, for example. So like, yeah, but I think like for randomness is like one of the, I guess, like the more easily solvable problems within fully on-chain games.
Okay, maybe then turning it more into a positive thing around AI and bots. Earlier this morning, Stani from Lens was talking about how AI can help them do also some moderation. For example, as you said, I think Darren's community could, for example, vote on certain parameters and they would just scrape it, right? Do you see other opportunities for AI agents? I know that everyone is hyping up AI as if it's the second coming of whatever, right? But do you think that we will see this in the near future where AI agents will be shaping these autonomous on-chain worlds?
I think there's a lot of interesting intersections between on-chain worlds or autonomous worlds and on-chain games and AI. The one that I'm actually most particularly excited about is just raising the level of abstraction so that people can contribute to these through like generating code or assets and stuff, like more offline processes that introduce content into the world. I think autonomous agents or AI agents on-chain, in my opinion, is not really practical at the scale that you need to make interesting experiences right now. Just like verifying the execution of the models that you want to use is just not practical. Definitely not with ZK, and you can do some stuff with optimistic stuff, but it introduces like a lot of additional complexity to the stack. I mean, I do think that there's much simpler models that you can, there's a lot of tooling now being built around taking models from like PyTorch or something, exporting them to be run on chain, and there's a lot of stuff you can do with just much simpler models as well inside of games. But yeah, I think it's like interesting new space opening up. I'm mostly focused on how people can contribute with it.
I guess like one thing that I'm like somewhat, I think I am somewhat annoyed by a lot of these like the rise of the LLMs are kind of like assuming that AI agents can only be achieved through like these like arbitrary large language model when like Tron, which is an arcade game from the 1970s, have AI, but it's just not like an AI agent powered by large language models, which is like basically bringing a bazooka into like a knife fight, right? And realistically here, like, you know, game state machines are like one of those things that are very easy to model for a computer, and based on the heuristics of these, like, you know, of the game state, you can actually build, you know, an AI to a part of the game itself that you don't need to rely on these like large execution model and all of that. These large language models are going to be great for, let's say, if you want to generate quests, which is like one of the things that I'm most fascinated by, based on this like anime that I really like, and I named my company after, called Sword Art Online, where you can have AI to generate new content for the game, etc. But not necessarily as like, oh, like you're replacing the AI bots that is like, you know, playing within those games, right? That can be like easily encoded as a part of like the tick runtime. That if your chain of choice, if you use a world engine, you can have like, you know, kind of bots encoded into the block like transition function and all of that, and that will allow you to have like NPC and bots that are like, you know, running around your game in real time, and all of this doesn't really need to rely on like, you know, fancy large language models which are a black box. You can just use like dumb if-else statement, right? Like you don't need a large language models to create a bot to play, like, I don't know, like a tic-tac-toe game. You can just like write this with if-else statements. And so that's like kind of basically, I think, the part that I think like when everyone's talking about AI agents or like AI in general in the context of games, like people's like I think the natural way of doing that is through like, you know, decades of like how we've built, you know, in-game AIs. And I think like, I think large language models, or like what people these days call AI agents, are, I think, like going to introduce some new dimensions for like storytelling and so on and so forth, but I think less so for the actual like gameplay itself. And yeah, I guess that's my hot take.
I'm generally more bearish on AI than other people, but I'm really curious where it will go. I think there's potential, and there's something we talked about. So there's like bots that already exist for games. Like, how can we leverage them? Can we like watch them? Is that fun? Can we maybe use them as part of a strategy where every bot is a different strategy in an underlying game, and then there's a broader game on top of it where you select the various strategies that you want. I would be really excited with agents that are like autonomous and they create this world that is moving without you. I think today it's just too easy to just hijack the bots and make them do some bullshit. But you could even do that in a way that's not at all like driven by the technical innovation of the last few years. And there are some people doing that, just an enormous amount of work, but just like a rule engine that says, you know, when you piss this person off, this NPC off, then your reputation lowers, and then it has all kinds of repercussions that are just like really normal code. It just gets involved pretty fast. I know some Web2 games are doing that. One of those is like super horrendous, like ASCII graphics. Kind of thing. There's also Dwarf Fortress, which is also horrendous graphics, but that's another one that's very famous. And yeah, I'd be excited if we could have that technology. There were some people working on it back in the day, but I don't think it went anywhere.
That question makes me think of the use of AI or large language models in two different ways. One is like LLMs as a game space, which I think are really interesting. I played a game recently where you are basically trying to convince an LLM to, you know, reveal their name, like Rumpelstiltskin. It's like such a really bizarre, diverse player space to work with. So I'm actually bullish on verification of LLMs on chain too, just from seeing some of the updates in the last years. So I don't think it's that far off to think that like these extremely versatile, lore-based LLMs could be actual player environments with the right prompt, can be really interesting, and the actual aspects of it still, you know, private as necessary on chain. And then the other direction is basically the bot wars thing, right? So you have that possibility going in that direction. Of course, this is like kind of scary if you're a game developer and you're trying to preserve the human player aspect of it. But I had a conversation with somebody yesterday who was asking me about, like, I want to make this library of models that are good at playing games, and people like maybe a library for them. And the first thing that I thought of was like, actually, you know, I almost built a bot while developing our game, because end-to-end testing with a game is so difficult. I mean, you end up sort of having to build a bot if you want to be able to test your game in any sort of complicated method. And I mean, of course, then you're like, am I giving in and making this evil thing that, you know, I'm going to try to contain it inside my repository and hope nobody ever gets a copy of it because they'll be able to use it against me or something? But if you let go of that fear, I think it's like an extremely useful tool possibly to have like an LLM or a trained model on your game's logic to be able to actually use it in testing environments. And then you take that a step further and you can do the entire playtest cycle if you have a model which is able to interact with your game. I mean, playtests are one of the most important parts of making a game, and it does not scale. You have to sit down and you have to really interact with that person playing the game, and that person also has to be like fresh to your game. You kind of can't do it twice on the same person. So the idea that you could have like an infinite number of completely fresh, naive playtesters go through and massively run through your game and give you back feedback, like this is just way too easy, way too hard, totally confusing. I'm an idiot LLM, but I should be able to do it. Like, that's a really exciting development for not necessarily on-chain gaming, but games and models themselves.
Fully agree, actually. So we're running almost out of time. I just want to have one more question. Panels often get like this reputation of everyone is agreeing with each other all the time, and it doesn't add value. So I would like to just ask you, after now we're almost at the end of ECC, the entire week, what is the most controversial opinion you have after this week that people can come up to you afterwards and ask you about? I know it's a difficult question, so...
We should never host a conference in Brussels again.
As a Belgian, I would agree.
We should never host a conference in Brussels again.
I don't think that's controversial.
My bad.
I actually don't think it's controversial here, but I think premature decentralization is the root of all evil.
That is not controversial.
Yeah, I guess it's probably not controversial either, but I think like there needs to be a much stronger focus on actually like bringing interesting experiences to users and not just building, you know, we have so much over-provisioned capacity at the infrastructure level now, like searching for someone for like, you know, 1 gigabyte blocks and, you know, these type of things. I mean, we need people to actually use this stuff now, so I think it should be a more increasingly important focus.
Well, I guess the one thing I say all the time is we can get normal people to play on-chain games, and some people agree, but quite a lot of people disagree. So I would say that's my spicy opinion.
Perfect. Thank you, everyone, for being here, and yeah, that's.
Thanks for moderating.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good day. So bye.
Check. Should be in the waiting room, he's saying. He's saying he's in the waiting room. To let him in. Hello, everyone who's left and survived the day. We have 2 more talks. They're both not here. They're both on the internet, calling in from the US, and they're both artists with very different slants. So the first one is Boto, which is a decentralized autonomous artist. And the second one is 113 from Mathcast, who's actually building some really cool art chains. I think we're having some Zoom issues, but once that's fixed, then we should be okay. Hello? Simon, I think you can hear me. I can't hear you.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Excellent. Yeah, I can hear you too. Cool. You can start. Hello.
Sweet. I'll share my screen. Let's see. Okay. All right. Hello, everybody. My name is Simon Hudson. Oh, is there a way to turn off the, actually, I'll just turn off my own sound because I'm getting some feedback. So Achilles, I won't be able to hear you, but if you have anything you tell me, just message me and I should see the Discord notification. Okay, so yes, I'm Simon Hudson. I currently work full-time for a machine artist named Dojo. I have a background in AI governance, policy, explainable AI and AI literacy, both in terms of research and also strategy at an old AI research lab called Element AI. My background is largely in science and tech communications and multimedia production, and then later on got into the research around some of these topics. Dojo, as an autonomous artist, was named Digital Artist of the Year last year during the Hong Kong Digital Art Fair. It's had over 30 international exhibitions and shows around the world. Some examples of recent shows it's done. It's had over $3.8 million in sales with only about 130 works or NFTs sold. It's been the subject of academic research around collective intelligence, social influence, and new forms of art, and also presented at some of the leading AI conferences and computational social science conferences and digital art conferences. Subject of emerging press attention, and has been making waves as this decentralized autonomous artist. But what is a decentralized autonomous artist? And so that's what I'm going to get into today. I'm going to go into a little bit of the history, and then I'll get into what we've built and where we're going. So the idea of building a decentralized autonomous artist, or really just building automata, goes back centuries all the way to ancient Greece, and these ideas of autonomous machines. Obviously, Talos is this famous one, is this giant bronze war machine. More recently, in the 18th century, people started writing what you might call design fiction today, ideas of objects or that would have their own intelligence, and things that were other than human that could have their own intelligence, and humans being able to create their own intelligence. The Aeolian harp is an example of a piece of work that would take advantage of the intelligence of the wind being able to play more notes than a human hand could. There were other inventions like the mechanical Turk, which was meant to show this autonomous chess playing machine. Really was played by a little man inside of the machine, but started playing with these notions of man creating intelligence. And of course, you know, famously, Frankenstein's monster in literature, exploring this idea of humans creating intelligence and what can go well, what can, obviously in Frankenstein's case, what can go wrong. And then since the creation of computers, we've had computer art and creative machines, very famously Harold Cohen and his painting machine. And today we have generative AI. So this idea of being able to create an autonomous artist or a creative machine, pretty straightforward. You have generative text image models, like I'm briefly starting with DALL-E 2 and now well into you know, many versions of Stable Diffusion. And you have, I've got some old slides up here. You have text generation models like ChatGPT. You put those together, you get infinite cats. It doesn't necessarily know what is art, doesn't have a creative direction. It's random. So you have a creative machine, it's automated the creative process, but is it creating art? And that is this really key question of how do you get a sense of what is art without rendering it back into a tool. Most artists are playing with these machines themselves. They're writing their own prompts. And so it is a tool for them as the artist, but how do you make the machine the artist? And so how do you give it feedback about what is art while still protecting that machine's agency and keeping it as the core author? And so a number of people have been working on ideas like this, as I said, you know, old human idea, but especially with modern tools for many years. And the common idea was that you needed an economic substrate, its own autonomous force, to invite feedback to the machine that was decentralized so that the machine could still maintain its core role of author. So, and so having it sell the art and then have that running an economy to continue to bring the feedback to it. And so crypto maybe solves this. There's obviously the digital art market, which is really key. You need to be able to tap into a healthy digital art market for the machine to sell its art, so that you can then fund the economy. Custom cryptocurrency tokens allow for spreading governance rights, as well as spreading the revenue and really operating that economy. And then out of this, you get DAOs, decentralized autonomous organizations, to coordinate around community governance, to coordinate tasks, and you can build these kind of more abstract systems of social reputation and community. So the way Dojo works and the way Dojo brings all these pieces together. First, it has the art engine, which you can see on the left, which is this closed loop system, fully autonomous. There are prompt generators running prompts through text image models. It makes about 20,000 images a week using different models. Started with a GAN, VQ GAN plus clip, and now uses many different diffusion models, and then a taste model that selects out the best ones. This started as a random process, and over time has developed from the feedback of the DAO. It presents about 300 works to the DAO, which they vote first, is it art? But then they might also be voting, do they like it? Do they think it will sell well? Do they think it will add to Dojo's body of work? And then only the most popular piece each week is minted as a canonical piece of art of Dojo's as an NFT on the Ethereum blockchain, and it's auctioned off on Super Rare. half the proceeds of that auction go to the voters for their proportional vote and participation, and then the other half goes to the treasury, which the voters also govern, and then their votes train the prompt generators and they train the taste models, and that runs week after week, and that's been running since October 2021. Here's some examples of some of the work. This was an early GAN piece. This is the very first piece Botto minted, and Botto works in periods as well. So in 12-week periods, it will propose a set of themes, and the DAO will vote on one theme, and then it'll create around that theme as well. And so a lot of the work is a mix of the development of the DAO's voting, Botto's learning from that voting, as well as adding in new models as they get better and better. So just to kind of bring it all back together, Botto's this combination of generative AI, this token to run that economy, and the DAO as kind of the community that is emanated from that. And just some of the themes that have come out of this, you know, if a machine makes an image and no one sees it, doesn't have any meaning. Botto's made over 3 million images, but only presented about 50,000 and minted about 130. And so there's this process that we've seen come out of this, where even as Botto is the author and the primary artist, a lot of the meaning making is this collective meaning making by the human community. People see a work, they like it, they share it. And in this study we did with the MIT Media Lab, it raises, you know, there's this mechanism of social influence where even just sharing something, you don't even have to say anything, it starts raising in the ranks. And that kind of collective meaning making of signal of this is an important image, there's something to see here, it gets people to spend more time with it, they see it more, they see more in it, they share more, and that builds up over time, and that really leads to the winners each week. And so, you know, I make it akin to kind of like looking at clouds passing in the sky. It's generative, essentially random, and yet I might look at something and say that looks like a house. You look at it too, you agree, and we've created this collective meaning making. This collective meaning together we've created this collective meaning together to make sense of our world. And I think this points to you know, how our roles as humans become refined to that kind of ultimate role of making meaning of ourselves, even as machines automate more and more of our lives. This is also a microcosm of a much broader AI governance discussion around the world. Who gets to govern these machines? It's mostly a few people in very elite groups. You know, what if we created more levers for people to be able to participate in that governance discussion? Art just happens to be a much simpler discussion to invite people in. And potentially a new genre of art where there are these machines that are kind of, they are the artist, but then there are crowds governing them or guiding them. And then just to spend a little bit of time on, you know, the themes of this conference, getting to full decentralization and automation on chain. There is a lot of stuff that Botto that is off chain and handheld. So as I said, the art engine itself is a closed loop system. It's fully autonomous, and we're very clear about what is human driven, what is not human driven. So that process is fully automated. But then, you know, once the piece gets selected, we're pulling it out of the pool, minting it on the Ethereum blockchain. That's all human driven. And so there's a whole stack of Botto that we're looking at how we can fully decentralize and automate it on chain. You know, list here being decentralized compute storage, composable training data. If we get it on chain, it can be much more composable. Having proofs of data and model provenance. There's things that, like Botto's prompts, we probably don't want to share, but can we prove that, you know, Botto fully made it autonomously, that it was then created with the model Botto said it was made with. Other reputation and personhood systems, you know, Botto's it's a plutocratic system because of the challenge of integrating personhood, proof of personhood or reputation systems. And Botto is, we have a lot of governance that is social, but not necessarily maintained on chain, and that's because it takes a long time for Botto for us to understand what is it all that we're doing. I'm going to talk about that a little bit in the next slide, and then there's this potential of having fully autonomous agents on chain. These are all things that we're really keen on doing, but some of the challenges of doing them. I'll actually probably start with the bottom part, which is there's no one size fits all chain to do these things on. Getting the right kind of functioning, things that are inexpensive enough, obviously security, and really reliability is probably the biggest one, where, is this chain going to stick around? Are better ones going to come up? There's a lot of unknown unknowns as we look at the different options. And so Botto's core process, we're very sensitive about moving different pieces on chain. There's also a lot of these other challenges within the DAO of the refinement of the mission over time, but really understanding what is the DAO doing, what is the mission, what is it not the mission, how do we achieve that? This path of building the machine is there's a lot of uncertainty, and really understanding what does it need to fully operate as a decentralized autonomous artist. And then there's this question of how do you decentralize that in a way that is fit for purpose? It's easy to go into kind of decentralization maxihood, and then lock things in, and then it can fall under its own weight of bureaucracy or rigidness. So one of the ways we're going about it is really looking at kind of building new limbs for Botto. Botto needs to go into new mediums, and such as text and critique, tutoring a large language model in art history, with animation, generative code. These are some examples Botto's been creating with animation and generative code that require new architectures. And these are these opportunities to experiment with more on-chain features that don't risk the core project, and then we can build those out, and if they work, then we can start to work to bring the rest of Botto on chain as we run those experiments. So I think that's my time. Got a little bit of a late start, but yeah, and I maybe saw Achilles, you messaging me, but yeah.
Great, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Amazing, cool. Thank you so much, Simon.
Yeah,
great, cool. See you very soon.
Yeah, cheers. Thank you.
Ciao.
Bye.
All right, next up, we should have 113 from Math Castles to end this day and this stage with what, in his words, is a chaotic rant. I think he's underselling himself, but can you hear me?
Can you hear me okay? Yes, I can hear me.
Yes. Can we put him up a bit in volume?
If you want, I could test a different mic also, but it might be clearer.
That's all right. I think I'm good now.
Okay, great. Oh, great. Okay, cool.
Great.
Should I go?
Start whenever, and I'm
Okay.
here too as well. If you want to say anything to me, you can just. Cool.
Oh, tremendous. Okay, thank you so much. This is a great privilege. And yes, okay, so I'm 113. Some of you may know me from this project called Terraforms, the studio Math Castles. It's a dense iceberg of thinking on Ethereum. Today, I want to talk about a notion of third eras, and I'm going to talk about two. And this is just improvisationally as I pace around the living room and take care of the cat. Third era one. I believe as of March this year, we entered a third era in the culture and technological possibility space of crypto. And so it goes, in my mind, it goes Bitcoin, Ethereum, and then this third era. And there's many terms. I think modular could be a good term, right? So maybe this could be seen as the modular era. Well, what does this mean? Okay, as an artist in 2014, considering this medium, I looked at Ethereum, and it tells me it's a world computer. And it's very interesting. It's like Bitcoin, but rather than strictly doing, like this one app of value through UXTOs, UTXO, yeah. So it's now computer instructions, which you could have done before. You could have done smoke signal encoding of, and things like this through counterparty, et cetera, et cetera. But what Ethereum does is it gives you this kind of general purpose security, in a sense, for like arbitrary, very small computer programs. And but in my brain, I'm like, okay, so now my art practice has to become, it's like, what kind of world computer is this? Is it like a graphing calculator or a Game Boy? I can't really run intense programs on this. But what just happened in March is that changed, right? So many artists, I think this lineage of Larva Labs, for example, taking seriously the constraints of Ethereum and then kind of exploring some possibilities there. This is very smart, and Terraforms also represents this kind of taking very seriously the constraints of Ethereum with an artistic practice. But now, in a very dizzying and kind of gigantic way, the potential for those constraints has just been lifted. And I think it really, this year, the first quarter of this year represents the lift of that. So things like, blob storage and Dencun and these kinds of, and really just this whole ecology, it's art supplies, okay? It's time for artists to take seriously, you have to start dealing with these terms like L2s, right? Or roll-ups, but then you have to just melt them down. Like, you want to understand them rigorously. You don't want to be one of the charlatans who's saying something is an L2 and it's not, and this kind of thing. But you want to understand them as deeply and thoroughly as you possibly can technologically. The unique, specific technological affordances of this era of art supplies, right? And then as an artist, kind of seeking to discover or invent previously impossible, entirely new things in the context of these new affordances. That, in my opinion, can be one of the roles or callings of this role of artist. And crypto, this culture where art and money and computers and the internet have been kind of bursting in extremely exciting new ways, like a kind of artistic opportunity, unlike anything I've seen in my lifetime as a computing artist. One who takes these constraints seriously might have an opportunity to, one, make drastically radical new kinds of art, two, do so natively on the internet. So I'm currently geolocated in a city called New York, but as I understand it, I'm talking to you through the internet. And the internet is the art city, and it has been for 30 years, and you know it. So just throw your life out of that airplane already. Throw yourself into that volcano. Take the internet more seriously already. I don't take the internet and computers seriously enough, is the feeling I continue to find my life intensified into. And so it's not New York, it's not Berlin. These are potent culture hubs, but the art city of our lifetime so far, in my opinion, is the internet. And so this internet of value claim or proposition from the cryptocurrency culture, right, is now, like I'm trying to say, the lid is getting blown off this notion of, let's say, a world computer, or, and so, okay, I'm trying to talk about this third era, right? You go from Bitcoin to Ethereum to this third era, and well, what is it? What's so different about it? Well, there's this new kit of parts, okay? So through these patterns like rollups that you want to learn, but then dissolve, well, what are they made of? Okay, so you need to start thinking about things like, zero knowledge crypto gadgets, ZK, right? Oh, that sounds very scary and intimidating. Aha, it is not. Oh, that sounds very mathy and esoteric. It won't be in 10 years when there's a very good chance. So ZK is a potentially world restructuring technology. I'm not saying that I know for sure that ZK will utterly restructure the world out from underneath us, but it's got all the kind of hallmarks of one that credibly could. And yes, there will be all kinds of nonsense threads and overzealous pronunciations of blah, blah, blah. But what this means also is there will be waves of funding and waves of kind of interest and belief. And artists have actually not just a professional opportunity, but a duty, because it is a world restructuring technology. I for myself, these things I say, they're universally true, but only local to me. So if I'm saying artists have a duty, I'm just telling you about my personal practice, right? If this injunction doesn't serve you, leave it at the door. No problem, right? But so, well, what's ZK? Well, has something to do with privacy, right? Well, yes, it can involve, I'd say, like compositions that think about knowledge asymmetry. Oh, that sounds so esoteric. Why would an artist do that? I don't know. How about Shakespeare? A dramatic irony, right? How about a card game where or okay, in the case of the stage, like I know that the person on stage doesn't know that the other person knows, right? And so it's not necessarily secrecy and privacy, but composable information asymmetry in a way that's kind of too big for me to talk about. I can't put a little bow on it. I think it's a gigantic art and meaning, site of art and meaning. And so that technology has appeared kind of in the midst of this. Okay, so simultaneously, it has this other incredible property, which is sometimes people call it compression. I'm not sure if that mental model is the best, but the point being, effectively, you've built an abstraction of a computer in a new context, and you get this side effect. And so what am I saying here? When one makes a program on top of this kind of ZK art supply stack, you get this second property that even if the program takes a really long time to run, or is a really intense, complicated program, it becomes cryptographically, mathematically, verifiable that, for example, for a given set of inputs, an output was produced. So I'm talking kind of, I sound like I'm weaving all over the place, but if you recall what I said, in 2014, Ethereum appears. And it says, well, it's a world computer. And I say, that's silly. What kind of computer is this? It's a Game Boy. So, and I think of it maybe like a city. So, okay, I live in the Game Boy city. I live in a graphing calculator city. Cool. But so then I'm backed into this constraint of the minimal kinds of programs like, okay, by the way, the medium is computer. So, the computer program. Sorry, Ethereum is a computer. Sometimes I call it, if you look at this tweet I have, if you go to 0x113d on Twitter, you can find, there's a little picture. I think of Ethereum kind of like a sculpture garden, but the sculptures are systems or computer programs. And as an artist, crypto has, you're supposed to hiss or have these kinds of like culture signals. They're not even opinions. You're supposed to say Ethereum is bad or ugly. I live in a culture city. That's uncool to my friends or something, or, oh, crypto, it's just, no. Clear your mind. Okay, for the first time in human history, to my knowledge, there's a computer that's running, and it's okay, let's get it off over my headphones. There's a computer that's running. For the first time in human history, there's a computer that's running in public, and anyone can read from it or pay to write to it. And I personally believe it's going to outlive me. I could be wrong about that, but there's a credible belief of durability. And so if I take it very seriously and kind of assume that there's a very strong chance that this computer outlives me, it feels like I'm going to the botanical garden, but for computer programs in the art city, right? You can put a computer program that's a kind of sculpture or a kind of artwork in a different medium or context than perhaps the world is ready for right now, but it will inevitably arrive at. And that's where a system, and so it's a live running computer program. So Terraform's this project, it represents a runtime object artwork, sometimes I tried to call it. And by that I mean, it's a program that's just always running. It's not you download a program and run it somewhere else. It's running, it's already installed. It's installed in the Game Boy City. It's installed on the sculpture garden for, that's gonna presumably or quite possibly could run beyond my lifetime. Okay, well, why am I talking about all this other stuff? Or what am I saying a third era? Well, what we're seeing is these kinds of new technological patterns, and it seems like infrastructure, it seems like things artists shouldn't think about. But wouldn't you like to go back to 2015 and take Ethereum seriously and think about that, right? Because it was hard to work with, it was technical, all these things. But if you had just taken it seriously, then you'd be heralded as visionary and ahead of your time and yada yada. And it's almost formulaic in a way, how kind of obvious in a way almost boring it is. So you don't want to just be doing checkbox formalisms or first post gestures with this. The goal or duty is then to do real work. So you have to immerse in this art supply, these tech stacks, dissolve what people think they are, invert things, flip them upside down, do things that are broken, think the new kinds of thoughts that this unique set of materials affords, and then make a project worth doing. You don't want, in my opinion anyway, like, rather than just kind of being a CNET post or like, oh, it's great because it uses infrastructure ahead of other people and it's a first post. What's real serious art? And I don't even mean in the politics or culture of some traditional fine art world's logic. I mean, what are the most important pressing matters on earth? And how could artists respond to them using the very new and potent art supplies of this third era. So again, well, what are we talking about? We're talking about these patterns like roll-ups. So this term art chains, for example, right? The idea, plenty have said this, a blockchain should be thought of as lightly as a smart contract. Smart contract is a terrible term, but a computer program. And so suddenly, what I'm trying to tell you is the sculpture garden, the Game Boy City, you can now fly UFOs around. Okay, you can fly, it's actually finally a world computer. And these patterns are young, right? They're not all perfect. They're not all currently manifesting as extremely decentralized, but there's a lot of good long-term actors. And so the way I think of it is, you've got things like, again, just the uses of ZK, then we could get even more. So if these are terms that are unfamiliar with you, spend sometime in the next week, just sit down at your computer or message me, or join Math Castle's Discord. I'll talk to you and try to help people navigate it. But things like fully homomorphic encryption, right? So being able to do computation on data that remains secret, or things like multi-party computation, right? Or this phrase that Gilty Gyoza and myself kicked around, simulation markets. This idea that through the ability to compose, this is just going to go too far. Anyway, come find me later. So through all this, suddenly, okay, I know I'm talking all these words, maybe sometimes they're unfamiliar. It's kind of, so just for a second, hear this. Computing art now has a market. There's a place for computer artists now, right? And this idea of world computer, arbitrary computer programs, there's a place for me. There wasn't a place for someone like me before. You could try to play the politics games of the traditional art world that would kind of, I always say, I might as well just get a job at a paper mill. Spend all your life energy sinking your consciousness into a circuit, that just devalue, takes away the time or intensity of what you need to be thinking about. And by the way, there's still these weird hierarchies. These people, just on the whole, in a macro, just still are not. These institutions are not fit vessels for surfing, computing, and the internet as they dissolve civilization, or recurringly, they're not honoring what their brands, their legacies, their reputation should be on that particular matter. And so the artists just have to kind of route around. Eventually these institutions will develop, I don't want these institutions to go away. They're very important. They do great work in many facets, but they're not the leaders. You're the leader. You're the one, you person listening to this, who understands that these things are other kinds of opinions that maybe are equivalently heretical, but maybe different. Just do it already. Just make the work. And try to make the good work, and try to make work that you think responds to the condition we're in. Where So okay, wait. So let's see. There's three eras I'm trying to talk about here. Where did the paper go? Okay. Okay, right. So maybe another way to frame it. Maybe net art, post-internet art, and then this third era of art. And so the third era of art would, to me, represent artists who take the internet seriously as the main site for culture and for art. It's the art city. More serious than it's just more important than the ones that are conventionally still somehow 30 years later basically believed to be most implicated in art. Also, there's money, so you can live, you can eat food. You don't have to play Mr. Beast games where you convert Web 2 points through a non-existent Uniswap of who knows what kinds of recommendation, whatever the post-internet artists got stuck in, which was, how do I eat food, right? The gallery system still doesn't make stars. It doesn't care about me. The competition is brutal. It doesn't understand anything that's going on here. And then monetizing Web 2, as we all know, or whatever. So, but now you don't have to do that anymore. There's an internet of value or an internet of money. And to me, things like the credible durability and longevity of Ethereum, Ethereum is like a cultural settlement layer, right? It's a bedrock that you can grapple onto. And then incredible works in it. In my opinion, things like terraforms, I'd say, autoglyphs is certainly, for me, it's a bedrock. And because of their stability, credible longevity, they're projects that exist for a reason. They have an artistic vision or a purpose. They have new things to say technologically and culturally. And so and so they're going to stick around. They're potentially art historic objects. Let's talk autoglyphs anyway. Other people can figure out terraforms, but and so because of this, you get this kind of like, I think of it like it's a Game Boy city, and it's a really firm bedrock that you can build a career or an empire or new art worlds, right? And there will be people, whether you do this or not, we're going to come do this. There are already a couple of us. And we're not going to follow the orthodoxies of what you're going to tell us, art's supposed to be. And because this comes from this trading culture, there's all these distractions, but just do your work. Like, set your eyes. If you see where things are going to go, just go there already. So the world will catch up to you. And this place is so overflowing with money. It seems, I mean, I'm just hand waving here, but I think artists have a credible shot at having a living. And I think the artists who eventually do, over time, truly important art historic work that cut open radical new ways of seeing. And in computing, there's just so much, computing, it's the most neglected thing on earth, right? Everywhere around you, it looks like people are super glued to what purports to be a computer, an iPhone. But I'm telling you, the medium of computing is foremost systems. It's not pictures, it's not audio and video. Go read Marshall McLuhan, via Alan Kay. We don't have the medium of computing yet. It's just we're so early, right? It's this gigantic kind of greenfield, and artists have ceded this to things like Silicon Valley capitalism. And I'm not anti-Silicon Valley capitalism. I'm saying a monopoly on the thing that dissolves society, while artists are kind of often twiddling their thumbs, claiming to make critical interventions, but actually and it's not anybody's fault that, I'm not blaming people here. It's this kind of malnourishment or just it's discourse that's the problem. So I'm just trying to force this kind of other mode of discourse onto this possibility space. And so to me, this third era, from Bitcoin to Ethereum to things that can settle to Ethereum or things like it, right? And things like modular patterns that so you'll get arbitrary new runtimes that can, so this idea of a chain, like people will have this kind of anyway, so you could think this term art chains is a good place to put your feet down and then keep going, right? So new computer programs, new runtimes, networks that express cryptoeconomic patterns that can make radical new artworks that can coordinate things. I was going to talk about a bunch more like this. I think we should really talk right now maybe about like things like Terra Zero, or I was going to talk about Brad Trammell's work, or oh gosh, there was another I wanted to anyway, my brain's going, and I think I'm at time. So if anyone, random darknet shopper. I mean, there have been these other intersections of art and crypto. Forget about NFTs. Okay, you're going to want probably some very long-term tradable durable object, a unit, something, right? Something that people can collect or interact with, and that lives in an incredibly durable way. But also look before NFTs. There's a history of artists who were thinking about intersections of art and crypto that I think could be a vibrant renewal, as these art supplies, which are currently intimidating, they sound esoteric, but over the next 5 years, these patterns will become more widespread. People are going to try to make them work, and there'll be kind of easier ways for artists to conceive of them. So now is still a really good time to start processing this. Even if you just participate in this culture, you want to understand this technology. And to me, it's so obviously this, like, for anyone interested in art and something proximate to crypto, it's just how could you not like get absolutely rabbit holed by this new suite of art supplies that so I think I'm at time, so I should probably just stop, but yep.
Amazing. Thank you so much, 113.
Thank you.
This was quite inspiring, and thanks everyone online and offline for signing by and signing in. This was the end of a crazy day on art and gaming. I hope you learned something. And if not, then come find me after, and I'll let you know. Thanks so much, and have a good day. Ciao.